Chapter 81. The chairman of Baikak Media Group is the second son. And according to the primogeniture system, a tradition far older than the history of South Korea itself, the estate should be passed on to the eldest son. Primogeniture is not an outdated custom. Why is a custom a custom? Because it has been around so long that it has taken root in people's minds. It is incomparable to laws that fluctuate over a dime or a bottle of liquor. Laws must be enforced, but customs are naturally followed. To break this custom, the second son outmaneuvered the eldest son. After intervening in the presidential election and failing in a 50% chance gotcha, which led to the eldest son being imprisoned, the second son managed to touch upon the legitimate portion of inheritance for the illegitimate family, thus acquiring the management rights of the Baikak Group. Although he couldn't prevent the dirty civil war between brothers from circulating in the media, that was a story from before he became the chairman. Now that he's chairman, the second son has taken control of the media in the country. Of course, Baikak Group is not the only media in Korea. However, controlling over a third of the media power, able to deliver a fatal blow to any other media outlet at any time, is virtually no different from actual domination. Was the United States ever the strongest nation by conquering the whole world? Therefore, no journalist or scribbler dares to babble about Baikak's events. As evidence, despite the fact that the ousted brother attempted suicide in prison and was discovered by a guard, failing in the process, not a single media outlet covered the story. That's what power was. Having seized the group through a bloody internal conflict, the second son now has to continue fighting to maintain this power. The situation is not favorable. The president still looks at Baikak, his enemy, with unfavorable eyes, and all media, like a conquered colony, eagerly awaits the day they can topple Baikak and gain independence. Not to mention other conglomerates coveting the power and capital held by Baikak. With numerous external enemies targeting Baikak even within the group, the views on the chairman are unfavorable. A retribution that the usurper must bear. Thus, the second son's wrinkled gaze turned towards Baikak Entertainment. In the astronomical value-creating media industry cycle of Baikak Group, the factory producing celebrities was an absolutely indispensable strategic facility. Especially, leaving it in the hands of Baek Sungwon, a collateral family member whose loyalty had not been proven, was too risky. Sighed EP Princess Maker. The atmosphere at the company was terrible, with suspicious suited men wandering around the building like zombies, continuously kidnapping someone. Naturally, a hostile gaze poured towards Baek Seol, the leading invader, but Baek Seol, too distressed to claim her innocence, grumbled and complained to us. Baek Seol, dressed as sophisticatedly as if she were at a Booker Prize reading event, whined in a way that was contrary to her appearance. We were more accustomed to this side of her. I'm just a figurehead. As director Baek Seol instructed, didn't I tell you to stop, author Nim? Baek Seol said that borrowing the power of the headquarters and showing off at the Booker Prize reading event was the root of all problems. At that time, Baek Seol, an unknown editor and translator, could not stand the unfair oppression and contempt from Japan and stood up resolutely, revealing her noble lineage to the world. Because the Japanese kept picking petty quarrels, she contacted her uncle in the strategic planning office and gathered Korean reporters to focus all attention on the issue. She even came out as a chaebol. So, if we were to summarize the incident in one sentence, it would be, how dare you insult Baek Seol, the princess of Baikak? How did it end up like this? Baek Seol jumped up, splashing soup from the udon on the table all the way to my cheek due to her abrupt movement. I wiped the soup off with a tissue and sought agreement from Lim Yong-wook beside me. Doesn't it seem right? It did have a bit of a secret Royal Inspector Park Mun-soo vibe. Is it called hidden power flex these days? TL. Park Mun-soo https://en wikipedia.org/wiki/park-soo. A translator hiding her lineage? Turns out, the ordinary new employee was actually a genius translator from a chaebol family? Nevertheless, thanks to Baek Seol's outstanding performance, the Booker Prize reading event concluded successfully. But that's where the problem began. Baek Seol's recognition had skyrocketed excessively. the public went wild for the appearance of a super genius royal beauty translator with looks, ability, and lineage all in one. An Instagram account documenting every bread Baek Seol had eaten over the past 10 years quickly secured a celebrity-level following. Even after Baek Seol was assigned to the Strategic Planning Office, the discussion on how to utilize her recognition never ceased. Then, the chairman's order to target BICAC Entertainment came down. The Strategic Planning Office, comprised of the top elites of BICAC Group, made this assessment. It would seem too crude to just replace CEO Baek Sung-won of BICAC Ent. So how about we call it an organizational system innovation for global standardization? Wouldn't it be too old-fashioned to have it directed from the top? Isn't there a more youthful and MZ-like method? TL. MZ here is Gen MZ. How about we say this innovation proposal was put forward by a young professional of international repute in the cultural industry? Ah, where would we find such a person? Right there in the corner of the office. Oh, Baek Seol, who was observing from a distance as if it was someone else's story, shook her head in horror, but she, being merely a parachuted figure, had no say in the matter. The uncle who had parachuted her in had no intention of stopping her from becoming famous, seeing it as beneficial, and Baek Seol's biological father had returned to being a carefree building owner, unable to endure corporate life despite finally being integrated into the main family. In the end, Baek Seol, with no one to support her, became the spearhead of the invasion into BICAC Entertainment. That's the story. Anyway, she seems to be suffering quite a bit. Her drunken ramblings are proof of this. I went to those snooty colleges. Baek Seol, completely drunk, slammed down her highball glass forcefully. And then, she swayed her body like riding a carousel horse, slurring her words. I should have attended the reliable Seoul National University. Instead, I went to those snooty colleges on the other side of the world. I don't have anyone on my side at the company. Lim Yong-wook, who couldn't ignore the misery of academic background, joined in. Right, college is important. Right? Isn't it? If I hadn't gone to a no-name school, I wouldn't have rotted in the basement parking for 2 years. My hair would have been safe too. Really, an Oxford diploma isn't worth anything. I wish I could wake up back in high school. I'm confident I would study hard for real. Watching the two adults slowly going mad, I shook my head in disbelief. For your information, even if you go back to childhood, you end up not studying that hard. Not that anyone would believe it. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The unstable political situation over the management rights of BICAC Ent continued until I started my summer vacation. It lasted for about 2 weeks. During those 2 weeks, all sorts of things happened. The most shocking was when it was revealed that the reason the headquarters staff had separately called some employees of BICAC Ent was not to dig out BICAC Ent.'s weaknesses. It wasn't an interrogation. It was a temptation. BICAC Ent is going to be shattered into pieces to create individual companies. Would you like to become the CEO of one of those companies? Whether because of that incident or not, it is said that CEO Baek Sung-won quietly visited the chairman's residence soon after. What happened there is unknown. However, what is certain is that the next day, CEO Baek Sung-won's shares were all gone in the corporate disclosure of BICAC Ent. Other than that, everything returned to as it was. The pressure from headquarters disappeared like a lie, and CEO Baek Sung-won remained in his position as CEO, although now he was purely a salaryman CEO. I could not possibly imagine how CEO Baek Sung-won, who had raised a company from the ground up for decades, though he might have been paid for it, felt having it snatched away in a single day. What I felt observing these series of events from a step back was that art is bound by capital. It wasn't just watching the headquarters' vicious behavior to secure more money. Even amidst the war for control, seeing BICAC Entertainment functioning normally was an enlightening experience. Discussions of whether the company would fall apart continued, yet BICAC Entertainment operated as usual. Singers sang, idols danced, actors acted, and Kim Bile shot commercials. The show did not stop. Of course, Kim Bile commented on this. There was a bit of arrogance in her tone, perhaps from having shot some commercials. We are professionals, aren't we? No matter what happens in the company, Schedules must go on, right? We're not even company employees, so why should we be swayed by the company's affairs? I find it stranger that you're asking such a thing. Thanks to Kim Bile, who called me to a shaved ice CAF under the pretext of boredom, but actually to brag about shooting a commercial. I had these thoughts while enjoying free shaved ice. Perhaps because Bikehack Entertainment was somewhat like my first job, I felt a growing sense of internal affinity. The office of the Publishing Management Task Force team in the basement parking, the grand office of the Publishing Management Department, various cafes and convenience facilities I visited with Kim Bile, and even the CEO in white suits who often appeared in the lobby. All these things provided me with a sense of stability I had never felt before. Could this be the fondness that develops for one's first job? But Kim Bile clearly defined what my job was. Hey, a company is not where you work, but where what you create is sold and you are managed. You're an artist. We are artists. The show must go on. Don't you know? You've become quite arrogant just because you shot a commercial? Ahem. The veteran actor, who was in her first year of high school, who suspiciously enjoyed showing off, blushed slightly and coughed awkwardly. Due to Kim Bile's job nature, her appearance changed like a chameleon every time we met. This included her aura. Depending on the project she was working on at the time, she felt like a completely different person, a curious human being. So, this consistently arrogant personality made me feel that the person in front of me was indeed Kim Bile. It was kind of her identity, and the fact that 1 in 10 of her pieces of advice was worth listening to was also part of Kim Bile's identity. Anyway, don't worry too much about what happens in the company. You should definitely be careful about contracts being deceitful, but it's not good for celebrities to get too involved in office politics. We should spend our time honing our bodies and minds. We're people who perform art through our bodies. If you have talent, the rest will naturally follow. It might seem like those with connections get ahead at first, but after 10 years, it's ultimately talent that determines your place. I quietly nodded, tucking Kim Bile's advice into a corner of my mind. Then, Kim Bile smiled awkwardly. But it's true that our company has been pretty chaotic lately, right? Indeed. I've even thought about changing agencies. My contract is ending soon. I've considered moving to an agency that specializes in actors' sigh. But just thinking about getting my mom's permission drains my energy, so I can't do it. What about you? Are you thinking of changing companies? Me? I let my imagination run wild for a moment. The scenario was predictable. As soon as I mentioned leaving the agency, the lament of an octopus, crying buckets while gripping my head with 8 tentacles saying would all be doomed without you. The thought made me chuckle. I don't think you'll be changing companies for a while. Looking back, I shouldn't have said that. The dispute over the management rights of Bikehack Entertainment ended anticlimactically with CEO Baek Sungwon's white flag surrender. The headquarters secured firm management rights over Bikehack Entertainment, and CEO Baek Sungwon, in exchange for becoming a salaried CEO, preserved the company he had built over decades. Thus, the hastily assembled, baseless department known as the Organizational Innovation Headquarters, Human Resources Innovation Department, found itself adrift, as Baek Sungwon surrendered as soon as the headquarters drew their sword. But a drawn sword must cut something. We were never a means to threaten CEO Baek Sungwon, but a department created with a pure heart to innovate the organization of Bikehack Group. To prove this, the sword was swung. And it was sharp. So sharp, in fact, that it cleanly excised the Publishing Management Department from Bikehack Entertainment and transferred it to Bikehack Publishing. This was the result. Congratulations. Welcome. Author Nim. A real literary figure has arrived. For real. He's smaller than I thought. So cute. Look over here. 1, 2, 3. Please take care of us. Author Moon. I was transferred to Bikehack Publishing. However, Lim Yongwook was nowhere to be found there. Chapter 82. A major crisis hits the publishing industry. To address the issue of people not reading books, the luminaries of the literary world gathered their wisdom. There will come a day when this field will collapse. A day when all publishing houses close down, and all editors are left on the streets, but that day is not today. Indeed. One for all for one. From literary masters who have honed their writing skills for decades to powerful figures who can shake the publishing industry with a single word. They united their strength to stand against the great disaster shaking the literary world. This is why the field has become so tightly knit. Thus, the elders, who sought the principles of righteousness, joined forces to pressure the government, and even humbled themselves to open genre literature contests in search of the next Higashino Kigo. There were also daring entrepreneurs who poured enormous funds to improve the distribution network, and even eccentrics from the light novel industry threw themselves into expanding the publishing industry's horizons. And so, countless innovative proposals were made over decades. Of course, if they had been successful, the publishing industry wouldn't still be hearing screams of despair. Why aren't people buying books? Japanese people buy a lot of books. Is there a problem with our national character? We've been fooled for so long. It's all about money. Go buy those damn pens. Why not just keep printing workbooks as we've always done? All innovative ideas were frustrated in the face of a global publishing downturn. In the era of Netflix and YouTube, the size of the publishing industry is gradually shrinking. A graph trending slowly downward. South Korea was no exception to this trend. In an era where the glory of works that once enthralled the nation is forgotten, the honor of great writers is buried in scandals, and no one cares about such things, where literature has become a vulgar joke. A few innovators from Baikak Publishing made a bizarre proposal. Don't have it? If we don't have it, why don't we create it? Create what? The literary idol. A bold plan to create star authors by any means necessary and draw the public into the fandom of literature. That plan failed spectacularly. The internal strife within the Kim Sang-guk-yang Sungjun line was a superficial reason. The fundamental reason was that nobody wanted to invest time and effort in such a vain plan. In a conglomerate where printing workbooks alone brings in enormous profits, those who cried for innovation could not survive. That's the whole story. Thus, amid everyone's mockery, the few innovators met a miserable downfall, and only bizarre rumors circulated about some bald freak sealed away in Baikak Entertainment's underground parking lot. But then, that bald person caused a stir. Exclusive, the anonymous new writer Moon In turns out to be a minor. A love story, bestseller for 3 consecutive weeks. Breaking, nominated for the Booker International, one of the world's top 3 literary awards. Author Moon In. Lim Yong-wook proved his argument with results, not logic. Only then did Baikak Publishing pay attention to the claims of Lim Yong-wook and the few innovators. Just as they aimed to create a literary idol, their business plan resembled the idol industry in many ways. Just like idols who gain popularity on music shows and make money through albums, events, concerts, authors who gain popularity on broadcasts and make money through books, lectures, variety shows. Turning popularity garnered through media into money was no different from the idol industry. And that's a job for a system, not a person. So, to benchmark that business, there's no need to bring in people. That's what Lim Yong-wook thought Baikak Publishing must have believed. Pending assignment. Gazing vacantly at those 4 bitter words given to him for the second time. That's what Lim Yong-wook thought. Side EP Princess Maker. The office of the newly assigned Publishing Management Department at Baikak Publishing was incomparably larger than before. It was big enough to fit at least a dozen more people. Indeed, it was. About a dozen unfamiliar people were in the Publishing Management Department. Turns out they were all from Baikak Publishing. What's going on here? Well, what about Department Head Lim? I asked an employee whose face seemed somewhat familiar, but they said they didn't know. It seemed more like they were hesitant to speak than truly unaware. Their expression conveyed unease. I, too, had rushed to the company upon receiving a sudden message, so I hadn't grasped the whole situation. The message simply stated that the Publishing Management Department had been moved to Baikak Publishing and told everyone to gather to familiarize themselves with each other. So, grumbling about how a large corporation handles things so haphazardly, I took a taxi here, only to find this mess. Suddenly, I had been transferred to Baikak Publishing. I felt a vein pop on my forehead. Just as I was about to take out my phone to demand answers from Baek Seol, A crowd of about a dozen employees and even more onlookers rushed in from outside the office. Wondering what was happening, I looked at them only to become even more confused. Their hands held cakes and fireworks, and they were all smiles. Then, with a loud bang, the fireworks went off. Confetti from the party fireworks fluttered down onto my stern-faced expression. But for some reason, being incredibly pleased, the people from Bikehack Publishing surrounding me greeted me with laughter and joy. "Welcome. Who are you?" Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. At the current moment, if we were to precisely compare the celebrity status of author Moon In, it was similar to that of a movie actor who has attracted 10 million viewers. Although not attracting 10 million viewers, being in the news for months related to the Booker Prize did the job. However, Moon In, who often appeared at the Bikehack Entertainment Building, didn't receive much attention. People were merely amazed that a child could write well but didn't idolize him to the extent of the employees. Moon In, touring Bikehack Entertainment's facilities with Kim Bile and viewing a decade-long idol as just a neighbor, was not a one-sided perspective. People at Bikehack Entertainment saw Moon In a similar light. The difference in industries means just that. In other words, the way Bikehack Publishing employees viewed Moon In was worlds apart from how Bikehack Entertainment employees saw him. To Bikehack Entertainment employees, Moon In was just a cute kid. But to Bikehack Publishing employees, Moon In was a walking deity. Everyone at Bikehack Publishing is involved in the book business. There isn't a single person who hasn't sighed at the thought of the South Korean publishing industry collapsing. To them, Moon In was a superhero who appeared on a white horse, or rather, an octopus, making him no different from a prince in a fairy tale. Therefore, the way Bikehack Publishing employees treated Moon In was similar to how one would treat a prince. "Hello, author Nim. I'm Lee Eun-bai, the head of the marketing and promotion team. Are you interested in appearing on an EBS variety show by any chance?" "Team leader Lee, why are you trying to make a deal at the first meeting? If you're going to do that, go to the sales department." Author Moon In Nim. It's really great to meet you. Congratulations on your Booker International nomination. Would you like me to show you around the company?" Surprisingly, the welcome party for Moon In, who came with the publishing management department to Bikehack Publishing, wasn't ordered from above. The employees voluntarily opened their wallets and took out the corporate card to buy the cake. The fact that salaried workers voluntarily did something beyond their work duties proves Moon In's divine influence. Who else but a deity could make salaried workers do unnecessary work voluntarily? Moon In accomplished that difficult task. By single-handedly making a meaningful increase in the entire publishing industry's sales, Moon In became a god of Bikehack Publishing. The fact that Moon In achieved what all the editors in this country couldn't despite rubbing their palms together and praying to all sorts of deities for decades without seeing any effect proves that Moon In's divine presence is extraordinary. Bikehack Publishing employees surrounded Moon In as if touching the hem of his clothes would cure all diseases and taking a photo of him would bring blessings to future generations. It could be said that the children of New Light Spring Orphanage, who had treated Moon In like Jesus before them, had a real insight. However, the faith of Bikehack Publishing people was not rewarded because Moon In's heart was already set on someone else. So where is Department Head Lim? The followers of Bikehack Publishing surrounding Moon In couldn't answer that question. They all just awkwardly smiled and dodged the question. Only after Moon In asked 3 times and they denied 3 times did Moon In finally get an answer. "On standby?" "Yes, it seems like he's temporarily on standby until it's decided what position he'll be appointed to. You'll probably meet him at the company soon." "Probably." The employee stuttered through an explanation, but Moon In knew that being on standby meant, "Hey, you, get out of the company." I see." Murmuring so, Moon In focused on building rapport with the employees, matching the atmosphere. As Moon In smilingly and politely exchanged phone numbers with the employees, Bikehack Publishing staff were relieved. However, it is also mentioned in Japanese manga that people whose bodies have shrunk but whose minds remain the same generally have a talent for deduction. TL. If you don't know what's being referenced here, ask me in Discord. There is always only one truth. Moon In felt like he knew who the perpetrator behind the dark silhouette was. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Lim Yongwook is a persona non grata in the mainstream literary world. Not graduating from a prestigious university was the first reason, having been brash in his younger days the second, and disrupting the authority of the existing literary world by promoting Moon in the third. However, considering the benefits that Lim Yongwook and Moon In brought to the literary world, it's strange that Lim Yongwook couldn't smoothly return to Bikak Publishing and received a standby order instead. And when something odd happens to Lim Yongwook, pointing at Kim Sang-guk usually hits the mark. At Bikak Publishing headquarters, a black sedan smoothly slid into a reserved parking spot. Kim Sang-guk, the CEO, got out of the car with a smile. "Good morning, CEO Nim." Yes, good morning." His smile didn't fade until he reached his office via the executive elevator. Naturally, he's someone who usually wears a smile, but today the proportion of genuine smiles behind that mask was a bit higher. The reason goes without saying. Kim Sang-guk asked his secretary, "Where is Moon In now?" "He's currently greeting the staff in the office." "Is that so?" "Yes. Would you like me to inform them of your visit?" No need. He doesn't think too highly of me." Despite that, Moon In eventually fell into Kim Sang-guk's hands. It had been a truly long period of disgrace. Kim Sang-guk faced humiliation by being demoted because of a mere team leader, and the former CEO who had promised to support Kim Sang-guk was swept away by the storm of chairman replacement as soon as he became an executive of the headquarters. Throughout the period when Moon In's publishing profits were directed to Bikak Entertainment, the employees questioned Kim Sang-guk's leadership, and Kim Sang-guk had to wait in silence, unable to maintain the dignity befitting the CEO of Bikak Publishing. And when the time came, Kim Sang-guk moved like lightning. Taking advantage of the internal strife within Bikak Entertainment, Kim Sang-guk successfully projected appropriate influence at the headquarters. Thus, Lim Yongwook was vainly defeated. Compared to the long conflict, the battle ended in an anticlimactically brief moment. However, Kim Sang-guk thought differently. Yes, this is normal. The situation until now, where a department head and a subsidiary CEO were checking each other, was abnormal. Now, the presumptuous Lim, who thought too highly of himself and made light of the world, was gone. In the end, Lim Yongwook was just one of the countless losers Kim Sang-guk had defeated over the past decades. Kim Sang-guk stepped out of his office with quiet footsteps. From there, he could overlook everything at Bikak Publishing. Thousands of employees were moving like ants on their respective floors, each performing their duties and responsibilities. Thus, in this building, ridiculously small compared to a country, the soft power that shakes the entire publishing industry of a nation is created. That is the power of the system. Therefore, those who rebel against the system cannot survive. Kim Sang-guk reassured himself that he was merely protecting that self-evident principle. The position of a conglomerate CEO is not something one wins by playing go-stop. It requires gambling everything over and over to climb up. Therefore, one must continue to become tougher. Tough enough not to look back, even if it means getting one's hands dirty with blood. Because hesitating for even a moment means losing everything. However, it wasn't long before Kim Sang-guk's crystal-clear mind was shattered. "I'm in a slump, so I can't write." Moon In's rebellion, which would drive Bikak Publishing to hell, had begun. Chapter 83. There was a shared misunderstanding at Bikak Publishing at the time. It was that Moon In-sip's writing ability was somewhat exaggerated. This misconception, not stemming from Bikak Publishing's unique elitism that believes only I know the truth, which is partly true, was significantly influenced by the fact that Bikak Publishing, especially the publishing planning department, knew what the original plan of the Publishing Management Task Force, including Lim Yongwook, was. At the launch of the Publishing Management Task Force, the star author the TF team wanted to create was a middle-aged MZ YouTuber, mid-aged to feel approachable to the economically powerful demographic of mothers in the book market. MZ to cater to the tastes of the trend-leading younger generation. And naturally a YouTuber to avoid backlash when appearing on TV and smoothly transition into a YouTuber guest broadcaster tech tree. Thus, mid-aged, EMZ, YouTuber, a thoroughly considered image based on the public's needs. It didn't matter how well they could write. They could just hire a ghostwriter. Of course, the middle-aged MZ YouTuber, who was about to debut as an idol, caused the TF team to explode by touching what he shouldn't have. But that plan is well known by everyone at BICAC Publishing. Therefore, the consensus was that the writing ability of Moon In-seop, cultivated or created by Lim Yong-wook, was exaggerated. So, if we were to briefly summarize the theories circulating among BICAC Publishing employees: Evidence 1, a child cannot write such books. Evidence 2, the original plan of Lim Yong-wook and the publishing management TF team was to create a star author based on image, utilizing even ghostwriters without scruples. Evidence 3, Moon In-seop's writing subtly resembles Gu Hak-jun. Gu Hak-jun often contacted Moon In-seop, and he is not someone who only pursues personal artistic achievements but is a figure aiming for the advancement of the literary world. Conclusion: under the arrangement of Lim Yong-wook, the prodigy named Moon In-seop produced masterpieces with the editing of Gu Hak-jun. Exactly, isn't it? That makes sense. Seems right, doesn't it? I thought something was off. Although Moon In-seop may not be entirely talentless, there was some degree of planning involved. BICAC Publishing employees did not criticize Lim Yong-wook and Moon In-seop for moral flaws. After all, the industry is not so harsh as to consider such things flaws. When veteran authors also have their students ghostwrite from time to time, this level of deceit is seen as endearing. The literary world has been in an apocalypse state of people not reading books for decades, and the survivors who have weathered this catastrophe are already tightly knit. Therefore, the political stance of BICAC Publishing employees was closer to, you cute little liars, well, pretend not to know, so let's get along in the future. Of course, this misunderstanding could have been resolved if they had just asked Gu Hak-jun, but no one dared to speak such words in front of Gu Hak-jun, the grand master of the literary world, and would have been hit with a thick book for speaking disrespectfully, inciting Gu Hak-jun's rage. Thus, when the employees of the Publishing Planning Department heard these words from the Publishing Management Department employees, "What? That's not true. Don't lie, just tell us. There must have been something like that, like editing or proofreading." They felt something was gradually going wrong, sighed EP Princess Maker. Kim Jae-ryung, the assistant manager of the Publishing Management Department, is a Steam game enthusiast, a fan of Japanese light novels, a Seoul National University art history major, a cat lover, and a dirty trader who contributed to Lim Yong-wook beating Yang Sung-jun and moved from the Publishing Planning Department to the Publishing Management Department. And now he had returned to the place he had betrayed. Even worse, Lim Yong-wook, who he had followed, was on standby. This is the worst. Every time he encounters people from the Publishing Planning Department at BICAC Publishing, their glares sting him. Every day feels like sitting on pins and needles, pondering when to write his resignation letter. Then one day, someone from the Publishing Planning Department came to visit. "Sunbae, hello?" It was Park Jae-in, the energizer of the Publishing Planning Department. Kim Jae-ryung, the assistant manager, once had a fling with Park Jae-in, which eventually broke off. Kim Jae-ryung resented the harsh heavens that threw trials at him day by day. It's been a while, senior staff Park. I got promoted to assistant manager." His heart fluttered momentarily at the sight of Park Jae-in proudly holding up her employee ID and smiling broadly. Unaware of Kim Jae-ryung's feelings, Park Jae-in playfully poked Kim Jae-ryung's side with her elbow. "Hey, assistant manager Kim. I'm assistant manager Park now. Getting cocky. Did you enjoy betraying us?" Kim Jae-ryung jumped like a cat that had been pricked on a sore spot. What betrayal? What are you talking about? Wasn't it you who ran off after throwing fake news that Moon In-seop was involved in school violence? I didn't betray anyone. Stop denying it and just admit it, and I'll let it slide. I was just preparing for the future. Really unbelievable. Park Jae-in shook her head with a disgusted expression. Kim Jae-ryung couldn't muster any energy in front of Park Jae-in, looking guilty. Rightly so. Well, Yang Sung-jun did go too far. Kim Jae-ryung twitched, shrinking down. If he had cat ears, they would have perked up. Every day in the office, it was assistant manager Kim. Assistant manager Kim. Assistant manager Kim. Getting picked on like that wasn't a joke. Deputy Head Wu seemed happy when Department Head Yang left, right? Isn't that because he got promoted? Anyway, everyone kind of understands to some extent. Park Ji-in added with a sly hint. Otherwise, why would Department Head Wu tell me to take care of you before coming here? Park Ji-in made it clear that she was a messenger from the publishing planning department. So, can I ask you just one thing? Through the mouth of this messenger, the publishing planning department was making a last offer to Kim Ji-ryung. Well, forgive you, so come back. But answer just one question. Kim Ji-ryung swallowed dryly. He didn't know if he could trust this offer. But this was his last chance. I'm sorry, Department Head Lim. Kim Ji-ryung was ready to betray once again. Even before Park Ji-in could speak next, he said that one who betrays once will betray again, so don't trust them. Considering that Kim Ji-ryung wears glasses, one could say there's wisdom in Kwak Cheol-yong's words. I killed all those who betrayed us like cunning, bespectacled traitors. TL. Kwak Cheol-yong is a character from movie Taza. The High Rollers. The existence precedes essence is wrong. Sartre didn't know about Kim Ji-ryung. Since Kim Ji-ryung's essence is a betrayer, it doesn't matter what choices he makes. Likewise, Park Ji-in's question wouldn't matter. Kim Ji-ryung was already prepared to say okay to whatever the publishing planning department, through Park Ji-in's mouth, would say. What do you want to ask? The fate-deciding question of corporate life was asked. The publishing planning department, through Park Ji-in, asked, who edited Moon In-seop's writings? Nobody. Huh? ******. Woo Ki-tae. The publishing planning department head who took over after Yang Sung-jun was screwed over by Lim Yong-wook, asked, how did it go? Park Ji-in clicked her tongue. He didn't say a word? Kim Ga-ryung thought he was a freedom fighter or something. He said he doesn't know. Said there wasn't anyone. Department head Woo Ki-tae tilted his head. That can't be right. There are two meanings to this statement. First, that Kim Ji-ryung, that nerd, couldn't possibly be loyal. And second, that it's impossible for Moon In-seop to have written those writings all by himself. Well, nothing can. Knowing the system behind Moon In-seop's writings would have made things easier, but it's fine even if they don't know. Publishing planning is their area of expertise. It's not for no reason that books by fitness experts become bestsellers. The publishing planning department picks up on the trend of fitness and selects a suitable fitness celeb to commission writing. It doesn't matter if their writing skills are lacking. They can always attach a co-writer. The same goes for Moon In-seop. The publishing planning department had already completed all the planning. Korea's top elites had analyzed the trends in the publishing market. The answer was AI. A theme that races at the forefront of the Fourth Industrial Revolution will be the subject of Moon In-seop's next novel. It would be perfect to actually receive help from AI during the writing process. The most attention-grabbing author writing an AI novel with the help of AI. There's no way it wouldn't sell, especially since it would be promoted nationwide on the 9 o'clock news. Of course, that doesn't mean it's really heading into SF. If you break down the plot, it's a conventional and moving Korean drama. It's a universal story that could be adapted into a movie in the future. TL. SF equals science fiction. Thus, a romance novel with a dash of SF. That was the next plan of the publishing planning department. Department head Woo Ki-tae even came up with a promotional catchphrase. A proud genius boy who conquered even SF novels, Moon In-seop. Department head Woo Ki-tae fantasized about the entire nation going wild, the books selling like hotcakes, and receiving calls from prestigious SF literature awards abroad. And to make that fantasy a reality, Department head Woo Ki-tae energetically stood up from his seat. I'm going to meet Moon In-seop. Are you going yourself, department head? Of course. Moon In-seop is worth being treated well. It's not demeaning for idols to sing songs written by others and dance to choreography made by others. Is a pianist playing Beethoven's compositions a technician without creativity, or an artist? It's not the conclusion of a complex debate. There's a simpler logic. Market logic. Popularity makes money. Money is power. And the company wants more power. That's enough. At least, for department head Woo Ki-tae it was. And there was a bit of greed in department head Wu Qitae, hoping for human interaction with the unfortunate genius boy Moon In-seop to replace Lim Yong-wook's position. A boy abandoned by his parents in his childhood would have some degree of affection deficiency. Targeting that aspect, department head Wu Qitae judged, would somehow work out. And department head Wu Qitae's judgment was shattered by Moon In-seop's first words. "I'm in a slump, so I can't write. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk." It wasn't just a day or two that the publishing planning department spent planning Moon In-seop's next work. There were long-term trend analyses and department meetings accompanied by overtime work. All that effort and time being smashed to pieces by a teenager's single statement is an undeniable business disaster. Book design drafts, trend, big data analysis. Setting all that aside, the labor costs of the dozen or so people involved in the project alone amount to tens of millions of won. It's natural for people who earn millions of won in salary to spend a lot of time pondering over it. So, when that turns into nothing, it's truly like tens of millions of won in labor costs bursting like bubbles. Of course, one might think, who in company life meticulously calculates hourly labor costs to such an extent, but sadly, that's how it is seen from above. Who's going to take responsibility for those tens of millions of won? Department head Wu Qitae went to report to the publishing business division director that the plan had been scrapped and got a scolding so harsh it felt like bleeding from the ears. Naturally, it wasn't a physical beating but a verbal one, but department head Wu Qitae wished he had been punched for real. Then he could at least call the police. The planning, which consumed tens of millions of won in employee labor costs when calculated, being scrapped means you've caused tens of millions of won in losses to the company. Take responsibility and proceed with it. Department head Wu Qitae, having received such an order, naturally gave Moon In-seop a hard time. He tried scolding harshly and coaxing gently. Of course, it was all to no avail. Moon In-seop sat in the studio chair and shot a cold glare at department head Wu Qitae. It wasn't a teenager's vibe. "Why are you raising your voice at me?" "No, author Moon. Maybe you don't understand how things work here, but you can't do it like that." "But I can't write if I'm in a slump. Can I?" "You just need to write according to what we've planned. You want me to follow a plot laid out by someone else?" "It sounds strange when you say it like that, but it's not that unusual. Author Moon. But why should I?" "Why, indeed." What came out of department head Wu Qitae's mouth was the logic of the publishing business division director. The words, which he thought were crude capitalist logic, were laid out by department head Wu Qitae. That's what happens when people are pushed to their limits. Then, the boy wrapped in a blanket sent a cold look. "So, if I don't write according to the publishing planning department's plan, I'm causing the company tens of millions of won in losses? That's how it looks. So author Moon, if possible, don't make the adults work too hard." Moon In-seop abruptly stood up and rummaged through a closet in the corner of the studio. What he brought out was a neatly arranged stack of Shin Samdang bills. TL? Korean money featuring the image of Shin Samdang, which is the highest currency note available in Korea, aka 50,000 won. Thud. Moon In-seop coldly brought the Shin Samdang bills to department head Wu Qitae and set them down in front of him. It was almost akin to violence. "Here." Department head Wu Qitae was so stunned he couldn't even think. Why does this kid have cash at home? While his sense of reality flew beyond Andromeda, Moon In-seop's sudden verbal assault overwhelmed department head Wu Qitae. "I added a bit more. That's the penalty fee. It seems difficult to continue the contract with Bikak Publishing anyway." That day, department head Wu Qitae's back bent like a bow. He tried to soothe his wounded pride with soju. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Sadly, the terrible tragedy experienced by the publishing planning department wasn't isolated to just one department. The entire Bikak Publishing went through it because everyone wanted to do business with Moon In-seop. Lim Yong-wook was the outcast of Bikak Publishing. So, everyone told him, "You're expelled from the company." But the expelled Lim Yong-wook suddenly got his hands on a cheat author and made a glamorous comeback. No one saw the 2 years of suffering Lim Yong-wook endured. After all, it's a world that only sees the results. Anyway, the key staff of Bikak Publishing had jealousy towards Lim Yong-wook, big or small, which manifested as the thought, if Moon In Seop was given to me, I could do better than that guy. Promotion team head Lee Eun-bai planned a YouTube channel centered around Moon In Seop. From book reviews to YouTube's own variety shows, all sorts of hopeful ideas were poured out. Frankly, just filming Moon In Seop and Kim Bile eating spicy chicken noodles and crying because it's hot would likely hit hundreds of thousands of views. So why wouldn't they jump into this blue ocean? How foolish. In the end, that Lim Yong-wook has become outdated too. Can't even think of this simple idea. However, instead of looking down on Lim Yong-wook as foolish, Lee Eun-bai would have been wiser to ask, why didn't you do it? A YouTube channel? Yes. Author Nim. Prepared by our promotion team. I'm sorry, but I will have to decline. Chapter 84. People fear rejection. It's because they lack the courage to be disliked by someone. This is why, in organizational life, strong opinions are adopted more often than the right ones. But Moon In Seop is different. It's not because he was deeply impressed by the book The Courage to be Disliked. It's because kids from the New Light Spring Orphanage grow up strong. Moon In Seop has always shouted, I hate school violence. The problem is, it didn't work. Anyway, Moon In Seop was a person who could say no. I don't want to. For Lee Eun-bai, the team leader of Bike Hack Publishing's promotion team, this was unfortunate. Team leader Lee Eun-bai stiffened her expression. She didn't want to admit that she was intimidated by a middle schooler. Naturally, her tone became more forceful. Author Moon, this is a decision made by the company. It was decided after careful consideration by many people. I'm not saying you have to blindly follow, but outright rejection isn't polite. Then, Moon In Seop declined politely. Operating a YouTube channel is an activity aimed at gaining recognition and advertising revenue, but I'm not interested in either. I want to focus on my writing. I'm sorry, but I will have to decline your offer. Team leader Lee Eun-bai was silent. Now that it came to this, she didn't have much else to say. And then, a belated realization came to her. Could it be that Bike Hack Publishing has no way to control this genius boy? Is there none? Sighed EP Princess Maker. Through Lee Eun-bai, the well-connected team leader of Bike Hack Publishing, rumors circulated that this kid is no ordinary kid. Surprisingly, the prickly and coolly chic image of the genius boy they encountered through the media was not an exaggeration. But the history of humanity is a history of challenges and progress. Civilization could advance because there have always been those who devoted themselves to innovation and research. Every modern person should be thankful to the ancient people who first dared to eat a pufferfish. Anyway, there have always been people who needed to taste to distinguish between what is crap and what is being paced, and Bike Hack Publishing was no exception. In an era when literature has become a vulgar joke, the educational department, which continued to sell workbooks refreshingly and became a solid cash cow for Bike Hack Publishing, also reached out to Moon In Seop. Would you consider being the cover model for this year's workbook series? You're the dream of parents nationwide. Author Moon, the photo shoot won't take long. How about taking just one picture with the older sisters at the studio? I'm a bit reluctant to do modeling activities. I'm sorry. Why? It's just a bit, yeah. The publishing sales department, thinking that bringing Moon In Seop to any business field would magically open doors, also shamelessly approached him with a breezy attitude. This friend is Author Moon? Wow, younger than I thought. Hey Author Moon. I'm Lee Han-jae, the head of publishing sales. How about going for a drive to Uido with me? Do you like sushi? I was thinking of treating you to something really expensive and delicious. Are you trying to involve a minor in a business meeting and have him pour alcohol? No. The editorial department, currently benefiting from Moon In Seop's works at Bike Hack Entertainment and wanting to transfer them to Bike Hack Publishing's lineup, also came with a benign impression and contracts. Hello, author. I'm here with news about the reprint of your novel. Congratulations on becoming a bestseller. So, we've prepared a special exhibition featuring only your novels. If you sign here, special displays will be set up in Bike Hack Publishing stores nationwide, and will renew your existing novels as well. Discuss business matters with my editor. But Department Head Lim is currently on standby. That's unfortunate. Eventually, after every department in Bikak Publishing, almost all departments, attempted to use Moon Inseop for business and got rejected, they finally understood the true identity of this genius boy. He's not a middle school student. He's something else in the guise of a middle school student. The Bikak Publishing employees, facing indescribable fear, ran to the publishing management department to protest, questioning the responsibility of managing Moon Inseop. Why is he like that? I mean, the kid doesn't act like a kid. Why does he dislike fame? Was there some kind of incident? Or is it just rebellion? He dislikes variety shows, being a cover model, even book promotions, so are you saying we should just let him sit in a corner and write? Exactly. Then what about the variety shows he appeared on until now? Everyone calm down. Swept up by the tsunami of complaints, the employees of the publishing management department tried to calm their bewildered feelings and methodically sort out the complaints. So, without any particular reason, he declines variety shows, being a cover model, and shows a remarkable aversion to any activities outside writing. Yes. He's precociously mature for a child, doesn't listen to adults, and does only what he wants. Right? Above all, he dislikes making money and fame, wants to just write in seclusion, and doesn't listen to anything the company asks, staying cooped up in his room. Yeah, that's right. Having organized the complaints up to this point, the publishing management department employees looked at each other with puzzled faces. What exactly is the problem here? Isn't this just how he normally is? Just the usual Moon Inseop? *****. Meanwhile, Lim Yongwook's phone was buzzing with hundreds of text message notifications. In reality, it was thousands, but due to system limitations, it only showed hundreds. Half of these notifications were from Moon Inseop, and the other half were from Baek Seol. However, since Moon Inseop did not know Lim Yongwook's home address and Baek Seol did, Baek Seol was the first to get in touch with him. "Hello? Is anyone in there?" Bang bang. The entrance door shook with the loud knocking, and a familiar voice could be heard. Lim Yongwook sluggishly got out of his blanket. Without even thinking of trimming his unkempt beard, Lim Yongwook was drawn by the voice to the front door. Baek Seol? The moment the door opened, Baek Seol took a step back from the burst of alcohol fumes. The source of the alcohol fumes was, of course, Lim Yongwook. He was in no state to be seen as a person. "My goodness, how much did you drink? How did you know where I live?" I went through the HR department's files. It must be nice being a director. Leaving a comment that could either be taken as a compliment or sarcasm, Lim Yongwook went back inside his house. "Come on in." Baek Seol hesitated before entering Lim Yongwook's home. Her hesitation stemmed from the worry that Lim Yongwook's home might resemble a garbage dump, just like Lim Yongwook's appearance, but fortunately, Lim Yongwook's home was the exact opposite of him. A neatly organized home welcomed Baek Seol. It was so clean that it almost seemed like a case of OCD. However, Baek Seol knew Lim Yongwook, who had endured 2 years of humiliation in the underground parking lot, and subconsciously realized that this tidy home was indeed Lim Yongwook's last bastion of pride. Upon a closer look, Lim Yongwook's appearance wasn't that of a hermit. The smell of alcohol was just too strong, but after washing his face in the bathroom, he looked as usual. Lim Yongwook was always ready to go to the company. Realizing this, Baek Seol felt relieved. So, without further worries, she got straight to the point. "How did this happen?" "What do you mean how? The company abandoned me. That doesn't make sense." Baek Seol was about to passionately argue about the significant impact Lim Yongwook had made in the publishing industry. It was wrong that discovering a star author like Moon Inseop resulted in a disciplinary personnel action like being put on standby. That's what she intended to say. However, Lim Yongwook preempted her, answering before Baek Seol could speak. "It must be CEO Kim Sang-guk pulling strings. But still, what can I do about it? Kim Sang-guk is the CEO of Bikak Publishing, and the publishing management department is now under Bikak Publishing. What can I do if the CEO decides to fire his department head?" And the transfer of the publishing management department from Bikak Entertainment to Bikak Publishing was facilitated by some hastily assembled, bizarre department called the Organizational Innovation Department, to which she belonged. Feeling guilty for inadvertently contributing to Lim Yongwook's dismissal, Baek Seol bowed her head. "I'm sorry." "What are you sorry for? Let's eat something." Lim Yongwook made fried rice with eggs and ham. While Baek Seol was dazedly trying to gather her thoughts, she found herself sitting at the dining table, scooping rice. Eating the steaming fried rice, Baek Seol suddenly muttered, "It's delicious, right? You cook really well." "Well, I live alone." The topic of Lim Yongwook's family, which he usually avoided with his keen senses, unexpectedly came up from Lim Yongwook himself. "I also come from a orphanage, like Inseop." That's probably why I felt more attached to him. Even as he faced being abandoned by the company for the second time, Lim Yongwook smiled gently. Baek Seol easily guessed that it was because of Moon Inseop. "To be honest, as an editor, I feel like I've done everything I wanted to do. I've shared beautiful writing that must be known to the world. Will there ever come a day when I find a second Moon Inseop? Probably not. He was just like a destiny that comes once in a lifetime. At some point, I forgot all about revenge and whatever, and focused on promoting Moon Inseop's books. I ended up in this situation because I was too complacent, but that's how much fun it was. Hanging out with that cheeky little kid, teaching Baek Seol this and that. Now I feel like I've achieved everything. So it's okay. You don't have to worry too much, Baek Seol." Baek Seol, unlike Moon Inseop who came back in time, did not know that Lim Yongwook was longing for a genius writer and close friend who had died too young in his youth. But Baek Seol had spent a lot of time with Lim Yongwook. Now, Baek Seol knows who Lim Yongwook is. He is not a businessman but an artist. He is the kind of person who can be satisfied just by sharing beautiful writing with the world, regardless of not making money or being ousted from the company. What else could you call him if not an artist? But in the end, Lim Yongwook was driven out by scoundrels like Kim Sang-guk and Yang Sung-joon. They are the kind who see art not as art but as capital or soft power. The chairman is no different. Whether it's the deceased chairman or the current one, they do not regard art as art. The world they have created is too dry and harsh. Therefore, it must be protected. Baek Seol was so engrossed in her thoughts that she was not aware of the realization she was coming to. It was an untidy, chaotic mess of thoughts, closer to an impulse than a dream. Yet, this realization would decisively change Baek Seol's life. ******. In the end, Baek Seol couldn't bring herself to suggest to Lim Yongwook that they take Moon Inseop and start their own publishing company independently. She realized how fanciful that idea was. BICAC is a massive, meticulous, and cruel corporation. The moment a sheep escapes the fence, BICAC would not hesitate to slaughter it. Not to consume it, but to set an example. Thus, one must act within that fence. Here, fortune favored her. Most people cannot escape the predicament of being a sheep within that fence because they are born as sheep. However, Baek Seol was born as the granddaughter of the illegitimate child of the BICAC Group founder. At the very least, she was qualified to stand at the starting line. But Baek Seol was not a chaebol. She was jokingly referred to as of noble blood, and indeed, she ascended the corporate ladder with the power of her lineage, but that was always due to external factors. Baek Seol's inner self was not that of a chaebol. She had never thought of herself as a chaebol. Baek Seol's father was not a chaebol either. He was merely a wealthy idler. Content with the rental income from inherited buildings, he loved his family in an ordinary way, passing the time as an idler engaged in various arts and entertainment social activities. There was only one chaebol that Baek Seol knew. As the eldest son of the BICAC Group founder's illegitimate child, he managed to protect his business entity against all sabotage and led a legal battle over inheritance rights for a whopping 7 years. "Hello, uncle." It was Baek Seol's uncle, Baek Do-hyun. Baek Do-hyun's office was located in the headquarters strategic planning office. He was a team leader-level official in the strategic planning office. And since the lowest rank among the team leader-level officials in the BICAC Group strategic planning office was COO, Baek Do-hyun's nameplate read as follows: Head of Personnel Support Team, Strategic Planning Office, CEO Baek Do-hyun. CEO Baek Do-hyun rose from his seat with a warm smile, just like the old times when he used to encourage his niece to study abroad. "Oh, my daughter, you're here?" Chapter 85. In various media, including dramas, relatives are depicted as naggers, shameless, old maids, villains, etc. It might be partly due to the addition of sensational settings for ratings, but it surely reflects the cold reality of modern nuclear families. However, to Baek Seol, her uncle was not an extra who appeared every holiday to give unsolicited, light advice on life. Just as CEO Baek Do-hyun calls his niece Baek Seol his daughter, Baek Seol also regarded CEO Baek Do-hyun as her second father. Baek Do-hyun felt the same. He looked at Baek Seol, who hesitated to speak, with a tender gaze. "There. Yes. What is it?"
CEO님.
Ha ha ha. My goodness. I've lived to hear Seol call me CEO. But now that Baek Seol understood the weight of the title CEO that Baek Do-hyun held, she couldn't dare to pout her lips and grumble at her uncle as before. She didn't know when she was younger, but now she knows. The word CEO on that nameplate encapsulates all the hardships and struggles Baek Do-hyun went through. A painful life journey that ordinary people could not even dare to follow. The title CEO meant that Baek Do-hyun managed to protect the business he inherited to the end, involved himself in the Prince's Battle of the BICAC Group, collaborated with the second son to enthrone a new chairman, and finally achieved the family's wish to incorporate it into the BICAC Group's main house. Naturally, Baek Do-hyun's business also became an affiliate of the BICAC Group. The nameplate CEO Baek Do-hyun, head of human resources and strategic planning, encompasses such a life. Baek Seol felt overwhelmed by the weight of that black nameplate. But now, Baek Seol also had things she needed to protect. After biting her lips tightly for a moment, Baek Seol carefully spoke each word with courage. "I came to see you because I cannot accept some aspects of Department Head Lim Yong-wook's personnel disposition." The corners of CEO Baek Do-hyun's mouth slightly curved up. Sighed EP Princess Maker. Baek Do-hyun is Baek Seol's second father. Not because Baek Seol's biological father is a frivolous man who spends his time exploring omakase and wine gatherings. Similarly, it's not because CEO Baek Do-hyun is a competent and charismatic businessman unlike her father. For a person to consider a man who is not their biological father as their father is a very difficult thing. It's a matter of instinct, not reason. From this, one can see the extraordinary capacity of Elbu, who willingly recognized three men as his fathers. Baek Seol didn't have the capacity of a historical figure, so to have two fathers, she needed a cognitive misunderstanding on the level of a newly hatched duckling imprinting on the first human it meets as its parent. Baek Seol was that duckling. Baek Seol thought she had two dads and two moms from the moment she was born, and she thought her cousins were her real brothers, because they all lived together. It might seem odd for a large family in modern times, especially for an illegitimate child of a chaebol family challenging for inheritance rights, but that's when scary men in suits start to follow you around. This was around the time when the BICAC Group's founder fell into a coma due to illness. Baek Seol's grandfather was the founder's illegitimate child but wasn't completely destitute. He had a company given out of the founder's youngest love, which included a small share of the headquarters, and that was the beginning of all tragedies. The family, which jumped into the gambling den with a single penny, faced harsh oppression. Open threats and enticements were exchanged, and violence occurred behind the scenes. The reason Baek Seol's family ended up living tightly together in one house was not out of choice but a matter of survival. During the years of forced large family living, as everyone's mental health deteriorated, Baek Seol was born as the youngest daughter of the family. Naturally, becoming the idol of the family was a given. Especially since Baek Do-hyun only had sons and no daughters, Baek Seol grew up receiving plenty of affection and pocket money from her uncle. With just one display of Baek Seol's affectionate charm, her father would be overjoyed to death, her uncle would collapse, her grandfather would fret, and her cousin brothers would be smitten. During the most oppressive times for the family, young Baek Seol became a source of vitality for the household. Fortunately or not, when Baek Seol grew up a bit, the BICAC Group's founder died, and the inheritance dispute ended. The illegitimate family line was completely ousted from the inheritance dispute, and the dark-suited men, surely summoned by black magic, slipped back into the shadows. Thanks to that, Baek Seol's family could split back into halves, and everyone went their separate ways. Her uncle's family bravely prepared for a statutory share lawsuit, hosting the founder's illegitimate son despite the torrent of retaliatory tax investigations, while Baek Seol's just father dipped his toes into the chaebol inheritance dispute only to taste the bitterness of life and started a carefree lifestyle. However, after these experiences, the two families became not just relatives but family. The strong bond formed during hard times never fades. Of course, it was the icing on the cake when Baek Seol's just father declared his carefree life and generously gave all his company shares to his brother. The brothers, who had maintained a subtle tension for 30 years, became true soul friends at that moment. In hindsight, that was the wisest choice. Having inherited the company early from his father, the founder's illegitimate child, and with his brother's support securing complete succession rights, CEO Baek Do-hyun finally succeeded. He protected the company from overwhelming external pressures, continued the statutory share lawsuit despite all threats, and didn't miss the opportunity to lead a change in chairmanship. That's what Baek Do-hyun said. Isn't that obvious? But CEO Kim Sang-guk has brought in more money than Lim Yong-wook. The logic that Kim Sang-guk, CEO of Baikak Publishing, unjustly oppressed Lim Yong-wook couldn't persuade Baek Do-hyun, because he was already aware of the whole situation. Department head Lim Yong-wook? I know he discovered a writer. He did well. Not only did he create a writer, but he also contributed to improving our Baikak Group's image during these turbulent times. But how could such a person be put on standby? While Lim Yong-wook brought up a star author, CEO Kim Sang-guk has been loyal to the company for decades. Of course, it's well known that CEO Kim Sang-guk can be petty. It was obvious to those above that he was stirring up trouble this time. But it would be somewhat disappointing not to accommodate someone who has dedicated decades to the company just because he threw a tantrum once. Wouldn't it? Baek Seol was speechless in front of such a chilling logic. However, CEO Baek Do-hyun, not wanting to make the atmosphere tense, gently taught Baek Seol like a teacher lecturing an honor student. Seola, CEO Kim Sang-guk might be a grumpy old man, but he's not some villain with unmatched evil. You shouldn't see someone of his position as an individual. CEO Kim Sang-guk is more like a spokesperson acting according to the mainstream opinion of Baikak Publishing, not the owner of Baikak Publishing. That's why he became the CEO, and that's why he can keep his position. That's what company life is like. Lim Yong-wook has indeed broken too many conventions and is a non-mainstream figure who works in a unique way. Frankly speaking, his educational background is also non-mainstream. So, the employees of Baikak Publishing generally don't like working with Lim Yong-wook, and therefore, Kim Sang-guk is implementing the opinions of Baikak Publishing's employees. Of course, he might think he's acting on his own will, but if you look at the system, it's all like that. And, even though Lim Yong-wook and that writer friend brought a lot of money to the company, compared to the money that CEO Kim Sang-guk and Baikak Publishing's, how should I say it? Malfeasance cartel? Yeah. Compared to the money that the Baikak Publishing malfeasances have monopolized in the publishing industry for decades, the significance of that writer is nothing. It's a very simple issue. Kim Sang-guk is more beneficial to the company than Lim Yong-wook, so the higher-ups support Kim Sang-guk. Do you understand now? Baek Seol did not give up. This time, Baek Seol decided to fight using CEO Baek Do-hyun's own logic. I think department head Lim Yong-wook contributes more to the company than CEO Kim Sang-guk. Is that so? CEO Baek Do-hyun showed nonverbal signs of listening to Baek Seol attentively, like a kind teacher. He gently smiled and adjusted his posture. Encouraged by this, Baek Seol explained the situation of the literary world. The industry slowly dying. People not reading books. Decades of failed innovation. It was Lim Yong-wook who provided at least a bit of vision in such a situation. Lim Yong-wook's true achievement was not just selling a lot of books by the author but making the public interested in publishing again through the author. He was a game-changer who expanded the entire industry's pie. CEO Baek Do-hyun smiled meaningfully and remained silent for a long while. Baek Seol couldn't let go of her tension. waiting for Baek Do-hyun's response. Chim. Baek Do-hyun's expression hardened. Seola. Baek Seol's expression also hardened. Yes, Seo Nim. If you want to change something, you need to be prepared for it. Just snapping my fingers won't make the world work conveniently. I'd do anything for my niece's words. But many people saw you coming to the headquarters to meet me. And if Department Head Lim Yong-wook is reinstated after that, everyone will know you've caused trouble for CEO Kim Sang-guk. Then you're not just an ordinary salaryman anymore. Do you really want to get involved in this dirty game? Baek Seol, who had been shrinking all this time, stood tall in front of this question. She now had dreams, things she wanted to protect. Yes. Seeing Baek Seol's determined look, CEO Baek Do-hyun's expression softened, and he smiled gently. Baek Seol could finally smile too. If Seol says so, I should meet him once? Taech, thank you. Baek Do-hyun approached Baek Seol, who was repeatedly nodding, and gently embraced his niece, showing her a reassuring, warm smile. Don't bow your head too much. Why are you doing this to your uncle? St still. Thank you so much. Don't mention it. You are my daughter, aren't you? Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. There are several reasons to conduct important business meetings in a bar. It's private, it caters well to people who enjoy alcohol, and it can be dressed up with a luxurious atmosphere. However, the reason CEO Baek Do-hyun used bars was because it allowed him to non-violently intimidate the other party. Bars are generally spaces for the upper class, making non-experts without knowledge of alcohol feel inferior, and realizing the hierarchy by spending someone's monthly salary on a bottle of alcohol. And naturally, enforcing authority makes it easier to manipulate the other party. Power is close to oppression, but soft power is nearly akin to brainwashing. Baek Do-hyun slowly scrutinized Lim Yong-wook's appearance. He looked neat but nervous, clearly intimidated. It seems everything is prepared. Bringing Lim Yong-wook to a luxurious bar and demoting him was for precisely the same reason. Weakening someone mentally and physically makes them easier to manipulate. Baek Do-hyun knew everything about Lim Yong-wook's life. His personality, wealth, secrets, achievements, even before Baek Seol told him, he had already known.
So, you're Lim Yong-wook? Hello, Seo-nim.
Have a drink. Baek Do-hyun started paying attention to Lim Yong-wook around the time his beloved niece began making a name for herself as a world-renowned translator. Baek Do-hyun saw potential in Baek Seol, and for that, Baek Seol needed her own set of hands and feet. That's when Lim Yong-wook naturally caught his eye. My niece is close with you, isn't she? I heard you taught her a lot of things. You must have been a good boss at work. Oh no.
Seo-nim.
What do you mean, no? Thanks to you, she even got nominated for the Booker International Prize. Haha. The pressure Kim Sang-guk put on headquarters to demote Lim Yong-wook was a great opportunity. Baek Do-hyun left Kim Sang-guk alone and secretly pushed Lim Yong-wook into a corner, to make his beloved niece come to him on her own. Seol told me that it's unfair you were demoted. Do you think so too? Baek Do-hyun's plan hit the mark. Baek Seol came to work for Baek Do-hyun of her own volition. Having his beloved niece, who would never betray him, a blood relative, and a translator who gained fame as a nominee for the Booker International Prize, come to him as a subordinate was very pleasing. Now all he had to do was elevate her. Lim Yong-wook was a tool for that purpose. Truthfully, I couldn't care less what happens to Baikak Publishing. Baek Do-hyun gently patted the startled Lim Yong-wook's shoulder. However, the words that came out of his mouth were chillingly indifferent. Baikak Publishing is, how should I say it, like a museum. Our Baikak group started in bookstores. It shows how much we love culture. So, it's not bad for Baikak to monopolize media channels. It's like an exhibition hall for publicity. So, the money from Baikak Publishing doesn't really matter. The decline in publishing is a trivial matter from up here. Our group's cash cow is finance, after all. Even within the media sector, compared to broadcasting stations and newspapers, publishing is minor. It's the periphery of the periphery. Baek Do-hyun planted an irresistible offer in Lim Yong-wook's mind. So whether it's Kim Sang-guk or Lim Yong-wook who leaves the company, it's all the same to me. How could I refuse when my niece asks? Lim Yongwook wasn't foolish enough not to realize that Baek Do-hyun wanted something from him. Now that salvation's rope had been thrown to him, Lim Yongwook, with a voice slightly trembling but trying to be as dignified as possible, opened his mouth. What should I do? Reading Lim Yongwook's desperation, anxiety, and hope, Baek Do-hyun smiled slyly. Make my niece the CEO. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. A new division within Baikak Publishing was established, and the entire publishing management department was moved there. The head of the new division was Baek Seol. Translator's note. Hi everyone. This week it'll be busy IRL, so chapter releases will be sporadic, and there might not be a chapter on some days. I wanted to let you know in advance. Also, I will try to make up for the missed chapters next week. Thanks. Chapter 86. The fact that almost all employees of Baikak Publishing dislike Lim Yongwook implies that almost all employees know who Lim Yongwook is, and Baikak Publishing is a very large company. It's very difficult for one employee to become famous in such a company, unless you happen to run into the chairman's son around a corner with toast in your mouth. Fortunately, Lim Yongwook has never run into the chairman's son with toast in his mouth, but he has run into quite a few other people. To think that was submitted as a plan is questionable. I think it's nonsense. Don't think about adding anything here. Just do as you're told. Is that so difficult? There's a ghost story that gets told in Baikak Publishing. Long ago, in the publishing planning department that decides the business direction of Baikak Publishing, there lived a devil. The moment you make eye contact, your project gets overturned, and despite the seniority order, this devil devours seniors whole with great ability, leaving no room for objection. Of course, it's all an old story. The devil was exorcised, and the ghost story gradually forgotten. But today, the devil from the ghost story has returned. You can't possibly. It's been a long time. Sunbae. Publishing Planning Department head Woo Ki-tae was as shocked as if he had seen a ghost. Indeed, the difficulty of resurrecting the dead and bringing back the demoted might be similar. The very image of that bastard from Woo Ki-tae's memory, just without the hair. The devil in a suit approached Woo Ki-tae. You, how could you be here? We'll be working together again, so I came to say hello. That day, the employees of Baikak Publishing remembered. The fear of being dominated by the devil, the humiliation of having their proposals rejected. Publishing Management Department head Lim Yongwook. Lim Yongwook has returned. P6 The show must go on. Anyone familiar with the village hidden in the leaves knows that originally, a rogue ninja is much stronger than just a ninja. According to traditional subculture grammar, the exiled are strong, and the returnees are also strong. So what about someone who was exiled and then returned? They are much stronger. Therefore, it's common sense that someone who was exiled and returns gains cheat abilities and becomes 999 times stronger. This is also mentioned in Japanese light novels. Lim Yongwook was somewhat similar. When he left, he was a team leader, but upon his return, he was a department head. Moreover, having a reliable figurehead head of the division backing him, he could be said to be Elbu on red hair, or Mario with a star. Horse of Elbu. However, Lim Yongwook's impression upon entering the lobby of Baikak Publishing was a bit distant from the traditional subculture cliches. Rather than wielding cheat abilities to slaughter everyone, a bitter and nostalgic longing took precedence. The scenery remains the same. He remembered the day he first entered the lobby of Baikak Publishing. It was a time filled with hope and ambition. Although he soon realized the company's deep-rooted disdain for inferior universities and was frustrated, the dream of making the Korean publishing industry a better place was vividly remembered. And now, Lim Yongwook is slowly realizing that dream. At this rate, he wouldn't be ashamed in front of his younger self. With that lingering sentiment, Lim Yongwook glanced at Baek Seol division head beside him. Gone was the disheveled office worker, wandering the office with a cup of coffee and yawning. Baek Seol, neatly dressed, certainly looked the part of her position, but her eyes, wavering incessantly, undermined the atmosphere. What should I do? 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 Easily reading her inner turmoil, Lim Yongwook smiled and offered her some guidance. You should probably start by going to the division head's office. Director Nim. Yes. Yeah. Baek Seol still found it awkward to hear polite speech from Lim Yongwook, her eyeballs spinning round and round. But shouldn't we still greet the company's people? In what company does the head of a division go around greeting the department heads? Then maybe in a slightly anti-authoritarian venture company vibe? Baikak Publishing is a company of stubborn old farts. Just sit nicely in the division head's office. After setting Baek Seol's course of action, Lim Yongwook went around Baikak Publishing to greet the stubborn old farts. Roaming around, he saw many familiar faces. Lim Yongwook warmly smiled and greeted every acquaintance he encountered. How long has it been, Assistant Manager Lee? Hello. Team Leader. No, I mean Department Head Nim. I see you're a team leader now, too, Leun Bai. Huh? I thought you would become one someday. I saw the ambition in your eyes every time you laughed at the CEO's jokes. Hey, Assistant Manager Park. Team Leader Lim. What's wrong? You look like you've seen a ghost. Oh, you've become a deputy head? Congratulations. Are you in sales department? Hey, I'll be seeing you around. Let's greet each other again later. Lim Yongwook exchanged brief greetings with acquaintances and department heads he encountered in the corridors. There were strange murmurs like, Lim Yongwook smiled. And what did I just see? But he didn't bother much about them. From his first round of reconnaissance, Lim Yongwook learned something important. This company, it hasn't changed much. Then the story becomes very simple. Lim Yongwook returned to Division Head Baek Seol and reported the outcome of his reconnaissance. I think for the time being, we just need to do our own work. We don't have to worry about other departments. Lim Yongwook, knowing the company Baikak Publishing better than anyone else, was able to give Baek Seol a pinpoint lecture. The ideology dominating Baikak Publishing is elitism. The one thing that allows them to endure the harsh working environment is the pride of being the pinnacle of the Korean publishing industry. This mentality applies to the organization as well. It's about delegating all decision-making power to capable people. That's the publishing planning department, where I used to be. You know where that is, right, Director? Yes. Perhaps in the book distribution department, which manages offline bookstores and distribution networks, but at least within the publishing business department, the publishing planning department holds all the power. Thus, other departments are essentially just tools to facilitate the projects attempted by the publishing planning department. In other words, you only need to worry about the publishing planning department. But now it's a mess there. The publishing planning department where Lim Yongwook had been was a place of fierce meetings and debates, primarily between conservatives and innovators. However, after the entire minority of innovators were ousted due to the Publishing Management Task Force explosion, the department became a den for conservatives. In other words, a robust leadership system under the Kim Sang-guk Yang Sung-jun line was completed. But that's been ruined. Yang Sung-jun was gone, and Kim Sang-guk was out of sorts. And to Lim Yongwook, Department Head Woo Ki-tae seemed incapable of returning the publishing planning department to its normal state. Therefore, in Baikak Publishing's existing power structure, the only person who could think, have a say, and exercise that power was CEO Kim Sang-guk, but his threat melts away in front of Baek Seol's dignified lineage. Whether it's simply a good situation or orchestrated by CEO Baek Do-hyun, Lim Yongwook was not so dull as to not know what to do next. Now, we just have to change the Publishing Management Department into the Publishing Management Division. We've gained a level of independence within Baikak Publishing that could be considered an in-house venture, or even a subsidiary. Now we just need to utilize Baikak Publishing's manpower and capital to expand our business and build our achievements. So, when such impressive achievements are accumulated, there will be justification for promoting Baek Seol to CEO. He omitted that part. I know it's very confusing for you right now, but once you get used to it, it's nothing. It'll guide you as quickly as possible, so for now, just get used to the company. Okay. The two exchanged determined glances. Lim Yongwook bowed to Baek Seol and then left the office. He headed towards the publishing management department. As he opened the office door, he saw the employees, waiting like baby birds, with their eyes wide open in surprise. Lim Yongwook smiled, showing his white teeth. To Daima, assistant manager Kim Ji-ryung, with a deep understanding of Japanese otaku light novels, sprang up from his seat and responded, "Kiri." Even the regular employees, who didn't understand what the two were talking about, sprang up and rushed to Lim Yongwook. "Department Head Lim, you've returned." "Department Head Lim." The employees of the publishing management department welcomed Lim Yongwook as if they were reuniting with lost family members. All the original staff of the publishing management department were from Baikak Entertainment, and for them it was as if they had suddenly been dropped into a different world one day. Lim Yongwook affectionately consoled the lost lambs, who had been struggling in his absence, as he subtly explored the publishing management department office. Ho ho! About half of the publishing management department was new personnel, likely dispatched from various departments of Baikak Publishing intending to terraform and swallow the department whole. But while entering is voluntary, leaving is not. The publishing management department, no, the publishing management division, is at a precious moment that must be transformed into an entertainment agency for novelists. Lim Yongwook began to devise a wicked strategy to gulp down the spies planted by Baikak Publishing. But that was one thing and this was another. There was a more pressing matter at hand. But where's author Moon? He's gone missing. *****. Saying that Moon In-seop has gone missing is an overly Baikak Publishing-centric point of view. It's true that Moon In-seop disappeared from his workshop and escaped the grasp of Baikak Publishing employees, but from Moon In-seop's perspective, it wasn't a disappearance. It was an escape. It feels so refreshing. Although Moon In-seop's path is that of literature, he is still a resident of the New Light Spring Orphanage. He had inherited the skill of Golden Cicada shedding from Ma Ki-hoon, who had single-handedly defeated a gang of evil villains 3-1 and escaped from a hopeless situation. Especially with Ma Ki-hoon himself by his side. How much more could it be? The two boys had easily slipped from the grasp of Baikak Publishing and disappeared. Baikak Publishing employees even contacted the New Light Spring Orphanage to inquire about Moon In-seop's whereabouts, but ultimately they could not track down Moon In-seop and Ma Ki-hoon, and the two were at the New Light Spring Orphanage. Under a large tree in the yard, they lay on a platform spread out on the ground. The cool summer breeze blowing under the shade of the tree cooled the heat. The breeze is cool and just perfect, right? How did you come up with this idea? Moon In-seop had used his knowledge as a returnee for the first time in a long while. Only Moon In-seop knows the future. A few years from now, a large platform will be laid out in the yard of the New Light Spring Orphanage. The platform, installed without much thought by director Moon Chung-jae, became a beloved fixture among the children. The feeling of lying sprawled under the shade of a tree in summer is something those who haven't experienced it wouldn't understand. Moon In-seop had simply brought that future a little earlier. Thanks to him, not just Moon In-seop and Ma Ki-hoon but other children were also resting sprawled out on the large platform. A passing orphanage gym teacher came over and tapped on Ma Ki-hoon's leg protruding from the platform. "What are you kids doing? Resting. Are you a dried fish? It's not like drying peppers in the countryside. What is this?" The gym teacher boisterously squeezed himself among the children and lay down on the platform. The primary school kids shrieked about the sweat smell, but the gym teacher chuckled and clung to the children. Ma Ki-hoon also watched with a playful smile, and Moon In-seop glanced over with a slight roll of his eyes, enjoying the warm scene. Amidst the loud chirping of cicadas, a peaceful summer day at New Light Spring Orphanage was passing by. Just then, an alert sounded on Moon In-seop's phone. It was a call from Kim Bile. "Hello? In-seop, we're friends, right?" "Yes. Friends, right? Me?" If Moon In-seop had known that Kim Bile was calling during a variety show filming, he might have thought a bit more about his response. Chapter 87. Becoming a star is easy. At least it was for Kim Bile. Excuse me. Could I take a picture with you? Uni? Just once? Kya. So cute. Who's that kid that everyone's fussing over? Kim Bile? I know. That girl who's always on TV these days. The era when tigers smoked and legacy media dominated the press. Kim Bile suddenly became a star one day. TL. The era when tigers smoked is an expression used in Korea before starting fables or fairy tales indicating very long time ago. It was an unprecedented event. Suddenly, the entire nation fell for the cute catchphrase of a preschool child actor. Mom is a fool who only knows dad. Even now, the reason is unclear. One day, suddenly, just like that, Kim Bile became a star. It was a common occurrence at that time. It was the era when a comedian's casually thrown catchphrase would mesmerize the entire nation, so there was no reason why a cute child actor couldn't create a catchphrase. But there was no effort on Kim Bile's part. The role was secured by her mother. The lines were written by the writer. However, all the popularity and benefits were Kim Bile's to claim. The world seemed too easy, and I thought I was special. And for a child not yet in elementary school, there was no mindset to correct that thought. Sometimes I think, if I had only been a bit more conscious and made an effort back then, I wouldn't have to struggle to regain that popularity now. Then perhaps Dad and Mom too. Ahem. An awkward cough brought myself, who was swimming in the past, back to the present. What's wrong, Kim Bile SSI? You suddenly spaced out. Oh, it's nothing. Nothing at all. Snap out of it. I'm in the middle of working, and it's quite an important job. No matter how tattered legacy media has become, a weekend evening variety show is not something you can ignore. The title of a globally popular actor who played a key supporting role in the film Red Hunter and led the nation's pride does not have a long shelf life. Actors gain their image through works, and they spend that image on advertisements and variety shows. Here, advertisements are a revenue-generating activity, and variety shows are an investment to convert image into recognition. At least that's how Kim Bile sees it. Therefore, Kim Bile choosing to appear on a variety show instead of filming an advertisement was a choice of recognition over money. So, if you zone out on a variety show and lose half your airtime, you're just wasting your precious image for nothing. That can't happen. Kim Bile focused on the shooting. The variety show Kim Bile guest starred in had a classical talk show vibe. There were quizzes and punishments, and everyone was slightly over the top. It might feel a bit old-fashioned, but there's a reason why old-fashioned works. For the veteran senior actor Kim Bile, this format was more familiar than today's broadcasts that chase rawness. It even brought back old memories. However, there's a reason why they call old-fashioned formats old-fashioned. The weak broadcasters of today might not understand, but a classic talk show should have a certain fearless spirit to suddenly play disco music and push the guest onto the stage for a dance. Fortunately, Kim Bile wasn't suddenly attacked by a dance time, but a somewhat bizarre mission was forced upon her. You chose virtue among wisdom, courage, and virtue. Excellent. Now, let's see how much virtue actor Kim Bile has practiced in her daily life. What? The count starts now. From now on, Kim Bile has to call someone within 3 minutes and hear the words, "Friend, I love you." The panel looked at Kim Bile with interest, but unfortunately, Kim Bile didn't have many friends. How could she afford to make friends leisurely when she couldn't go to school every day and had to work instead? Still, the reason she doesn't have none but few friends is because there is at least one. In a panic, Kim Bile called someone. Fortunately, the call was quickly answered. "Insip, we're friends, right?" "Yes? Friends, right? Me? P6, the show must go on." "Friends, right?" Hearing Kim Bile's pleading, "Me?" There was no particular reason for the response to pop out. He hadn't pondered over questions like, "What is a friend?" He was just flustered. If someone on the street shouts, "You there?" people commonly respond with "Me." It's a similar context. However, the reason he specifically answered with "Me" instead of "friend," all of a sudden, might be due to his recent habit of overusing phrases like "me." Why? I don't want to. So this is all Bikehack Publishing's fault. I had to witness firsthand how 3 words I uttered without much thought could cause such a stir. It happened to be because this was on a broadcast. Puhahaha hat dash. Waha. On the yellow-themed variety set. with just 3 words. Me? Kim Bile is stupefied, staring blankly into the air. Surrounded by panels of laughing guests, Kim Bile frowned with veins popping on her forehead. We are friends, right? Right? Ha! I sent a telepathic message to my past self, pleading to just agree we're friends. In a situation where time has turned back, it wouldn't be strange to awaken some supernatural power. But that didn't happen. Kim Bile's authoritative attitude provoked my inner contrarian, and the past me refused to say the words Kim Bile wanted to hear. How could I dare call my heavenly sunbae a friend? Eek, you little how long are you going to milk this? Anyways, I'm not your sunbae. We're friends. Friends. What is a friend, anyway? Ah. Stop talking nonsense and just be friends. Hurry up. We're 2 years apart. How can we be friends? TL. In Korea, only pleas of same age are called friends. Otherwise, even if they are friends in public settings, they are addressed in formal way, i.e. sunbae or hubby. Wow, you're being so funny. Hey, have you ever treated me as a sunbae even once? Why are you being like this, Kim Sunbae? Not sunbae, friend. Afterward, Kim Bile desperately tried to extract the word friend from my mouth to an almost pitiful extent. As Kim Bile on the screen became more miserable, the glares pouring onto the real me became increasingly fierce. It felt as though everyone gathered in front of the orphanage TV, teachers and students alike, was staring at me. Felt like sitting on a bed of nails. I endured while pretending to be fine, even as I broke out in cold sweat. Fortunately, thanks to the incident erupting inside the TV, the gazes pouring towards me turned back to the TV. Beep dash. The 3-minute time limit was up. Kim Bile failed to hear the words friend. I love you. From me. The MC, who was biting his lips and holding back laughter, briskly waved the cue card. All right. Fail. At the same moment, a fierce wind blew from Kim Bile's microphone, and countless kernels of popped rice poured down on her head. Kaiwa dash. The hair that must have been carefully set by the hair coordinator and stylist turned into a mess like that of a ghost. The popped rice and its crumbs stuck in her hair like dandruff, round and white. Kim Bile, beyond the screen, probably smelled of the savory scent of popped rice oil. Kim Bile was devastated by such a cruel punishment. But perhaps the shock was more to her heart than her body. Kim Bile, with dead fish eyes, stared blankly into space and murmured to herself in a thin voice, "We're not friends? Damn it." Feeling a bad premonition, I sneakily tried to get up and escape. However, the eyes of the orphanage kids gathered around the TV shot towards me. Like seagulls spotting a person with shrimp chips, the kids' heads turned following my movement. In the midst of those seagulls, the boss seagull, Ma Ki-hoon, pointed at me with his finger. Grab him. Dozens of seagulls got up from their spots. The days when the kids at New Light Spring Orphanage treated me like second coming of Jesus who could duplicate cola and chicken are long gone. When I asked why my treatment had suddenly worsened, it was because I had become too great. A kid I had once advised, "You're better suited for studying than soccer," explained it well. And when Inseop became moderately famous, it was awkward because it felt like my friend had become someone great. And now, how should I put it? I can't believe someone so great is my friend. That this wasn't just a flattering expression, but the real deal was something I had already experienced physically. As my greatness exceeded the realms of jealousy and envy to reach an unbelievable level, the kids had started to treat me like they used to. Maybe they had gotten used to having a friend who frequently appeared on TV. No matter how much I donated to the orphanage, if I broke the rules of righteousness on TV, I had to be beaten up like a dog. That was the law of New Light Spring Orphanage. Having become the greatest traitor in history, I survived by escaping the orphanage and returning to my studio. Unable to bring myself to bother Ma Ki-hoon, who was meeting his girlfriend for the first time in a while, I returned alone. Awaiting me was some good news. Lim Yongwook had returned to work. Department head Lim Yongwook, who was waiting for me in the studio, greeted me with a bright smile showing his white teeth. "Tadaima. Ta what? Ah really? Don't you watch any anime?" I'd appreciate it if you kept your Japan otaku manga references to yourself. Still sharp-tongued, I see? Our greetings were a bit rough, but we shared a warm hug. After setting up some snacks and catching up on what had happened, it seemed like everything had been going relatively well. Thankfully, now that Baek Seol has risen to the position of head of Baikak Publishing's publishing management division, just making eye contact instinctively makes me want to kneel, such is her level. The malicious plots of the evil faction were crushed into pieces before the august dignity of the Baikak bloodline, so it seems there won't be any chaos at the company for a while. Anyway, it was a time of chaos. As I was letting out a sigh of relief, Lim Yongwook came to me with a warm smile and expressed his gratitude. You've had a tough time too. It was nothing. All sorts of temptations were thrown at you, weren't they? I couldn't deny it and nodded. People from Baikak Entertainment were rather distant because they were from a different industry, but those from Baikak Publishing, perhaps because we swam in the same waters, were greedily eyeing me. It was a time when I could directly feel how my writings could turn into an enormous amount of money. I didn't realize it when I saw the numbers in my bank account, but facing human greed directly made it all the more tangible. So, my feelings have been quite strange lately. I am writing with the same determination and skill as before. Yet, in one timeline, I'm struggling with the interest on a youth rental apartment loan, and in another, I'm earning an amount of money that doesn't even feel real. At this point, labor and capital seem like a joke. And indeed, they are just that, things that could vanish in an instant with the snap of some omnipotent being's fingers. Everything a person has worked for their entire life can disappear in a moment due to lymphatic cancer, a sudden misstep by the CEO, or time reversing itself. Anyway, thank you, brat. Any fleeting thought that had been stirring in my head scattered when Lim Yongwook roughly ruffled my hair. Ow. Haha. I didn't expect you, Inseop, to stick to your principles like this. You said you wouldn't write a single piece until I came back, using your slump as an excuse? Even as I harshly slapped away Lim Yongwook's hand, he kept smiling, obviously in a good mood. Unfortunately, that smile didn't last long. It's not exactly an excuse. Huh? I'm really in a slump. That was the case. My slump was still ongoing. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Many sages have discussed human suffering. What does not kill me makes me stronger.
Friedrich Nietzsche.
One cannot learn without pain. Aristotle. Frustration makes a man grow.
Cao Hong.
As can be seen from the insights of such great individuals, appropriate pain serves as a driving force for human progress. Didn't Dostoevsky also escape his dissolute past after being spared from execution at the last moment by a royal pardon? I had to admit, the pain I suffered from being beaten up in high school became a driving force for my creativity. In other words, now that my school life is fairly manageable, my relationships with peers are smooth, and my living situation is comfortable, I, as I am now, lack any compelling stories to tell about suffering from evil in the world. Therefore, this slump, summarized by Ma Ki-hoon as being too well-fed, has been tormenting me for a long time. Of course, this isn't the first slump I've faced. Every creator goes through slumps because creativity is not an infinite resource. However, whenever I faced a slump, I used to overcome it quickly by diving into the world of works by Gu Yuna, who could be considered my muse and a literary alter ego. Herein lies the problem. Now, that Gu Yuna no longer exists in reality. She only exists in my memory. So what now? In an attempt to solve this problem and quickly nurture Gu Yuna, I ended up only solving the slump of the innocent Gu Yubin instead. Teaching Gu Yuna, I even felt like I realized some harsh truth. Gu Yuna, Gu Hakjun, Gu Yubin that I remembered. They had all disappeared beyond the sands of time. All the karma that unfolded in that world also vanished without a trace, never to be resolved. Thus, I became an unresolved case. The life I built, the wrongs I committed, will likely never be resolved. Yes, I knew it. The only thing that can prove me is my writing. Literature brought from beyond time is the only evidence that connects that world and me. It was the only proof that I wasn't just a boy who had dreamt a 22-year-long dream. But that also proved that everything I'm enjoying now is an illusion. I'm not the prodigious boy everyone boasts about, but a 22-year-old failed writer. But even though I resolved to continue the literature of a poor, marginalized, and suffering young man, am living as a 14-year-old genius boy, so how could my writing flow easily? My mind is still in the past, but my body lives in the present. Then where should my literature be? It took me a month to condense my complex inner turmoil to this point. Indeed, wall-gazing meditation to escape this mental block is such a weary process. Yet, enlightenment did not come, and I was still aimlessly wandering when the opportunity for resolution unexpectedly arrived. Hey, you who's not a friend. A friend from this life, with whom I supposedly have no past life connection, contacted me one day, with a voice fiercely insisting, I hold grudges. Are you enjoying your summer vacation? Of course, unlike me, you have a lot of friends, so you must be having a good time. You know, I'm sorry. You're sorry? As if proving she's not an actor for nothing, Kim Bile changed her tone 180 degrees and threatened me energetically. If you're sorry, come to Bikehack Entertainment. When? Now. Right away. Hurry. Contrary to Kim Bile's speculation, I wasn't someone with many friends and was free all day. My schedule was completely empty. The problem was there were more than a few people who wanted to fill up that schedule, but that wasn't my concern. As I shoved my feet into my worn-out sneakers at the entrance, I casually asked, I'm heading out now, but what's up? Let's shoot a variety show together. Just one. It was the start of a strange summer vacation. Chapter 88. In the entertainment industry, people are sold. Human talents, appearances, voices, acting skills, gestures, sense of humor, reputation, actions, lies, etc., are all nicely packaged and sold. It was more of a business than an art. That's how it seemed to Park Young-tae, a 21-year veteran variety show producer. So even he, who is often called a star producer or a genius producer, would be a merchant upon closer inspection. And as a merchant, one must perfectly understand the quality of the products they deal with. Excuse me, PD Park Nim. There's been an error with the casting. What is it? We might need to replace a member. There was a school violence expose on SNS late last night. Ah dear. But people are products without quality assurance. The fact that a member just dropped out before the shooting of a variety show is proof of that. People are very difficult products to verify. Everyone might look fine on the outside, but you never know what's rotting on the inside. Who might be rotten and how is completely random. Ugly pasts, hidden true natures, accidental incidents, etc. Thus, people are strange products. You never know when their value might plummet. Therefore, using people who have already been verified is best. But how can celebrities be verified? You can't. This is a league of people hiding their true selves. Therefore, just before the shooting of the variety show, PD Park Young-tae muttered a line that a PD, who just had a member drop out, would say, albeit weakly. Status window. What did you say, PD Nim? It's not popping up. Damn it. PD Park Young-tae also wants to be a fair and objective producer. But without a status window, that's impossible. He wishes he could just shout status window and have some information show up. He's not even asking for grades like acting skill S rank or singing ability S rank. Whether they get drunk and cause trouble, or blurt out nonsense on SNS, or the reason they went abroad is for tourism or illegal gambling, or whether they bullied someone during their school days. He wishes he could just see those things. That's the modest earnestness of PD Park. But there's no such thing as a status window. That only appears in web novels. The harsh world trampled on PD Park's earnestness. So, PD Park has no choice but to become part of the problem. Guys, send out some texts, saying we're urgently looking for someone. Okay. He'll also go make some calls. It all comes back to connections. The most reliable way to verify people is to get recommendations from others. The reality of the dark cartel that secretly rules the broadcast world is exactly this. Famous PDs and writers leading groups called divisions, and medieval monarchs usually picking people based on recommendations are fundamentally the same. Tests or auditions can't truly verify someone. They are a contest of pandering to the test maker. Any Korean who has prepared for the college entrance exam having heard about the intention of the test maker, would sympathize. Tests inevitably force the test taker to fit theirself into the questions. The test maker can't verify the test taker's true nature. On the other hand, recommendations come with the recommender's endorsement. If the recommender is a versatile and trustworthy acquaintance, it's even more reliable. Therefore, the conclusion drawn from the vast network of a 21-year veteran star producer can only be as reliable as a computer, if not more so. Beep. The conclusion is out. In the end, the person who remained in PD Park Youngtae's sight until the last moment was a boy with a peculiarly cold gaze. Moon In-seop. P6. The show must go on. There were roughly 3 reasons why PD Park Youngtae ambitiously chose Moon In-seop as the emergency fill-in member for his new variety show. First, a close junior producer had strongly recommended Moon In-seop. "Ah, that kid is really like a gem. I don't know much about literature, but he definitely has the talent for variety shows. Well, he seems to have a bit of a difficult personality, causing broadcast accidents frequently. Wouldn't it be enough if they just write an apology? That junior, who seemed like a dark wizard summoning ratings through apologies as offerings, had a trustworthy eye for talent. That's how Moon In-seop caught PD Park's eye. However, PD Park is a star PD who brings together S-class celebrities. Compared to them, Moon In-seop was just one of many candidates. The reason Moon In-seop outshone all those stellar competitors was due to a phone call that PD Park Youngtae received while he was deeply engaged in casting. This is the second reason. The caller was director So Tae-woong. "Yes. Hello? Hello, this is director So Tae-woong." "What? Who did you say you are?" "I am director So Tae-woong. Am I speaking with PD Park Youngtae?" "Ah. Hello. Director Nim." PD Park could be considered at the top of the variety show industry. However, that doesn't mean he could ignore the top figure from a different field. Even though variety show producers and film directors seem unrelated, they share similarities in their work and, crucially, overlap in their casting pools. Especially if it's not just any film director but So Tae-woong. PD Park handled the call with proper respect despite being taken aback. But So Tae-woong was not particularly polite. "I'm really sorry to contact you out of the blue." "Oh no, not at all. But what brings you to call?" "I heard that author Moon In-seop will be appearing in your variety show." "Ah yes, still under discussion. Would it be possible for me to join as well?" "What?" Director So Tae-woong requested to join the variety show. All because of Moon In-seop. Of course, there was only one vacancy, and it was too sudden and did not fit the concept of the show. So he was declined, but this incident made PD Park reevaluate Moon In-seop's value. A boy obsessively pursued by the best film director in Korea? There must be something there. Of course, PD Park's opinion might have changed if he knew that director So Tae-woong was stalking Moon In-seop for the rights to a love story and had even been blocked by him. But PD Park was unaware. This is why information is important. Anyway, Moon In-seop, who made it to PD Park's final casting list, had to undergo one last verification. The last guarantor to play a role here was none other than Kim Bile. "Bile, can I ask you something?" "Yes." "PD Nim." PD Park had recently seen a trending video on YouTube. It was a clip from a variety show where Moon In-seop was teasing Kim Bile. "When asked you are my friend, right?" In an annoying manner. At least in the video, the two seem to be real friends. There's no better way to understand Moon In-seop's true character than by probing his acquaintances. Soon, the conversation that started with "You've been having a hard time lately, haven't you?" continued over some snacks. A self-proclaimed seasoned actor with 10 years of experience was easily played by the 21-year veteran variety show PD. Without even realizing it, Kim Bile spilled all the information about Moon In-seop. Now, PD Park knew that Moon In-seop had the intelligence of an adult, was a real genius, not a fabricated one, and had a level of social skills that met general standards. There were no more barriers to his casting. Thus, Moon In-seop, having passed through 3 filters, joined PD Park's variety show. Of course, Kim Bile thought that Moon In-seop being selected by PD Park was entirely due to her recommendation. ******.
Hehe.
Be grateful. You who are not even my friend. It's all thanks to me that you got cast. You who are not my friend. Kim Bile's proud nose was pointing skywards. I knew she had a somewhat inflated ego, but today her smugness was at a dangerous level. To the point where I wanted to flick her forehead. As a child from New Light Spring Orphanage, one knows how to channel inner strength into their fingers. Not because they trained in martial arts, but because the only game the children without phones played was a non-alcoholic drinking game. Sit around in the multipurpose room after eating and play drinking games long enough, and anyone becomes a master of flicking. I might not be confident in a brawl, but I am in flicking. Even the previous lives Gu Yuna acknowledged it. She said it felt like her skull was splitting in half. But my conscience as a healthy adult male prevented me from hitting a high school girl, so the only reason Kim Bile's skull remains unsplit today is purely thanks to my good nature. Here we are. This is PD Park Nim's studio. Kim Bile, overly confident, stopped in front of a building with a smug smile. Proving that we weren't the only ones visiting the building today, the entrance and parking lot were bustling with people. A studio? Yes. This is PD Park Youngtae's variety show studio. He's not affiliated with a broadcasting station. How should I explain this to you? Kim Bile pondered, stroking her chin and tilting her head. Then, the veteran entertainer continued with an industry tale. The PDs work at broadcasting stations, right? They get a budget and scheduling from the station, get praised by the CEO if the ratings are good, and get chewed out if they're bad. That's right. But even star PDs with more talent than the CEO can get held back by higher-ups at the station. So he went independent? Not exactly. He moved to a place that offered more autonomy and then hit it big. That's where the answer lay. Star PDs who were guaranteed autonomy crushed the organization-affiliated variety show PDs. And there's no rule saying that the losers can't follow the winner's know-how. Thus, a battle began over who can guarantee more autonomy. Star PDs now not only ensured autonomy from broadcasting stations but also went as far as to establish their own variety show studios. And since the shows produced by these studios crushed the competition, broadcasting stations hastily moved to make their variety show departments independent, trying to mimic the success. Everyone's just trying hard to survive. I felt a deep respect for the industry in Kim Bile's voice, which sounded cynically at first. Perhaps it's because Kim Bile herself is among those struggling the hardest. Even if it's called legacy media, lagging behind the times, a closer look reveals a fierce struggle to keep up with the flow of the era. Entering the building, I could feel the pulsating heat of the show business world. Check if there are any cameras available. We can't buy a new one with just 2 days left. Even a rental would do. Hello? Yes. Hello, CEO Nim. This is PD Kim Myung-ho. Yes. I was calling to confirm the schedule for actor Seol. Hey, how could you forget that? The bustling people around me indicated that this was the forefront of the showbiz industry. Feeling overwhelmed by the intense atmosphere, I hesitated for a moment until Kim Bile boldly grabbed my wrist and pulled me inside. Let's go. Kim Bile led me like a fish taking to water. She seemed to naturally accept this all-too-strange atmosphere. Her usual smugness transformed into confidence here, and I couldn't help but find that reliability in her appearance. At times like this, Kim Bile didn't feel like a friend who brags and seeks validation but rather like a true celebrity. Accepting this unfamiliarity, we soon arrived in front of an office. Kim Bile's voice turned lively.
Pedenim.
We're here. Oh, you're here? A familiar-faced PD welcomed us from the office. Park Youngtae. I didn't recognize the name, but seeing his face, I realized he was someone I knew. And for me, someone typically indifferent to anything but novels, to recognize his face meant that he was among the elite of the elite. I carefully pushed away the slight nervousness clogging my throat and introduced myself. Hello, I'm Moon In-seop. I write under the pen name Moon In. You're In-seop? Nice to meet you. I'm Park Youngtae, the PD. I've seen you on TV since I was young. It's a nostalgic feeling. He's precocious. His tone and vocabulary weren't those of a middle schooler his age. He was calm and polite, almost like a professor. But that was all. There was no immediate sense of star quality. Although PD Park Young-tae doesn't have a status window, surviving in the variety show industry for 21 years gives one a similar sort of sixth sense. It's an ability that could be explained with words like intuition or feeling. So one could say he's not feeling it right now. PD Park naturally exchanged greetings with Kim Bile and also greeted the manager who was hesitating behind Moon In-seop. No, what he handed to the manager wasn't a greeting but a business card. Because business discussions should be held with them. Hello, I'm PD Park Young-tae. Here is my card. Ah, yes. Hello. I'm Director Baek Seol. Director? No one seemed intimidated or surprised at the claim that a woman who appeared to be in her mid-20s was a director. It's common for managers to hand out business cards with higher positions than their actual ones when going out. They're called business cards for sales. The company provides them so they don't lose heart. But a director seemed a bit much. Probably a small agency with 4 or 5 employees gave out director business cards to anyone. Maybe they were given stocks instead of a salary and became directors forcibly. It's common. Anyway, what to say? In an industry rampant with figurehead directors, encountering a young person with a director's business card actually proved the company's insignificance. The assistant director sitting next to him couldn't hide his smirk, and PD Park felt it. He warned with his eyes not to laugh and then examined the business card. Bike Hack Publishing, Head of Publishing Management Division, Baek Seol. Chapter 89. Bike Hack Media Group is a gigantic media corporation capable of exercising comprehensive influence across all Korean media. In essence, it's the national kingpin of hooligans. Therefore, PD Park Young-tae was not entirely unrelated to the Bike Hack Group. Of course, PD Park Young-tae does not work for a Bike Hack affiliated company, nor does Bike Hack own any shares in Park PD's variety studio. However, just as the United States leads the world not because it has conquered the entire globe, but because it can drop nuclear bombs anywhere, anytime. Bike Hack dominates the industry not because it monopolizes media outlets, but because it can discipline anyone, anywhere, at any time. Thus, it's unfair to criticize PD Park Young-tae for becoming more cautious after checking Baek Seol's business card, as if his nature were weak against the strong and strong against the weak. Rather, he could be considered a family man who carefully attends to the safety and well-being of his family. In any case, Park Young-tae easily connected the Baek of Bike Hack Group with Baek Seol's Baek and was shocked. And naturally, a question arose. Why would a division head? Why would an executive at the director level, especially one who appears to be from the owner's family considering age and surname, be acting as a manager for a single author? Do they have a hobby of surprising others? Could it be a power-hiding character? Startled, PD Park momentarily entertained such a thought. It was the kind of speculation someone might make when shouting out their status window in a crisis. Of course, the reason Baek Seol, holding the position of a division head, was acting as a manager was not because being discovered as a hidden powerhouse would make her incredibly popular.
Baek
Seol was still trembling. Though her lineage flows with the blood of a Chaebol family, in truth, she is merely an ordinary graduate of the English Literature Department at Oxford's Lincoln College. While it's a story that would incite murderous intent among authors, Baek Seol considers herself to be an ordinary commoner. It's not that Baek Seol enjoys deceiving others. Rather, her standard for being considered wealthy is just significantly high. Why then is Baek Seol acting as a manager while holding a division head's business card? Is it because she rolled up her sleeves and stepped up because Ma Ki-hoon was unsatisfactory? Or did she genuinely become addicted to playing a game of hidden powerhouse? Of course, it was all due to the scheme of Lim Yong-wook, the worst genius ever who even mocks the mainstream literary world. P6 The show must go on. Lim Yong-wook, who reluctantly embarked on the making Baek Seol, the CEO of Bike Hack Publishing Project, ended up having to grow a greenhorn division head into a CEO. Naturally, a division head doesn't grow into a CEO just by being well-fed, like raising a sea monkey. Therefore, Lim Yong-wook had to carefully manage Baek Seol's reputation and achievements, essentially working on what's called achievement crafting. Baek Seol acting as an author's manager was also part of such achievement crafting. The discussion that took place in the Baikak Publishing Division Head's office can be summarized as follows. From now on, you're the one who raised the author Moon. What? It's natural for history to change following a successful coup. There's a reason why medieval leaders were often said to have been born from eggs wrapped in auspicious five-colored clouds. It's not because they were reptilians. As history proves, history can be changed as much as necessary to establish a leader's legitimacy. Thus, Lim Yongwook used his superpower of altering history. Now, the discovery of the author Moon became a result of the beloved Baek Seol Division Head's artistic leadership. There was no conspiracy or manipulation by sectarian factions against this evident fact. It could be said that Baikak Publishing, where only Korea's top elites gather, indeed consists of individuals equipped with the I know everything and act accordingly mindset as a basic trait. Their memories had already been manipulated. But Baek Seol, perhaps due to not attending Seoul National University, lacked a bit of sensibility, which Lim Yongwook countered with simple logic when she objected, asking, "How could you do that? So, did Moon In-seop become famous because of me? Who can say they were the one to promote him?" Thus, Lim Yongwook's argument was as follows. 1. Moon In-seop wasn't a star made by someone's promotion in the first place. 2. Even if I hadn't found him, he would have become famous on his own eventually. I did nothing. 3. Therefore, it's okay to be vague about who discovered Moon In-seop. 4. Perfect. Convinced by this logical persuasion, Baek Seol had to somewhat accept it. It sounded like nonsense, but there was no helping it. Baek Seol's experience was insufficient to counter Lim Yongwook's crafty mouth. And so, Baek Seol became Moon In-seop's manager. She knew nothing about the job, but her mission was to stick closely with Moon In-seop and show off their connection by going around the industry. And it didn't matter that she lacked practical skills. After all, if you're not born with certain talents, you just have to work harder with what you have. Of course, we'll prepare as much as we can on our end. Tage, thank you. Well, make sure you have nothing to worry about regarding the shooting. The business meeting about Moon In-seop's variety show appearance went incredibly smoothly, to the point where managers who had spent months trying to insert their celebrities into PD Park Young-tae's variety shows would feel unjustly treated. Moreover, Baek Seol had the task of lobbying to have Park Young-tae's variety studio produce a show related to authors, for the smooth operation of the publishing management department's model of turning authors into celebrities, which also succeeded as soon as luck turned in their favor. Indeed, the wisdom of the ancients, who said that discussing profit and wealth over the success of a task is the way of petty men, and that true royal business lies in enlightening others through propriety and virtue, was not wrong. Of course, with the appearance of an unprecedented genius boy causing a literary boom, the collaboration between the farm supplying quality authors and the factory creating quality literary culture entertainment was bound to happen. However, a business card with the title of division head from Baikak Group skipped all the tedious discussions and persuasions, allowing one to grasp the sweet fruits instantly. Baek Seol felt no exhilaration from this. The weight of her business card, heavier than she imagined, only weighed down her pocket. Baek Seol stared intently at her business card, which had made one of Korea's most famous variety show PDs squirm, a mere piece of paper being this formidable. Her lineage had always influenced her life in a not-so-good direction. Now, it seemed to be swaying it in a slightly better one. But what meaning does a life have, swayed by something determined the moment one is born, whether it leads to death or survival? Such thoughts crossed her mind. It was a strange feeling. *****. The reason PD Park Young-tae is called the best variety show PD in Korea is not because of grand achievements, but because he's the best at pulling in ratings. In fact, that in itself is a grand achievement. But no one can be at their peak for 21 years straight. Everyone has their ups and downs. Yet, PD Park Young-tae's variety shows are almost always hits. And that's not because he has a status window, but because he has a keen ear. As one can guess from leading a variety show studio, Park Young-tae does not play solo. If comparing to Romance of the Three Kingdoms, he would be Liu Bei, carefully considering and humbly accepting the opinions of the many talents gathered around him. disposing of trivial things like human relationships and pursuing only fun, so Taewoong is closer to Chow Chow. Anyway, PD Park Young-tae's latest variety show was planned by the young talents in his studio, and its content revolves around cooking meals in the countryside. Hey, do you think bringing expensive celebrities to cook meals in rural areas will get good ratings? It does. What the hell, why does it work? The young geniuses of Park Young-tae's crew realized that creating a variety show without uncomfortable scenes is more important than extracting fun. And no one finds scenes of cooking meals in the countryside uncomfortable. The result was a surge in incredible ratings, and the variety of shows based on cooking meals in the countryside developed by them swept through the industry several times. In a way, it could be said to continue the legacy of Family Outing and 2 Days Va One Night. The revived rural variety show achieved popularity in an era when the masses had disappeared. And after several waves had passed, and as the seasons accumulated and the format became stale, the staff decided to bring in new faces. That was precisely the young and MZ generation Kim Bile and Moon In-seop. Hello.
Senor. Im Actress Kim Bile.
Oh, Bile is here? Welcome. Professional entertainer Kim Bile joined the peaceful, uninhabited island members with a fresh and energetic charm, maintaining the perfect angle for the camera. Having already appeared as a guest last season, Kim Bile was greeted with a warm welcome by the existing members. But Bile, why are you calling me senior when you debuted earlier than me as an actress? Hey, junior, let's just overlook that and move on. Yes, senior. Kim Bile smoothly joined the conversation among the members, fitting in without any awkwardness since everyone was a veteran. The only uncomfortable person might be a 20-something rookie actress who joined this season. Kim Bile disliked 20-something rookie actresses. It wasn't because she was being petty about debuting at a young age, but for experiential reasons. Having gone through all sorts of troubles on set, Kim Bile is sensitive to the subtle hierarchy among actors. Her dislike stems from 20-something female rookie actresses. Teen actors are fine. Kim Bile is a dominating senior, so the hierarchy is clear. 30-something actors are also fine. At that age difference, age takes precedence over career, so Kim Bile falls below. Male actors of any age don't matter. Since the genders are different, they naturally keep their distance. And they should. But 20-something female rookies. Actresses who meet these 3 criteria are a bit tricky. When 2 actresses of the same gender meet, they must establish their relationship as either friends or in a senior-junior hierarchy. But with 20-something rookie actresses, the relationship with Kim Bile is quite ambiguous. Kim Bile is overwhelmingly ahead in terms of career, so she is the senior. But the rookie is older in age. However, the age difference isn't significant, only about 4 or 5 years, which makes it ambiguous. So, they usually treat each other with formal speech until they become closer, at which point Kim Bile allows informal speech, but occasionally there are irritating instances. Before Kim Bile can say feel free to speak comfortably, some rookies act like they're older and start using informal speech. And those people are often clearly more successful stars than Kim Bile. The reason is obvious. They are confident because they are currently successful, considering Kim Bile beneath their notice. Anyway, it seems like recent rookie actors can't distinguish between those above and below them. This is the personal opinion of actress Kim Bile, not the official stance of Bikehack Entertainment. In such a manner, after being treated like an outdated fossil from 10 years ago, Kim Bile now instinctively feels wary when she meets 20-something rookie actresses. However, Kim Bile, with an acting veteran skill, had put on a capybara-level friendly expression and was pretending to be cute in front of the camera when she spotted Moon In-seop among the staff. Right, prioritizing friendships comes first. As Kim Bile was deeply concerned about Moon In-seop's actions, PD Park Young-tae opened his mouth. Now we have one more new member joining this season. Everyone who had already greeted Moon In-seop before shooting acted, as if they had no idea who the new member could be, making a big fuss. The youngest ever nominee for the Booker International Prize. A literary genius boy. Do you know who it is? Oh, could it be that? Yes, that's right. Please welcome Moon In-seop. A boy wrapped in a blanket trotted out in front of the camera and greeted the members. Kim Bile was on edge, worrying about Moon In-seop possibly making a verbal slip-up from his hellish mouth. She even sent telepathic messages saying, "Please give a normal greeting." Perhaps heaven was moved by Kim Bile's wish. Moon In-seop completed his self-introduction without any issues.
Hello, I'm Moon In-seop.
I write under the pen name Moon In. Phew. Kim Bile sighed in relief and brushed her chest. It felt like she had just left her child by the water's edge. Though the greeting went well, her worries hadn't subsided. Come to think of it, isn't this Moon In-seop's first time on a real variety show? This isn't a talk show. During the 4-night 5-day shoot, what matters isn't momentary provocative remarks but chemistry with other celebrities. It's human friendliness that's important. Had better do well. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Kim Sunbae doesn't have many friends. That's a lie. Being busy with schedules, I was always alone at school, and being a famous celebrity, I was always an outsider among my peers. Oh dear. No, it's not. Really. It's really not like that. Even though she seems prickly on the outside, Kim Sunbae is always looking for friends. Hey, Moon In-seop, stop it right now. Please become friends with Kim Sunbae. Do you really want to die? Chapter 90. Produced by PD Park Youngtae Studio. A genuine variety show about cooking meals in the countryside. The in is not the meaning road, but the meaning island. TL. In the previous chapter, I translated it as peaceful uninhabited island, but here I have left it as it is to make sense of the sentence, and will use the translated version the next time it appears. Just like its name, it's a variety show filmed on an island. A small island without supermarkets or neighboring residents. The cast must fend for themselves to find food. The means do not matter. Whether picking shells by the beach, going out to fish on a boat, or winning mini-games against the production team. The sight of them rolling around and struggling just to eat on a deserted island could be said to be the fun point of this variety show. But it's going to be a bit difficult to be self-sufficient this season. Isn't it? Indeed, it would be, since there are 2 more mouths to feed. The addition of Kim Bile and Moon In-seop brought a fresh atmosphere to the stale variety show. However, that also meant there were 2 more mouths to feed for the members. What kind of farming and housework could 2 kids do? Of course, they could if they really had to, but if the production team really made the kids work, they would be criticized. Anticipating this, PD Park Youngtae and the staff prepared plenty of ingredients for the members. Of course, they won't just give them away. They would have to go through brutal mini-games. But that's all part of the fun, right? Hey. PD Park Youngtae seemed to already envision the members pleading desperately for one more chance after failing a mission miserably. However, such a situation did not occur. That evening, PD Park Youngtae had to stare blankly at Moon In-seop with hollow eyes. P6 The show must go on. The moment we approached the remote island in the South Sea, I felt a strange scent. It was hard to definitively say it was the smell of the sea breeze, nor could it be easily said to be the smell of the island's trees. A mysterious sensation. If anything, it could also be said to smell like fog. The island in the morning was enveloped in white fog. Now, the sunlight rising from beyond the horizon was chaotically scattering through the fog. I should have brought some manuscript paper. As I was muttering while sitting on the boat, a PD who seemed to be Park Youngtae's right-hand man approached me with the eyes of a bird looking for prey. Oh, Writer Nim, don't you have manuscript paper? Goodness. Haha. Sorry. You don't have manuscript paper, by the way? Surprisingly, she said she could provide me with manuscript paper. When I asked why there would be manuscript paper at a variety shoot, she said it was because of me. Because of me? Yes, we bought it just in case. Let us know whenever you need it. At that moment, I realized the staff wanted to capture me writing on camera during this shoot. Through various activities, the suspicion of ghostwriting had become so irrelevant that it was pointless to mention, but there had never been a broadcast of me actually writing. It would certainly become a topic of conversation if my writing scene was aired. But that was impossible.
I'm sorry. I'm in a slump.
With that little incident, we arrived at the island. It was a secluded island with hardly any people visible. However, there was a strangely sophisticated lodging waiting for us, making it somewhat eerie to see a modern two-story villa on a remote island. Yet, the original members of Peaceful Uninhabited Island were thrilled, their eyes gleaming. Really, this is really our lodging? Of course. Really, really? Absolutely, absolutely. Wow, wow. While the two minors awkwardly hung back, unable to adapt to the filming location, the grown-ups jumped around like children and entered the lodging. Excited voices could be heard from here and there. Look at this. It's a bed. There's a sofa in the living room. It's soft. Whoa, there's a TV. It doesn't turn on though? Let's appreciate that it's there. Seeing recognizable celebrities jumping around like primitive people encountering modern civilization for the first time made me guess how harsh the filming had been up until the last season. Could the production team have been lenient because two kids joined? Maybe it was the result of considerations for the two female members. Naturally, one was Kim Byle, and the other was an actress whose name I hadn't memorized yet. She approached me with a kind voice. "Are you okay? Writer Nim?" "Yes." "Haha, I was just wondering if you think the lodging looks okay." "Ah yes, that's good to hear. I was worried before coming to the shooting, but it seems comfortable enough here. You wouldn't believe how many bugs there were last season." Except for Kim Byle, the other members of Peaceful Uninhabited Island decided to call me Writer Nim. It wasn't necessarily a title of respect for a literary author. It was because I flinched whenever people on set yelled Writer Nim, looking for the scriptwriter. But even considering that, this unknown actress' attitude seemed overly gracious. "Please, feel free to speak casually, Sienseng Nim." TL. Sienseng, which means teacher, and also used when addressing someone whose professional status is unknown, equivalent to sensei.
Sienseng Nim.
Did you just call me Sienseng Nim? Yes. Is there a problem? No. Being a Sienseng was my dream when I was younger. Suddenly hearing Sienseng makes me feel strange. Despite everything, the actress did not give up on using formal language with me. Even as she did so, she managed to keep up a too friendly demeanor and gracefully left. Finding her overly friendly attitude strange, I was pondering over it when Kim Byle sneakily approached and poked my side. That Uni is also a movie actress. Director So Tae-woong's obsession with you is well known. So don't get it twisted. Remember, there's a reason why people treat you nicely. For a moment, I considered if I should flick Kim Byle's forehead, thinking she was essentially saying, "Hey, the only reason you're loved is because of the scraps falling off you." But soon, I realized her words were advice to not get cocky or arrogant, and to always maintain a humble attitude on set, and I felt grateful to Kim Byle. "Thanks for the advice, Kim Sunbae." "Tage, thank you." Kim Byle, embarrassed, ran off. Without chasing after her, I wandered around the spacious villa until PD Park Youngtae gathered everyone in the living room. Now, everyone, please gather around for a moment." As the excited members roamed around the spacious villa, the oldest member, actor Bae Sung-won, asked cheerfully, "Wait, PD Nim, is it really okay to shoot in such a nice place?" I was about to talk about that. According to PD Park Youngtae, the reason there was such a sophisticated villa on this remote island was that it was built by a wealthy individual. However, the villa was abandoned not long after. So, if we were to give this place a name, it would be the abandoned villa of an unnamed tycoon. This sounds like the beginning of a horror movie. That is the villa abandoned because something strange appears at night. "Don't scare me like that," PD Park Youngtae reassured the frightened cast. Fortunately, it wasn't abandoned because of ghosts. The owner moved to the US. His child became very successful there, you see. So, this villa naturally became Oh, I see. By the way, his name is Kim Chunbae. He's a real estate investor. It was easy to get permission because he's a friend of the father of our camera director. Hearing it was the abandoned villa of real estate investor Kim Chunbae somehow made it feel more relatable. The members all relaxed and began to inquire about various aspects of Kim Chunbae's house. And then, PD Park Youngtae kindly informed us that now was not the time to feel relieved. But there's no running water? Of course. It's an abandoned villa after all. And the lights don't turn on either. Of course. It's an abandoned villa after all. Perhaps there's no gas for cooking either? Of course. So, how do we cook our meals? That's why I've prepared something. Everyone, please come out to the yard. PD Park Youngtae, smiling brightly, pointed out 2 items. One was a stack of bottled water boxes, and the other was a hearth. Do we have to start a fire in the hearth here too? Yes. Survival had begun. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Peaceful Uninhabited Island was originally a program about doing all sorts of things on a remote island to make meals. Thanks to that, once the members' initial shock subsided, they quickly found their respective tasks. Finding firewood for the hearth from the storage, setting traps around the island, exploring the island to fill the broadcast content. Because of this, only Kim Bile and I were left aimlessly in the living room. What do we do now? Exactly. Don't the staff usually give out missions or something? Kim Sunbae? There's none of that here. It's a real variety show. But still, don't scriptwriters provide some guidance? You've just mentioned something that should absolutely never be brought up in variety shows. You're getting edited out. Oh no. While Kim Bile and I were idly chatting, someone decked out in fishing gear approached us and started a conversation in a friendly manner. It was the actor Bae Song-won. Our author Moon calls Bile not Nuna but Kim Sunbae? Are you curious about the behind-the-scenes story? Kim Bile, with a merciless elbow jab to my 6th rib, silenced me. As I lay on the living room sofa rolling around, Kim Bile and Bae Song-won laughed and chatted. Are you going fishing, Sunbinim? Why do you do this, Kim Bile Sunbae? Why do you call me Sunbae when I debuted later than you? Are you going fishing, Song-won? Ha ha ha. This kid, always teasing. Hey, you're younger than my own daughter. Then what should I call you? Ah, forget it. Just call me Sunbae, though I'm not really one. Bae Song-won had been friendly with Kim Bile since before. They had acted as father and daughter in a drama during her child actor days. The way Bae Song-won looked at Kim Bile wasn't much different from their roles back then. After all, seeing a kid you knew before she even entered elementary school grow up so much, she would feel like a daughter. In truth, Kim Bile was treated as our returned daughter by many senior actors in the entertainment industry, and from what I could see, that was her greatest asset. Bile, do you want to come fishing too? I don't really know how to fish. Just watch from the side. You don't have anything else to do here anyway. With Kim Bile showing lukewarm interest, Bae Song-won's gaze turned towards me. If you don't like it, never mind. Oh, author Moon, do you like fishing? Fishing? Yes. If you don't know how, should I teach you? Fishing. Hearing that word, distant memories flashed by. Memories of following Professor Gu Hak-jun, carrying fishing rods around the country to various fishing spots. Moon gun. In August, the mackerel, TL. Gun used here is term for addressing younger men or boys. Moon gun. About lure fishing, perhaps. Moon gun. I've rented a boat this time. Moon gun. Moon gun. A professor with a wrinkled face wearing a hat smiling kindly at me, extending his hand. On the hook wriggles a lively earthworm. Author Moon? Ah, I snapped out of my reverie at Bae Song-won's call. I nodded enthusiastically. Since I'm on a variety show, I might as well do something. I like fishing. They'll come with you. Bae Song-won smiled confidently and snapped his fingers. Great. They'll teach you well. Seemingly changing her mind belatedly, Kim Bile also followed. I'll go too then. All attempts to procure food on the island were foiled. The members who went out to explore the island despaired over the absence of neighbors to beg food from, and those organizing the villa were furious upon realizing that the production team had removed all food from the house. Of course, this was all part of PD Park Youngtae's wicked plan. It might be a bit harsh to say to the cast, but there's no desperation in an environment where everyone is full and warm. Of course, one could act desperate, but the audience isn't foolish. The moment even a hint of pretense seeps in, a reality variety show loses its vitality. Certainly, Entertainers who have been together for years could extract fun without needing to be pushed. After all, they are professionals of fun. However, the members of Peaceful Uninhabited Island are not professional entertainers. That's why he, as a professional, must push them forward. Fun comes from authenticity, and people, when slightly starved, become sincere. Desperation. The truth that emerges from that is the greatest weapon of a reality variety show. There's no viewer who can't empathize with hunger. That's why they must be starved first, then made to play minigames for food. That's the very basics. This isn't right, PD Nim. We're over here struggling, and you're eating ham? Devil. It's all an inevitable decision for the success of the program. He's okay with being resented. He's used to being the villain. However, PD Park Youngtae's efforts to starve the cast meticulously went down the drain. Just before the meticulously prepared minigame was to start that evening, PD Park Youngtae stared blankly at a bucket with hollow eyes. The bucket was full of fish vigorously flapping around. It was unbelievable. But as if trying to instill the faith that PD Park Youngtae lacked, actor Bae Sungwon, with a flushed face as if testifying to the miracle of the 5 loaves and 2 fish, shouted, TL. If you don't know about 5 loaves and 2 fishes, read here https://su/2065-5-loaves-2-fishes. Guys, he's really good at fishing. Incredible. He's like a god. The god of fishing. Moon In-seop had caught 17 mackerels alone. Chapter 91. People who aren't interested in fishing might not know this, but there are various types of fishing rods. In other words, by looking at the fishing rod, you can roughly guess where they're going. Are you going to the rocky shore? Oh, how did you know? Bae Sungwon's eyes sparkled. Perhaps because he's an actor, his expressions were exceptionally vivid. I've often felt the same from Kim Bile. It must be an occupational hazard. Anyway, it's not just the fishing rods that have something to say. The hooks, spinning reels, sinkers, floats, and even the knots all clearly communicate where you're headed to fish. Are you setting up for black porgy? A meaningful exchange of glances continued between Bae Sungwon and me. We could each guess the extent of the other's experience. A chuckle came out from both of us at the same time without knowing who started first. This having such a distinguished guest, I ought to show you something, right? Bae Sungwon wiped under his nose and turned around without another word. Follow me. They'll show you something good. Aha! The determination in the back of the man spoke volumes. Today he will catch a porgy. Although it was my first time meeting Bae Sungwon, his gear radiated sincere intent towards catching a porgy. Believing in that sincerity, I followed behind Bae Sungwon. What's this? What are you talking about? Kim Bile, who had been flustered and bustling about, also followed us. Today, her ignorance was just pitiful. Would Kim Bile understand the desire cherished in the hearts of all fishermen towards catching a porgy? If she didn't, no matter how keenly she observed the fishing, it would be only half a half-baked experience. Poor Kim Bile, not knowing the elegance of a porgy. But it's okay. The moment she faces a porgy writhing like fierce waves upon reaching the surface, a precious flame will surely kindle in Kim Bile's heart as well. Perhaps. P6, the show must go on. Damn, it's strange today. No, guys, I'm usually really good at fishing. It's a disaster. Porgies and all, everything's gone to hell. Bae Sungwon failed at fishing for a whole 5 hours. With 2 spectators in tow, only managing to catch minnows, the man's ambition to catch a porgy shrank pitifully. Not only Bae Sungwon but also Kim Bile, who had been uncomfortably crouching on the rocky shore for 5 hours, was half out of her soul. Her hair was disheveled by the sea breeze, and her eyes lacked focus. Her energy to fill the audio by chattering nonstop seems to have run out after 2 hours. If even we, who were just quietly watching, became a mess like this, how much more would it have been for the staff holding heavy cameras? They put down the cameras long ago and ran away. Anyway, appearing on a variety show only to screw up on the first day means the footage will naturally be entirely cut. Bae Songwon blew not only the fish but also our screen time. Realizing this, Bae Songwon sweated profusely and laughed. Guys? Maybe you should go back and rest? I feel so bad. Kim Bile, who had been attempting to communicate with aliens with her glazed eyes, snapped back to reality upon hearing Bae Songwon's troubled voice. Focus returned to her eyes. Ah no. It was fun. Fishing. Really? It was an obviously flattering remark. But perhaps that was the consolation Bae Songwon needed most at that moment. His complexion brightened slightly, and that gentle heart was enough to move me slightly. Well, I tried my best to hide my true skills. Can I change the setup for a moment? What? I naturally took Bae Songwon's fishing rod from him. At this point, it's right to give up on the porgy or whatever. Bae Songwon, robbed of his fishing rod, and Kim Bile, startled by the sudden situation, stared at me blankly. But my gaze was directed toward the vast horizon. Unbeknownst to us, time had passed, and evening sunset was setting. The rolling waves were shimmering with the crimson sunlight. It was a landscape you'd immediately want to capture in a painting. But we, tired from fishing, didn't even have a moment to take in the beautiful sunset. And I was no exception. Right now, the fishing was a disaster, so what did the sunset or anything else matter? My finger pointed at the beautiful evening glow. Look at that, everyone. It's beautiful. The sun is setting. It's about time for nocturnal fish to start their activities. It's well known that sleeping dragon Zhuge Liang, the brain of the Three Kingdoms Syndicate in ancient China, famously changed the direction of the wind during a battle against a rival using a form of magic. But that was because he read astronomy and geography to predict the wind's direction, not because he performed some special magic to make the wind blow. Similarly, if one deeply understands timing and nature, one can perform seemingly magical feats. So what time is it now? It's August. And August is the season for mackerel. The monsoon whirls into the sea, warm currents rush into the South Sea. The breeding season for mackerel begins. And if things go well, one can witness the miracle of catching as much fish as water. Mackerel might be somewhat unfamiliar to Koreans, but in Japan, it's popular enough to be called a national fish. It's delicious to eat as sashimi and also delicious grilled with salt. But to be labeled popular, it has to be affordable. And being affordable means it's caught in large quantities. Naturally, it's also abundantly caught in the Korean peninsula, next to Japan. Those who've dabbled in Animal Crossing would know. In short, my judgment is that if we aim for a dramatic comeback, we need to target mackerel meticulously. I immediately sprang into action. Fortunately, the gear was not a problem. Krill is an effective bait for mackerel, and the number 2 black porgy hook works for both mackerel and Japanese horse mackerel. But there might be a better way. Hey, Actor Nim, do you have a sabiki rig? Oh? Yes, I do. A sabiki rig is a line with multiple hooks. It's optimized for targeting mackerel that live in schools. With nimble fingers, I threaded the head of a krill shrimp onto the sabiki rig's hook. Maybe it was because my hands were small, but the task was easy. After swiftly changing the setup, it's important to choose the right spot. It's not just about where to cast, but how deep you cast is also crucial. Large mackerel live deep down, and smaller ones roam around a depth of 5 meters. Since we're aiming to catch several at once, I cast the rig relatively close to the surface. Now it's up to the heavens. How much time had passed? I didn't check my phone, so I can't say exactly, but a bite came around the time the evening sunset completely disappeared beyond the horizon. Now's the time. Ooh, my strength was lacking, but it didn't matter. Fishing is done with the waist. I pulled the fishing rod with a sleek technique. What surfaced was a small mackerel. Just one. Kim Bile seemed slightly disappointed, but Bae Songwon and I looked at each other with eyes full of excitement. Mackerel move in schools. I smiled broadly and gripped a bunch of krill in my fist. Then, I scattered the bait on the water surface. The countless krill shrimps dispersed by the waves, slowly sinking. There's no need to wait anymore. The fishing was already over. I passed the fishing rod to Bae Songwon with a sense of relief. A bite comes right away. The fishing rod bent significantly more than when the single fish had bitten earlier. Oh, here it comes. 3 mackerel, entangled in the sabiki rig, leaped above the water surface simultaneously. Kim Bile's eyes widened in astonishment, and Bae Songwon burst into laughter, shouting, "It's a big catch. The fish are duplicating." All right, I got it. The fish are literally duplicating. I get it, Songwon Hyung. Bae Songwon's testimony time didn't stop throughout the dinner. After all, fish duplication could be considered a traditional method of demonstrating supernatural powers. We caught a total of 17 mackerel, and also brought back 1 each of kawahagi, false kelpfish, and dusky stingfish. The rest was for the adults. Half of the mackerel became sashimi, and the other half was grilled with salt. The kawahagi, false kelpfish, and dusky stingfish went into the spicy stew. Thanks to that, the dinner table atmosphere was almost festive. The actress, trying mackerel sashimi for the first time, was so surprised that she shivered. Is mackerel this delicious? Though we didn't drink, Bae Songwon, excited as if he was drunk, approached the staff with a beautifully prepared plate of sashimi. Director Nim, would you like to try a piece? The camera director with a bushy beard shyly nodded. Bae Songwon smiled brightly. But I don't want to. After teasing the camera director for a while, Bae Songwon finally dipped a fresh piece of mackerel sashimi in soy sauce and fed it to him. The members, who had been teased by the staff all afternoon, savored the special meal with a smug smile. Yes, staff members, enjoy your ham and instant rice. Well, eat the freshly caught mackerel that you can't eat in Seoul. PD Park Youngtae eventually accepted the cruel reality that the minigame for groceries was lost. PD Park Youngtae, ending his denial, tried to negotiate shamelessly. Everyone? Yes? Don't you need rice to mix into the spicy stew? We don't need it. PD Park Youngtae and the peaceful uninhabited island members bickered for a while before agreeing to exchange some of the sashimi and instant rice. Of course, once the cameras were off, they didn't fuss too much and shared fairly. The staff got to taste a bit of the delicacy, and the members took as much instant rice and various side dishes as they wanted without measuring. After all, the chili powder and green onions used to make the spicy stew were provided by the staff. It wasn't such a strict variety show. By the end of the meal, the spicy stew had thickened into a sort of porridge, and Kim Bile, though initially squeamish about its appearance, ended up enjoying it. After dinner, the 6 cast members gathered in the yard to warm themselves by the fire and chat. Today, I saw a mother squirrel and her baby in the mountains. Ah, really? So cute. But for me, the mackerel was the cutest. Ah, stop it. Songwon Hyung. Ha ha ha. When several celebrities gather, it naturally turns into a talk show. But it wasn't a talk show that tries to extract humor by making someone laugh. It was a genuine conversation where everyone shared what happened during the day. There was something about it. It had an old-fashioned charm and sincerity that you couldn't find on a set or in a studio variety show. Perhaps it was all orchestrated by PD Park Youngtae, gathering 6 busy celebrities, throwing them into the countryside, making them sweat to prepare their own meals, and capturing the moments of laughter shared among colleagues on camera was an art. I sensed a certain aesthetics in this moment designed by PD Park Youngtae. The art pursued by PD Park Youngtae as a variety show producer was not to be underestimated. Even though she seems prickly on the outside, Kim Sunbae is always looking for friends. Hey, Moon In Seop, stop it already. Everyone, please become friends with Kim Sunbae. Do you really want to die? Thus, as everyone loosened up, Kim Bile's privacy was slightly revealed, but it wasn't particularly noteworthy. It was a fact after all. And so, the day's activities came to an end. The sun had fully set, and at the time when the nocturnal birds began to cry, the production crew, leaving only the minimum necessary observation cameras, withdrew. Now was personal time. But then, a PD came to me alone and casually started a conversation. He was the right-hand man of PD Park Youngtae, with whom I had a brief conversation during the day. Excuse me, Author Moon? Do you perhaps need manuscript paper? In the dim night, On a secluded island where the sound of mountain birds could be heard, it seems they wanted to capture on camera the image of an author calmly writing on manuscript paper in the room. But what can I do?
Im in a slump.
I'm sorry. Oh no. I'm the one who should be sorry for bothering you. Please, take your rest. Writer Nim. Yes. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. I couldn't fall asleep easily that night. It wasn't because the bed was uncomfortable. If we're talking about discomfort, there's nothing more uncomfortable than the 4-person room at New Light Spring Orphanage and that damn high school dormitory. The reason I couldn't sleep was because of what happened earlier, when I refused the manuscript paper the PD offered. I'm not the type to stop writing because I'm experiencing a slump. On the contrary, I often scribble something down to overcome the slump. So why did I refuse the manuscript paper just now? Was I embarrassed to write in front of the camera? That wasn't it. I calmly introspected. As a result, I realized a new truth. I was in agony. It wasn't the slump that was the problem. Every time I realized that I was in a literary standstill due to the slump, I painfully felt the absence of someone who always clearly resolved my anguish. I miss her biting criticism, her praise, her reviews, even her trivial greetings, someone I've tried to forget, someone I've cut off. But now I can never meet her again. Gu Yuna has already disappeared beyond the reach of time. It's all the consequence of my choices. Cutting off the relationship and running away, dying in agony after running away, drifting on the waves of time aimlessly, it's all my karma. My chest feels so tight that I can hardly breathe. My heart feels heavy, as if sinking down to my navel. Feeling like I couldn't endure it without putting some fresh air into my stifling chest, I carefully stepped outside the villa. Passing through the yard where the sound of insects could be heard, I soon reached the sea. I strolled along the beach, admiring the night sea with slow steps. The black sea whispers and flutters with the sound of breathing. There's a crescent moon. The gentle moonlight twinkled and shimmered on the surface of the water. It was so beautiful that I inadvertently walked into the sea. The sea was not as cold as I thought. The waves tickling my ankles were warmer than expected. Was it said that the sea is cooler during the day and warms up at night? But what comes to mind now is not the half-baked knowledge learned during science classes at school, but the warmth felt in the last moments of a past life. Death was not as painful as I thought. Life was more painful. Yet, what keeps a person clinging to life is the thread of connections. Once that thread is cut, a person plunges into the water and never rises to the surface again. Perhaps my death was because I had cut that thread with my own hands. My reflection on the wave sways with the water. It flutters, as if it could crumble at any moment. I am still below the surface. Everything I hold dear is beyond the reach of time. No matter how much popularity I gain, I only feel resentment for being ignored in my past life. No matter how much money I make, it feels like it could all disappear suddenly, leaving me anxious. In this life gained as a bonus, I never felt alive. Everything seems like smoke that will disappear the moment someone, who has placed me in the palm of their hand, flicks their finger. Even when I write to feel alive, the people around me are just a crowd that praises me simply because they find me young. Everything I cherished is left behind, beyond the reach of time. Then what is this current life? Hey, is it fun to play in the water by yourself? Someone's voice came from behind me. Turning around, I saw Kim Bile standing on the beach. Before I knew it, she had approached me, hands clasped behind her back, smirking playfully. Under the gentle moonlight, she asked me, "Do you have something on your mind?" I slowly nodded my head. Chapter 92. A remote island. Kim Bile and I were sitting silently on the beach. It was a place where the waves lapped at our feet. P6, the show must go on. Dawn was neither as quiet nor as dark as I had thought. The sound of waves scattering on the sandy beach resembled the breath of the sea, and the mountain birds and grass bugs that awoke at night sang endlessly that our night was more beautiful than the day of humans. The white moonlight settled on the water's surface, sparkling and dancing every time the waves rippled, and the starlight that had already disappeared descended down to the earth, twinkling on the horizon. The starlight on the horizon was probably the night view of the land across the sea. Or maybe a squid fishing boat. But from afar, all of it looked like twinkling starlight. Whether its reality was the office of workers suffering from not being able to go home, or a squid fishing boat, that didn't matter. It all depended on the observer. To the ancients who looked at constellations and told legends, the fact that those were actually balls of fire floating in space probably wasn't very important either. It was the same for me. If I were an overly sensitive novelist, I might have been enchanted by this beautiful dawn and fumbled around for a while before grabbing a pen, but I was not that kind of literary person. To me, dawn was the time when, if you didn't want to get scolded by the orphanage teachers, you had to pretend to sleep even if you couldn't. To me, dawn was the time to see how far the underdeveloped beasts of the high school dormitory could uglify themselves. To me, dawn was the time to lie on the cold floor with my back, feeling the harsh reality of being unable to pay for heating. That was what my literature was about. One might say I was a bit of a lost cause. A complete fool, incapable of anything but unraveling the pain and deprivation experienced in the shadows of society. But even so, I knew how to do just that, which is why I received the love of formidable crazies like Gu Yuna and Gu Hakjun. After all, misfits find each other amusing just by looking at each other's faces. Thinking of Professor Gu Hakjun and Yuna made me smile automatically. Of course, I'm talking about them in the past, not now. Naturally, remembering that I would never see them again made the smile disappear. Going back and forth like this made me feel like I was suffering from bipolar disorder. Fortunately, there was a presence that saved me from my gloomy thoughts. A small crab had climbed onto the top of my foot. The crab, smaller than my fingers, fortunately didn't pinch me with its claws and, after wandering around on the giant's foot, was swept away by the wave that rushed at my feet back into the sea. The crab disappeared among the sound of the waves. The mountain birds and insects that awoke at night were still singing. The moonlight swept by the waves continued to dance on the surface of the water, and the starlight catching squids beautifully adorned the horizon. Thus, on the beach of a remote island, welcoming the rather noisy and sparkling dawn, Kim Bile, who was crouching next to me, asked me, "What's troubling you that made you come out to the beach alone? Couldn't sleep?" Kim Bile's question was surely a comfort to me, but it brought more emptiness than that. The moment I was asked, I realized the irony that I couldn't possibly share my worries with anyone. What should I answer? That I parted with the most important person to me in the most terrible way, that I can never meet that person again, and that it's all my fault? That no matter how much money and fame I now gain, the agony of being neglected in the past gnaws at my heart? That all the most precious things are left behind in the past, and everything I am building now feels so fragile, fearing it might vanish on a whim of some omnipotent being? That the literature I loved, all the success I tried to grasp with all my efforts and passion seems so trivial now. Probably, if I told such stories, I would only be seen as a madman. And I was indeed a madman. There is no evidence in this world that I have traveled back in time. I could be a child dreaming of the future, or a madman who mistakenly believes he has leapt through time and returned to the past. No one can understand me like that. Fortunately, my level of self-discipline was not so low that I would express such irritability violently towards Kim Bile. It's okay. It's nothing. But, on the contrary, Kim Bile did something strange. Hey, what is it? It's really nothing. Why? Are you embarrassed to tell me? You're Nuna? Kim Bile playfully tapped my foot with her bare foot. It was utterly mischievous. Seemed crazy. Before I could ask her in surprise if she had been drinking, I glanced at her, and she was blushing, seemingly embarrassed herself. Interpreting her flustered expression, it seemed like she thought, why did I do that? She seemed confused about why she had done that herself. But I think I understood. And so, I felt a bit sorry for her. In my view, that wasn't Kim Bile's original personality. From the moment we entered this island, Kim Bile had been acting as a lively and mischievous girl. She's playing the adorable character often called the nation's little sister. So even her previous action was probably an impulsive action resulting from not being able to escape that role. Though it's not strange or pitiable to adopt a persona in a variety show, the reason I felt sorry for Kim Bile was that this wasn't the first time something like this had happened. Quite a bit of time has passed since I became friends with Kim Bile. I know more about her than she thinks. Kim Bile's personality changes slightly from time to time, and that change is influenced by the role she is playing at the moment. As someone who has a keen eye for observing people, I can say this with certainty. When Kim Bile played a role of a rude, thoughtless minor character, she was slightly rude. Conversely, when she played a vengeful gunman from Manchuria, she was dignified and masculine. Kim Bile often argues that method acting isn't everything in acting, but in reality, she cannot completely detach herself from her roles. I can only guess that the way Kim Bile behaves at school might be her true self, but now I'm beginning to wonder if she even has an original personality. It's difficult to consider it a healthy mental state. This change also manifests in her appearance. I've never seen anyone whose appearance changes as frequently as Kim Bile's. This time was no different. Kim Bile, who had a bob haircut for a commercial, returned with long hair. What's with your hair? Is it a wig? It's hair extensions. Wig or hair extensions, why did your hairstyle change again? I don't know, the company made me do it. Perhaps realizing her answer sounded too dismissive, Kim Bile coughed and added belatedly, "Ahem. At my level, my appearance can be considered a strategically styled artwork. So, your clothes are sponsored as well? Of course. But is it okay to sit on the sandy ground like this?" Ah! Kim Bile's frantic attempts to brush the sand off her clothes were amusing but not really funny. Look, her personality changes according to the writer's intention, and her appearance changes according to someone else's intention. There is no intention of Kim Bile's own. The real Kim Bile is constantly being suppressed. Under the pressure weighing down on Kim Bile, she is slowly being driven out. What is the cost of all this? Money? She has earned enough to live in leisure for a lifetime, but she sneaks snacks like a thief in the school cafeteria during lunchtime, avoiding her manager's watchful eyes. Fame? Kim Bile rarely looks at her phone for fear that she might see malicious comments and harassment online. If she accidentally reads any sharp comments, her mood becomes unstable for an entire week. In the meantime, she cannot proudly visit a psychiatrist and secretly receives treatment in the counseling room within Bike Hack Entertainment. And how sensitive she is to the power struggles on set. She's overly sensitive to nonverbal cues from others, to a level of paranoia. It's a defense mechanism to preserve her dignity among those who scorned her as a has-been. Kim Bile is always seeking someone's recognition. As I was looking at Kim Bile with a sympathetic gaze, she eventually gave up on removing the sand from her sponsored clothes. I don't know. They'll just wash them and return them, she joked, and I, unable to hold back my curiosity, impulsively asked her a question. Acting is gradually wearing Kim Bile down. Yet, why do you continue to act, Kim Sunbae? What? Kim Bile looked at me with a face that said it was such a ridiculous question, and she gave the same answer she always does. Because my mom tells me to, what can I do?
Really?
Finally, Kim Bile became a bit more serious. Kim Bile, temporarily shedding the character she played on this island, stared at me with an expressionless face. Eventually, her gaze shifted to the sea. Only the sound of the waves fluttered in the silence. Silently, I looked at Kim Bile. Kim Bile looked at the sea, and the sea just kept rippling as time passed. Then, at some point, a feeble voice was heard. Exactly. The vulnerable and trembling girl I once saw on the emergency stairs of Bike Hack Entertainment appeared. Why do I continue to act? Kim Bile revealed her dark inner thoughts while watching the sea, where the black waves were churning. When I was young, I felt like I had the whole world. But I didn't. I wasn't a genius, and people were just fixated on a cute kid. As the trend passed, I became an afterthought, and as I grew a little older, I realized I was nothing compared to the real geniuses. The only reason people liked me was purely because I was young. I was taken aback. I didn't expect Kim Bile to reveal so much of her inner thoughts just because of a question I impulsively asked. I wanted to hastily retract my question, but part of me hesitated, wanting to hear more of what Kim Bile had to say. Meanwhile, Kim Bile's story continued. After realizing my place, I frantically learned to act. It wasn't because I thought I'd become some great actor. My mom pushed me into it, and acting was the only thing I've ever accomplished in life. That was the only option I had. But you know what, Insip? I still like acting. The greatest art reveals humanity as it is, because humans are creatures that wrap themselves in lies. Exposing oneself is not something just anyone can do. There is power in authenticity. I was overwhelmed by Kim Bile's sincere heart. All I could do was listen to her words. Of course, I know now. I'm not a child anymore. Acting isn't that fun. No matter how hard I try, I end up being someone's puppet, and no matter how much effort I put in, if I lack talent or don't match people's tastes, I become garbage. It's not just about being good at acting. Being a celebrity slowly destroys a person. Even the good old times I felt when I was younger, I realized it was all just a momentary illusion. I was just a kid who got lucky and became a star for being young and cute. In other words, anyone can become a star just by being young and cute. Maybe being a star isn't really a big deal. But I think there are moments when you have to continue, even if what was precious to you has faded. The strange time of dawn was slowly coming to an end. A red light was rising beyond the horizon. The moment of transition between day and night had arrived. Insip. I know that Author Moon is not a genius. He's not the genius boy overwhelmed with inspiration as seen on TV, but a bratty kid who frets every day trying to come up with writing material and gets cranky at his seniors when he can't write. But I don't know what your worries are, but I want to say just this. This is also something I learned from you. Kim Bile poked me in the ribs as she always does. Maybe it's not about what you achieve, but there is beauty in striving towards your dreams. I don't know what expression she had when she said this to me. I was caught in an indescribable emotion, frozen like a statue, just staring at the rising sun on the horizon. Meanwhile, Kim Bile's story continued. Even if acting isn't as fun as I thought and being a star isn't as great as I imagined, and even if the brief success I enjoyed was just because I was young, the sun rising on the horizon drove away the darkness. Only then did I look at Kim Bile's face. I'm still dreaming. She was smiling brightly. Let's keep going strong. Basking in the sunlight that chased away the dawn. Looking at Kim Bile's smile, which was sparkling more than ever, I inadvertently said, "That's really a beautiful thought." Kim Bile's face turned red. What are you saying that's so cringy? Are you a poet or something? She left those words behind and quickly got up and ran away. With her kicking and running away, I ended up lying on the sand. I don't know how long I laughed in that state. I spent a long time watching the sky gradually brighten. Perhaps Kim Bile is much stronger than I thought. But after a long contemplation, I got up from my place and dusted off the sand. Then I looked up at the sky again with a new mindset. The lens of a camera installed on a beech tree was sparkling in the sunlight. Chapter 93. In an era where machines inscribing on manuscript paper can seem like a quaint hipster trait. However, for those aspiring to be a writer, there's no avoiding manuscript paper. This is because many literary awards accept submissions only on manuscript paper. After all, if submissions were made via computer-written documents, there would be no way to verify if someone else wrote them. Handwriting verification is a surprisingly effective method for detecting ghostwriting. Of course, there are also plenty of literary awards that coolly suggest you send your manuscripts via email, essentially saying go ahead and ghostwrite if you want. But if you get caught, we'll kill you. Moreover, there are writing contests. At these writing competition events, where people are gathered to freestyle write in a battle royale format based on a given theme for a few hours, manuscript paper is mainly used. In that bloody battlefield, the weak-hearted drenched in modern comforts like laptops or keyboards only end up whimpering about sore fingers and dropping out. And among the myriad of submissions, having handwriting as neat as Han Sukbong's, a standard passed down since the civil service exams of the Joseon dynasty, is advantageous for standing out as the cream of the crop. TL. Han Sukbong was a famous calligrapher in mid-Joseon period. Naturally, having fought my way through the survival of the fittest in the merciless writing competition scene, I am quite accustomed to writing on manuscript paper. There's a feeling akin to the pen becoming my sixth finger when the sensation of the nib scratching the paper travels up my fingers. It can be said that I have achieved unity with the pen and paper, akin to the principle of becoming one with the sword. However, it seems my cultivation has not yet reached the realm of clear and serene waters. My concentration has been off due to the gazes around me. I glared at the onlookers and cameramen surrounding me with a disgruntled look. There. Before I knew it, not only movie actor Bae Sung-won but also all the cast members of the variety show, Peaceful Uninhabited Island, were watching me. Of course, being human, they pretended not to know as soon as I opened my mouth, at least outwardly. However, PD Park Young-tae, who was naturally among the members, shamelessly waved his hand. Can be said he lacks a human heart. Don't mind us. Just do your thing, writer Nim. But it's distracting. Haha. PD Park Young-tae, on the fringe of humanity, dismissed it with a laugh without turning the camera away. I sighed, half giving up. Ever since I received manuscript paper from the staff and started writing, I've been treated like a curious animal. Just as a child who eats live octopus is fascinating, so seems a child who writes. Just look at this. Giving up on protecting my manuscript paper and throwing it to the piranhas, they swarmed over it, chewing and tearing with enjoyment. Those observing my manuscript paper added their comments. Oh, it has a totally classic vibe, doesn't it? Isn't there something romantic about writing on manuscript paper? Right? It's like Yoon Dong-ju, Night of Counting the Stars. TL. Yoon Dong-ju was a Korean poet. Wow, author Moon knows a lot of difficult words. Galji? Do you know what this means? You dummy. It's a shorthand for silky. I completely got it. Among the cast members exaggeratingly praising me in front of the camera, Kim Bile murmured quietly, "The handwriting looks like a girl's." I shuddered. Long ago, during the time of preparing the strategy of captivating the judges with handwriting, I had learned to write neatly from Guyana. I quickly snatched the manuscript paper back, feigning anger to keep them from reaching the truth. Give it back now. The day on the island passed quietly. P6, the show must go on. The variety show I was half forced into by Kim Bile's blackmail and Lim Yong-wook's pleading turned out to be more enjoyable than expected. It wasn't about wearing a mask and saying things I didn't mean, but about genuinely living out an unfamiliar daily life on the island. In the morning, I went fishing with Bae Sung-won and Kim Bile, gathered for meals together at lunch, and in the afternoon, I either went for walks or wrote. Although a merciless dinner lottery awaited in the evening, there were no complaints about life since PD Park Young-tae showed mercy once the cameras were off. But to have good editing and high viewership ratings? It seems there is a reason why many celebrities seek out PD Park Young-tae. Hey author Moon, is the writing going well? Yes. That's good to hear. Bae Sung-won, who came to check on me, was laden with fishing gear. Despite having enough fish to eat, his passion for fishing was evident. Aren't you tired of fishing? When it becomes tiresome, it's time to leave. Gu Hak-jun MK2. No, actor Bae Sung-won, left me with words of encouragement and a friendly smile before heading off to fish. He's a genuinely good person. In fact, all the celebrities on the island were like that. Though I may never fully understand their true intentions, the character of the people I've spent these days with on the island had nothing to criticize. Thanks to that, whether the cameras were on or off, the set was always harmonious. Gathering such people must be difficult. Does PD Park Young-tae have a status window or something? Distracted for a moment, I stopped my wandering thoughts and looked at the manuscript paper. Now I must fill the empty spaces with my own story. As always, the task feels daunting, but it's not unbearable. Because I've realized that this too is within the sparkling moments of time. Thanks to Kim Bile. It's a common saying that the process is more important than the result. The advice Kim Bile gave me wasn't much different from that. But proverbs are precious because everyone knows them, and the right path is difficult because it is correct. Kim Bile, through her own life, unreservedly showed me the path of hard-earned enlightenment. I've had a glimpse into the life of Kim Bile and from it, gained some knowledge. Now I understand. I wanted to succeed. I wanted recognition. It wasn't a desire to live well but a feeling of revenge towards a society that scorned and ignored me. There are classes in this world, and I was born at the very bottom. Yet, I wanted to rise to the very top and become a shining star. That was the form of revenge I desired. But now I understand. What was truly precious to me wasn't just any literary award, but the time of cultivation I spent with Gu Yuna. The time spent refining our literature, becoming a slightly better person with each passing day, and cherishing each other while being faithful to life was my greatest treasure. I now realize how precious and valuable those times were for someone twisted, poor, and selfish like me, born in an orphanage. So, my sorrow must be because I lost those times. There's no room for success in that sorrow. Even if my success was merely the antics of a child, or if a sudden ordeal swept away everything I had achieved, if the days I treasured remain in my heart, wouldn't that have its own meaning? Walking on the quiet beach in the morning, I thought about this. So now I must move forward little by little. Time past does not return. God has gifted me with a realization. There was one fact in this world that only I knew. Even if I could go back through time, I cannot fix the past. Time is not made of lines, nor planes, but solely of memories engraved in people's souls. Therefore, once time has passed, it does not return. No matter how desperately one clings to the past, time cannot be held, just like water slipping through one's fingers. Then it's time to let go. Even if the most precious things are left behind in time, one cannot stop and yearn for what cannot be regained. Remembering, even in pain, it's now time to move on. Human life is like a play, and the show must not stop. It must go on. The time it took to realize this was too long and painful. So making the protagonist experience some of the pain I suffered is an inevitable petty move. For him, I've borrowed a sentence from Cause of Death. The pen smoothly raced across the manuscript paper. The lymphatic cancer that struck at 32 was more of a sentence than a diagnosis. On the manuscript paper, an artist suddenly facing a terminal sentence began a story of identity and rebirth. She was not a writer but an actress, not a man but a woman, and a character in a creation who was 10 years older than me. But I couldn't help but let out a wry smile. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. PD Park Young-tae is a Liu Bei-like figure. Not because he has big ears or has ever thrown a child, but because he resolves matters through the advice of those around him, based on benevolence. TL. The first part is a comparison to Liu Bei from Romance of the Three Kingdoms. However, once seated in a high position, there are inevitably moments when he has to make important decisions himself. PD Park Young-tae faced a dilemma. PD Nim. The assistant director pointed at the screen with a nervous expression. Should we use this? To use or not to use, that is the question. The screen showed Author Moon and Kim Bile sharing a conversation on the beach for hours. There were even overly friendly scenes of them playing footsie or Kim Bile kicking Author Moon. Whoa, this is so sweet it's too sweet, right? A PD craving romance buzz made a fuss. But PD Park Young-tae was serious throughout. Yes, that's the problem because it's sweet. The assistant director voiced his concern. If we air this, dating rumors will definitely emerge. Sigh. The staff around him added their thoughts. Dating rumors can be serious for female celebrities. It's better not to use it unless necessary. But they're just being friendly. Isn't it too serious? And isn't it the trend in variety shows nowadays to force a love line anyway? Why is that a trend? It's outdated. You follow me to the rooftop. If you're gonna fight, do it outside. I think it's better to at least listen to what they talked about. There's no sound anyway since they didn't have mics on. What's the use of hearing that? The author, who was in a slump, asked for manuscript paper that morning. So actress Kim probably encouraged the Author Moon. And does it matter what they talked about that day? Whatever the truth, it'll be edited as we decide. Still, we should know the facts. I'd rather edit it to a lower degree and make a warm scene than to be nosy and then get a request from Kim Bile's manager not to use it. What if we gamble with both agencies and use dating rumors for noise marketing? Since it's a variety show, there might be fewer people jumping on the bandwagon anyway. PD Park Young-tae maintained silence. listening to the staff's opinions attentively. As these were people who had been in sync with him for years, if not decades, all their opinions held merit. However, the most tempting suggestion came from someone not present. A junior PD who had recommended author Moon to Park Young-tae, a junior who was well-versed in the black magic of giving apology letters for ratings, whispered in an evil voice, "Just do it, Sunbae. No, this can't be happening." Despite PD Park Young-tae's pitiful protest, the junior whispered malevolently, "Just do it and write the apology later. Damn it. You can be forgiven if the ratings are good, Sunbae." In that moment, the image of someone flashed through PD Park Young-tae's mind. It was the recent encounter with Baek Seol, the head of Baikak Publishing. Eventually, thanks to the divine power of the Baikak bloodline that expels evil, PD Park Young-tae regained his senses. It's absolutely not because he was scared of the Baikak group. PD Park Young-tae made a decision. "Everyone, let's come back to our senses." PD Park Young-tae calmly admonished the overly excited staff, explaining the dangers of the Baikak group. If there was one issue, it was that the assistant director, who had felt intimidated by Baek Seol in the office at the time, had researched her. "But she's from Baikak Publishing, right?" "She's not from entertainment but the bookstore side. It's not just the business card. She's a complete novice in this industry." Hearing the assistant director's explanation, PD Park Young-tae hesitated for a moment. Then, after a brief silence, he spoke. "Really? Chapter 94. The lymphatic cancer that struck at the age of 32 was closer to a sentence than a diagnosis. Fortunately, Eun Bayol, although not particularly devout, was a Christian, so she could imagine a clearer image. Jesus, often depicted as a white man despite likely being a Syrian Hebrew, with long hair, a long beard, and a crown of thorns, pounds a gavel while wearing judge's robes. Bang! 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 Of course, the lymphatic cancer that took root in Eun Bayol's body didn't just pop up overnight with a cute sound effect. Life is similar to a play. There is foreshadowing in everything. The alcohol she guzzled down in her reckless 20s, believing this worthless body to be everlasting, the dark resentment and bullying she endured while surviving as the youngest member of a theater company after college, the recent bitter breakup with a boyfriend she was sure she would marry, the life of an unknown actor struggling with low pay and slumps, proven unhealthy genetics, and even luck. These problems accumulated, ending up simply marked as cancer on the diagnosis paper. However, to Eun Bayol, it felt as though a sudden tsunami had demolished all the golden towers she had built up over her life, sweeping away even the debris into the muddy waters. Cancer evaporated Eun Bayol's life, values, and achievements. There are a few heavy weights that keep people anchored to this world, commonly called dreams, reality, family, love, responsibility, people, etc. But value is always relative, and there is no weight heavier than death. When measured, they all turned out to be so insignificantly light. The sparkling dream she had while looking up to the idols of the silver screen, the reality of continuing to act every day out of habit, the relationship with her ex-boyfriend with whom she parted on bad terms but delusionally hoped to reunite, the position in the theater company she had secured after nearly a decade of effort. Thinking of impending death made it all seem so futile. Eun Bayol was no longer afraid of the theater director she had revered like a god for nearly a decade. It was almost fascinating how things turned out this way. All the driving forces that had led Eun Bayol's life to this point, all those precious things that had kept her anchored to this world, were they all so empty and futile? What a strange path she had followed, chasing after such worthless, unmeasured, and light things. Deceived by illusions, striving for meaningless things, her life felt utterly meaningless. Erase a question. A person is the sum of all they have built up over time. Then what exactly am I? P6 The show must go on. The show must go on. Lim Yong-wook simply read the title written on the first page of the manuscript, but his reading carried a tone of admiration. Indeed, there's a unique talent in how authors title their works. There couldn't be a more fitting title for a story dealing with the life of an artist with a terminal illness. Freddie Mercury, the rock legend, died after being diagnosed with AIDS, and the title of the posthumous work he wrote while battling the illness was The Show Must Go On. In the head of Lim Yong-wook, who had a deep understanding of popular culture, including otaku culture, The Show Must Go On seemed to automatically play, as in the song. Like that song, this novel too tells the story of the artist Eun Bae-yeol, placed in a terminal situation. The lymphatic cancer that found her in her youth put a pause on the life of the actress Eun Bae-yeol. It dismantled all the values she cherished, took away her motivation to move forward, and led her into wandering. The expression of weighing a person's values on a scale is notable. Cancer made Eun Bae-yeol capable of fighting and winning against the artistic director of the theater company she had been afraid of and clung to for a decade, instilled sympathy in the heart of her departed lover to return to her, and stimulated fantasy of being a terminally ill artist envied by the public, turning Eun Bae-yeol into a superstar. But the status, love, honor, and dreams she had longed for her entire life had long since become as light as feathers, reduced to mere illusions. Even amidst the abundant love, sympathy, and envy spotlighted on her, Eun Bae-yeol felt no excitement and thought to herself, "Is this success my own doing? Or is it the work of my cancer cells?" Indeed, a rather bleak scene. Truly an author's doing. There's a unique insight into rolling the protagonist through the mud. If the novel were a restaurant, the Moon-in would indeed be a chef with the talent of deliciously roasting emotions. With this thought, Lim Yong-wook smiled contentedly and closed his eyes. And reader Lim Yong-wook, who admired author Moon-in, also closed his eyes. Now the harsh and merciless critic Lim Yong-wook opened his eyes. But that's as far as it goes. Lim Yong-wook looked at the manuscript with the kind of unenviable gaze his colleagues from a few years back secretly wished they could squeeze ink out of. He dissected the manuscript with a gaze devoid of warm human emotions. From that perspective, the Moon-in's new work, The Show Must Go On, was a dissatisfying read. First of all, the subject matter was too kitsch. Cancer is undoubtedly a significant trial, but, in literary terms, it's a subject that could be considered a franchise crisis. War, famine, pestilence, political purges, etc. In a modern era where pre-modern disasters have all but vanished, cancer remains a well-preserved tragedy. It's rare to find someone who hasn't lost a precious someone to cancer. Therefore, cancer in literary works intensifies the reader's emotions. It could be seen as a cowardly act, but it's also a very effective technique. In the 21st century's modern society, more people would empathize with a protagonist facing cancer than one experiencing tragedy through war and famine. And the core theme of the work, artistic supremacy, might seem rare at first glance but is actually quite kitsch. The evidence flashed through Lim Yong-wook's mind. Gold Rush, Inferno, Whiplash, Birdman, Black Swan. Aestheticism, hedonism, art supremacy are genres favored not by the public but by artists. Hence many artists have explored them. In that context, it was hard to see the Moon-in's The Show Must Go On achieving any unique or special literary accomplishment. Of course, literature doesn't necessarily have to be unique to be enjoyable, but the world of critique is different. After all, doctoral degrees are awarded to those who explore new knowledge. A story where the protagonist, halted in lives stage by the trial of cancer, experiences various intriguing events and gains enlightenment about life, continuing the stage of life, is certainly praiseworthy. But that praise is for a well-crafted story, not for literary innovation. Therefore, the overall rating given by critic Lim Yong-wook is 3.5 out of 5 stars. It could be considered a common yet pitiable one-act drama woven clearly with identity and rebirth. Of course, whatever critic Lim Yong-wook rambles on about, editor Lim Yong-wook couldn't care less. To put it bluntly, as long as the book sells well, what more could one want? In Lim Yong-wook's inner world, editor Lim Yong-wook mercilessly swings a magical hammer, driving out critic Lim Yong-wook. Editor Lim Yong-wook is a salaried worker who needs to make a living from selling books. So while literature is important, business is equally so. And there are times when business takes precedence over literature, especially when things are serious. That time is now. The fate of the publishing management division hinges on this quarter's performance. Lim Yong-wook, Baek Seol, and the publishing management division must succeed. They were not fighting against Kim Sang-guk, the CEO of Baikak Publishing, as an individual, but against the system of Baikak Publishing, represented by CEO Kim Sang-guk. The elitism and harmful monopoly policies that have led Baikak Publishing until now are saying this. It's been sufficient doing it this way until now, hasn't it? And Lim Yong-wook has already called for innovation from the heart of the problem. No, you bastards. The calm before the storm. Now, who the problem is depends on performance. The incompetent one will be cleanly swept away and expelled from the company. At this crucial juncture, if the business is ruined, not only Baek Seol's uncle but even the grandfather in his coffin wouldn't be able to cover for it. It's not because the grandfather is dead, but because the shares of the previous chairman have already been inherited by his second son. Phew. Fortunately, the first button was without issues. Despite the other employees of Baikak Publishing using coercion, persuasion, and feints to the extent they could be called crazy, author Moon supported Lim Yong-wook. As soon as Lim Yong-wook returned, author Moon, the idol of the literary world, unexpectedly participated in the variety show he so despised, and even wrote his next work there. In Siap, please, just go on TV once for me. I beg you. Tisk, fine. Although the facts were slightly distorted, that's how it appeared to others. Thus, the first button was neatly fastened. Author Moon went on TV, overcame his slump, and even brought back his next work. And the manuscript before Lim Yong-wook is the second button leading to the success of the publishing management. Editor Lim Yong-wook quietly observed the manuscript in front of him. Will this novel be successful? Can it meet the expectations for author Moon's next work, being the biggest prospect in the literary world? It's a novel that critic Lim Yong-wook gave 3.5 out of 5 stars. And Lim Yong-wook's judgment was an undeniable yes. Good. Critic Lim Yong-wook is a fastidious, arrogant critic with strong pride, the kind that routinely makes his coworkers feel homicidal. Receiving 3.5 stars from such a bastard means the novel exceeds the standards. In other words, it's a masterpiece. It may not be a legendary work that will go down in history, but it's certainly worthy of the praise excellent. And Lim Yong-wook was confident enough to turn a masterpiece into a legendary work. With the right promotion, turning a masterpiece into a legendary work was possible in this field. To name the tricks specifically: promotion, TV commercials, special exhibitions, adjusting shelf placements, spreading internet reviews, emotional marketing, creating luxury covers, noise marketing, etc. It's not because Baikak Publishing is a corrupt enterprise dominating the publishing industry, nor because the public's perception of literature lacks the expertise to distinguish between a masterpiece and a legendary work. It's just that books have always been like that. The boundary between a masterpiece and a legendary work in literature is ambiguous as long as it meets a certain standard. The value of a book is not determined at the moment of its production but in the inner world of the reader. Borrowing a memorable expression from author Moon, the only word that can describe a book is its title. Literature is an item containing the author's ego, and the human ego is a life trajectory that cannot be replicated. That's why it's extremely difficult to determine the superiority and inferiority of literary works that exceed a certain standard of quality. Even if author Moon is currently the hottest novelist, it can't be said that Moon's writing surpasses that of Gu Hak-jun. Even if Gu Hak-jun is the only Asian to have won the Goncourt Prize in France, it can't be said that his novels are superior to those of Park Chang-woon. Even if Park Chang-woon is a great author who has left significant marks on modern and contemporary Korean history, it can't be said he writes better than Seo Woon-pil. And even if Seo Woon-pil is the most influential senior in the Korean literary world, making comparisons with author Moon's career pointless, it can't be said that Seo Woon-pil is a better author than Moon. Of course, in describing the landscapes of nature, Gu Hak-jun surpasses author Moon. Since he is fluent in several languages, his imagination for expression is broader than that of author Moon. And if we were to judge the authenticity of literature, Park Chang-woon writes more truthful works than Seo Woon-pil. Anyone familiar with modern and contemporary history would say the same. However, when evaluating literature as a whole, rather than just one part of a novel, it's actually impossible to determine superiority. Postmodernism has deconstructed the authority of the creator. Now, the value of a book is determined within the inner world of the reader. Thus, there are no classes in literature. In such an era, Lim Yong-wook can move the placement of books in a bookstore, hire internet commenters, and run TV ads to sway people's hearts, turning Author Moon's masterpiece into a legendary work. And if by such means Author Moon's next work achieves commercial success, the publishing management division can secure a victory. Phew! With the manuscript of the show must go on in front of him, Lim Yong-wook concluded his long contemplation. It's really the calm before the storm now. It's time to do what needs to be done. And that was selling books. All right, let's give it a shot. Lim Yong-wook called together the staff of the publishing management headquarters, and they started a long marathon meeting. Lim Yong-wook had never been given such manpower before. The manpower of the publishing management division had already surpassed the force of the past publishing management task force. This force was superior not only in material aspects but also in spirit. Simply put, the staff of the current publishing management division were more passionately dedicated to this project than those of the previous publishing management task force. Probably, they all resonated with Lim Yong-wook's vision to end the long dark age of the literary world and breathe new life into the Korean publishing industry. It was not just a gathering of sycophants flattering director Beck. Anyway, for whatever reason, these highly motivated individuals came up with all sorts of ideas, and their business planning continued for weeks. However, had they known that all their plans wouldn't be as effective as a single well-received variety show appearance, they probably wouldn't have worked as hard. Chapter 95. In the variety show studio office of PD Park Youngtae, shimmering trophies filled the walls. Not only from the 3 major terrestrial broadcasters but also a plethora of awards from comprehensive programming channels. While there were enough trophies to serve as bowling pins, there's an easily forgotten fact blinded by their sparkle. Somewhere in this world, there are people who burn decades of their life dreaming of just one golden trophy. Yes, that must be it. Fortunately, PD Park Youngtae had not forgotten that fact. To survive in this world, one must not lose their initial resolve. What world does he live in? Gold, honor, love, worship. The entertainment industry, where every conceivable human desire swirls in a vortex, and those who stir up these desires as their profession gather. A world of tempting demons, the demon world. And in this wicked demon world, where malicious energy swirls, merely breathing fills one with a peculiar madness. The inner demon whispers, romance rumor blow it up. It's a piece of cake. Securing the number 1 spot in viewership is as good as done. The demon existed within him, therefore it knew him very well. The demon's temptation poked and stimulated the desires that were hidden deep in his heart, too shameful to reveal. Those young and popular kids who don't amount to much are now in your grasp. You saw them, right? Playing footsie at the beach? It's not like they have no feelings for each other, right? Don't you agree? Isn't it time to show something to those losers who talk about being washed up because you haven't had a hit in years? Don't you want to make those bastards who couldn't wait and pulled their investments from the studio to writhe in pain? Is this really something to agonize over? It's not just for your own benefit. Popularity is everything anyway. Once they become famous, it's beneficial for everyone. And what could possibly happen just because a scandal breaks among those who are merely at the age of eating school meals? And Kim Bile is completely sharp. An individual who's lasted 10 years in this industry surely knew about the cameras all around. So, if you just turn a blind eye once and let it explode, a malicious heart in itself becomes a poison that destroys humans. Numerous humans living in the entertainment industry have turned into monsters, caught in this madness. Perhaps, an inevitable fall might find its way to PD Park Youngtae too. Young, beautiful, and talented individuals groveling for a chance to be featured. In this demon world where only those who can best stimulate the desires of the masses survive, one might eventually fall for the whispers of inner madness. But it wasn't today. No. A virtuous inner strength expelled the malicious intent gnawing at his spirit. Park Young-tae, having escaped from the temptation, regained his sanity. This could be the noble victory of PD Park Young-tae's conscience, or perhaps the inner demon's temptation was simply not persuasive enough, or maybe, just maybe, it was due to the exorcising and demon-dispelling energy from the business card of Beck SSI stuck in his wallet. Regardless of the reason, PD Park Young-tae succeeded in treating people not as means, but as ends in themselves. Thus, the love, peaceful, uninhabited island plan was scrapped. Using the devil's editing to inject viewers with a lethal dose of sweetness might secure insane viewership rates, but Moon In-seop and Kim Bile would suffer significant invasions of their privacy. Especially for a female celebrity like Kim Bile, the impact is more severe. People say celebrities are not objects of parasocial relationships, yet criticize them for lacking professionalism when a relationship is revealed. People claim the era of enforcing Confucian gender roles is over, yet rebuke them for being too forward when a relationship comes to light. That's just how it is. Whether they sing, dance, or act, celebrities are someone's idol. It's not unreasonable to demand perfection from an idol, especially when money is involved. However, someone had to treat them not as idols but as humans and protect them. And that someone should probably include the profession of a PD. Thinking this, PD Park Young-tae decided on the direction of the editing. It could be said to be the experience of a responsible 21-year veteran variety show PD. And this responsible 21-year veteran variety show PD had not only a righteous mindset but also exceptional talent. The wall full of trophies was proof of that. He had given up walking the treacherous path of nefarious shortcuts, but he still possessed the ability to captivate millions of viewers on screen. The right path is difficult, but since he chose it himself, he must endure through sheer willpower. What else is there to do? PD Park Young-tae thought so and called his staff. It was time to properly stir things up. P6, the show must go on. Ooh. A low murmur of admiration leaked out. It was when Moon In-seop found the perfect fishing spot. Ooh. A heightened murmur of admiration leaked out. It was when Moon In-seop felt a bite and sprinkled krill shrimp. Ooh dash! An exclamation burst out. It was when 3 mackerels were simultaneously caught on the sabiki rig. Actor Bae Song-won, who succeeded in fishing with Moon In-seop's help, exclaimed happily on the TV screen, looking as if he owned the world. It's a big catch. Goo Hak-jun, sitting on the sofa, also nodded in satisfaction and chimed in. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Switching to mackerel when the bucket was empty and setting it up was brilliant, but how did he know mackerels would be swimming around at exactly that time? A genius is really different. Whether there is any correlation between a literary genius and a fishing genius is uncertain, but since literary genius Goo Hak-jun said so, Goo Yuna simply went along with it. Goo Yuna glanced at her dad. Goo Hak-jun was sitting on the sofa but not leaning against it. He was hunched over in a turtle-like posture as if he was going to be sucked into the TV, just like a 5-year-old watching Pororo. The difference between him and a 5-year-old child, however, was that there was no one to smack his back and warn him, "You'll ruin your eyes doing that." It's not that Goo Hak-jun's authority as a father was so strong that no one dared to intervene, but rather that Min Chae-won was away on a business trip. If anyone could vigorously reprimand Goo Hak-jun and correct his posture, it was Goo Yu-bin, but she hardly ever came out of her room. She has been like that since the day she met Moon In-seop. She doesn't come out of her room. The reason is simple. Goo Yu-bin is currently writing a novel. It's important, so we'll say it again. Goo Yu-bin is currently writing a novel. Why is this fact important? Goo Yu-bin is a senior in high school, and it's currently the summer vacation season, meaning the college entrance exam is just half a year away. Aya, a high school girl who writes novels instead of studying, with only half a year left until the college entrance exam, is like a ghost story about Sadako crawling eerily out of the TV. That's why Min Chae-won screamed as if she saw a ghost, foaming at the mouth. And having witnessed her daughter's deviation, Min Chae-won's thought process had reached the 3rd stage of that mechanism. My daughter can't be like this. Denial. Yu-bin, how could you do this to me? Anger. Maybe you could write novels after getting into college? Then, Mom will get you a fancy studio. Let's write then. Negotiation. That's how it went to the third stage. Of course, the pressure from the venomous businesswoman Min Chai-won was not light. Ever since Gu Yubin started writing her novel, the house was always a battlefield. It's to the extent that Min Chai-won once tore up Yubin's notebook right in front of her. But Gu Yubin, proving she was indeed Min Chai-won's daughter, stubbornly held her ground, leaving behind gems of quotes like, "If not now, I may never write. I can feel my heart beating. I must repay the faith of those who believed in me." Was just a bonus. And surprisingly, instead of moving to the fourth stage of frustration, Min Chai-won neatly grasped the severity of the situation and called for a family meeting. Where ordinary people get frustrated, Min Chai-won takes action. It could be said to be the risk management ability worthy of a first-class businesswoman. But as the saying goes, humans plan and heaven decides. And heaven had abandoned Min Chai-won. Because family is a bond formed by heaven. Does this make any sense? How can this be reasonable? As a result of the family meeting, Min Chai-won lost. The reason was simple. When asked, "Is writing novels more important than the college entrance exam?" The vote was 3 in favor and 1 against. Of course, it was a secret ballot, so who voted for what was unknown. But to summarize the discussion at the time, writing novels being more important than the college entrance exam, that's just common sense. Isn't it? Agreed. Agreed. The irrational tyranny of unanimous agreement truly frustrated Min Chai-won. The house was simply full of literature lunatics. Afterward, Min Chai-won even went as far as to boldly suggest that voting rights should be distributed based on wealth, but that was dismissed as too bourgeois of a claim. Eventually, Min Chai-won, much like the repertoire of those beaten in elections regardless of party, vented about the voters are bastards and left the house for an overseas business trip. Surprisingly, Min Chai-won had resigned. Thus, Gu Yuna's family entered the post-Min Chai-won era. However, just because Min Chai-won lost her regime, it didn't mean someone else had taken control. As is often the case when the mother is away, the household entered a post-apocalyptic time of each for their own. With the college entrance exam half a year away, Gu Yubin became a mad artist, writing novels in her room, and Gu Hak-jun, who said he'd cut down on drinking, began to drink as if he was going to set up a bar at home. Look, even now, he's sipping beer while watching a variety show. If he's going to drink beer, he might as well order some chicken so someone could snatch a drumstick from him. Drinking alone seemed pitiful. So, impulsively, Gu Yuna stretched her leg and jabbed her father's side with her big toe. The sudden violence overwhelmed Gu Hak-jun. Gu Hak-jun painfully collapsed next to the sofa. Yuna, why? Satisfying the rising murderous intent within her through impulsive and merciless assault on her kin, Gu Yuna regained her senses and focused back on the TV variety show. But something was off. The flow of the variety show was changing. Whether it was Peaceful Uninhabited Island or Fishing King Moon In-seop, the show had suddenly intensified with serious tension. And Moon In-seop was the protagonist of that situation. Gu Yuna's gaze was fixed on the large wall-mounted TV. "Excuse me, Author Moon? Do you not need manuscript paper?" Right after the staff's question, Moon In-seop's face was zoomed in on. A boy with a cold gaze wrapped in a blanket hardens his expression. And the camera highlighted the tip of the boy's fingers. That is, Moon In-seop's fingertips were trembling. Gu Yuna's heart skipped a beat. Was there some problem? Eventually, Moon In-seop refused the manuscript paper. Gu Yuna was certain there was really a problem. The boy she knew would never give up writing, no matter when or where. "I'm sorry." But Moon In-seop declined the manuscript paper, and the PD, with a bewildered expression, hastily waved it off. "Oh no, I'm sorry for disturbing you. Please, take your rest, author." Gu Yuna held back her murderous intent towards the PD, who thoughtlessly offered manuscript paper to Moon In-seop and focused on the broadcast. The tightly edited variety show smoothly explained Moon In-seop's unusual behavior. Lim SSI, the dedicated editor for author Moon In-seop, appeared on the screen in an official capacity. Actually, Our author Moon is experiencing a slump. The reason? There are a few factors, but although I can't speak about it in detail, the change in environment due to recently switching agencies has been tough on him. Actually, he's incredibly mature and intelligent, but he's still a child at heart. Naturally, the high expectations he's receiving must be burdensome. The head of our division who discovered author Moon also insists on providing as much comfortable care as possible, but given that art is inherently a lonely field, there's a burden he must face alone. It's always heartbreaking to see him struggle. Oh dear. Gu Hak-jun voiced his concern from beside her. However, Gu Yuna's heart felt differently. It was more shock than sympathy. That Moon In-seop? Moon In-seop is Gu Yuna's friend, mentor, and utopia. Gu Yuna wanted to become a novelist like Moon In-seop. Why? Because Moon In-seop was perfect. Moon In-seop was the one who steadied her when times were tough, introduced her to the genre of mystery novels, and taught her everything from writing programs to industry norms. Moon In-seop's advice paralleled that of other novelists who had been writing for decades, and Gu Yuna marveled day by day at such a genius vision from up close. Though she didn't show it on her face, how could she not admire someone who, as if reading her heart, advised her not to idolize him but to pursue her own literature? Ironically, it was only now that Gu Yuna realized how much she had been admiring Moon In-seop all along. But the Moon In-seop on TV was struggling. The genius author who should be perfect couldn't write. That shouldn't be happening. It shouldn't be like this. Huh? What did you say? Gu Yuna, too anxious to even notice Gu Hak-jun's question, nervously bit her nails. Unbeknownst to her, her emotions mirrored the obsession of a fan looking at their idol. Idols must remain perfect idols forever. Otherwise, it would mean that her admiration for him was flawed. Idol worship is a warm act that can fill the void in one's heart with devotion, but conversely, it means entrusting a part of oneself to another. If that breaks, one's heart breaks as well. That's why fans wish for their idol's perfection. But Gu Yuna was watching her idol become imperfect on TV. The variety show portrayed author Moon as an object of sympathy, not of admiration. Searching the internet in desperation, she found it filled with pitying views towards Moon In-seop. Gu Yuna, still not fully understanding her feelings, endured the inexplicable irritation and continued watching the broadcast. And her emotions peaked at that scene. Darkness had descended on the remote island. Only the grasshoppers and mountain birds sang in the dawn at the beach. Moon In-seop, unable to sleep, came out to the sand. He slowly walked towards the sea, as if he might enter the water at any moment. Then someone tiptoes from behind. It's a familiar face to Gu Yuna. Kim Bile, the senior who treats her like some comfort doll, approaches. They meet at the beach, looking at each other and stopping in their tracks. Then, a gentle piano melody underlaid the scene. The music, like a thin drizzle at dawn turned into sound, transformed the variety show into a drama. The genre of the drama is youth. The boy and the girl sit on the beach, endlessly watching the sea. They talk with just the movement of their lips from afar, splash water with their feet, and continue their long conversation until sunrise. And the next day, Moon In-seop, having overcome his slump, searches for manuscript paper. The members of Peaceful Uninhabited Island look at Moon In-seop with warm eyes, and the episode ends. How touching. Gu Hak-jun was suddenly shedding tears. He didn't even know where to start crying. Could it be that Dad was just a middle-aged man going through a midlife crisis, crying senselessly just because some fitting piano background music was playing? What exactly is touching about this? From 1 to 10, nothing makes sense. First off, Moon In-seop being in a slump is already an error, and it's strange that advice from a senior who knows nothing about novels solved that issue. In summary, it's a case of, my Moon In-seop would never do this. Although it sounds a bit like a phrase you'd find among Japanese otakus, it's a syndrome commonly found in idol fandoms. It's especially apparent among those who suddenly suffer acute conditions when their favorite idol starts dating. But if Gu Yuna had the capacity to calmly introspect her inner self, she might have easily made friends at school. Gu Yuna is not wrong. Then the mistake lies in that broadcast. This isn't right. Chapter 96. The catchphrase of a comedian that the entire nation used to follow is forgotten. The national variety show at 6:30 p.m. has been buried in oblivion. And no one cares about such things anymore. In an era where pop culture has become a vulgar joke, one PD was writing a legend. P6. The show must go on. If you ask who the greatest genius PD currently writing a legend in real time is, it's obviously Park Young-tae. It's not like he has a status window. So, it's not like the genius PD is hiding a status window. However, he made the impossible possible even without such a status window. The cultural power of broadcasting stations, centered around TV, has been utterly defeated by new media including YouTube, podcasts, OTT, and online communities. The concept of the masses disappeared, leaving only fragmented consumers. Yet, Park Young-tae is creating something akin to pop culture that the entire nation enjoys. How is that possible? The answer lies in defeating each challenge one by one. PD Park Young-tae captures TV viewers with variety shows, captures YouTube viewers with short clips of those variety shows, and captures netizens with captured screenshots summarizing those clips. Even in an era where people who watch TV don't usually watch YouTube, and those who watch YouTube don't usually watch TV, he forcibly brings people in front of the screen with pure fun. Therefore, PD Park Young-tae's variety shows have an influence beyond visible ratings, and Kim Bile's leadership was also shown to that many people. Yes, that was it. I know it in my head. Wouldn't I know that after a decade in the broadcasting industry? But it was the first time I'd directly felt it. Kim Sun-bae. Kim Bile bit her lip hard. She almost closed her eyes tightly but resisted. In an era where a frowning face in front of people could spread on SNS and make one a bitch, one has to be careful or else they'll instantly become human trash. Kim Bile put on a professional capitalist smile on her face. But this strange feeling was something she couldn't explain in words. The one who called Kim Bile Kim Sun-bae was not Moon In-seop. The place where she heard Kim Sun-bae was not at school. Kim Bile heard someone she didn't know call her Kim Sun-bae on the street when she went out to buy banana milk and sugar cream roll bread, secretly without her manager. Are you really Kim Sun-bae? Now they even confirmed it.
Kim Byul, Hiding her bejilderet felings, not dead.
Then, a female college student, who to anyone's eyes shouldn't be calling Kim Bile Sun-bae, asked with sparkling eyes if she could please take a photo with her. Could I take a photo with you? Just once? Yes, of course. Kim Bile put on a cool and beautiful but not too arrogant persona and agreed to take the photo. This mask was the product of trial and error over 10 years of experience. It may seem trivial, but it's very difficult. Coolness being aloof. Beauty, loveliness. This is a haughty attitude that invokes people's admiration. Yet, if mixed with a polite demeanor and the feeling of, I may be cold and aloof, but I'll be warm to you, my fan who likes me, Kim Bile's everyday celebrity mode is complete. Thus, she can overpower the excitement of the people around her, take beautiful photos, not shatter people's fantasies, and not be cursed for being rude. That's how Kim Bile safely sent off the female college student she met on the street. As such, Kim Bile was an experienced celebrity. She was accustomed to someone liking her, admiring her, and in industry terms, fawning over her. But what she's experiencing now, she just can't get used to it. Kim Bile twisted her body like a pretzel and pulled at her hair in frustration at an empty street corner. Ugh! It was embarrassing, especially these days. After all, Kim Sun-bae wasn't a role. The admiring looks that had been pouring onto Kim Bile were not for Kim Bile, but for Kim Bile's persona. That is, the praises were directed at the role Kim Bile played. Actor and role are concepts that are strictly separated. People think they like the actor, but in reality they like the role the actor plays. Money doesn't lie. If you think about whether an actor appears as themselves or as their character from a blockbuster movie or a popular drama in a commercial they star in right after, the answer is clear. Of course, the story is a bit different for fandoms that follow the works of an actor with consistent faith and support, but Kim Bile doesn't have such a fandom. The peak of Kim Bile's career was when she coined the catchphrase, "Mom is a fool who only knows dad." But Kim Sunbae isn't a role. It was just Kim Bile. Not someone pretending to be Kim Bile, but the human being Kim Bile, purely revealing her true self. So, every time she saw people looking at her with warm eyes and saying, "I respect Kim Sunbae," Kim Bile felt as if her hands and feet were twisting together. It wasn't acting. Then, it's a story of people liking her just as she is. Ugh! As proven by the popularity pouring out for Kim Bile, there is power in authenticity. People living in a media society are pitiful beings living in plastic love. They admire someone they don't even know, get excited about developments they know are fake, and satisfy themselves by brainwashing into believing stage situations are real. That's the cultural life in the information age. But because of that, people yearn for the real thing. PD Park Young-tae understood this principle well. And Park Young-tae's team members are people who do more than expected once they are given direction. What do people like? A genius writer thought to be perfect. Suffering from a slump and unable to sleep. A boy who comes out to the beach at dawn, struggling. A girl who sneaks up and sits next to him. And an interview. What were you feeling when you decided to follow Author Moon? PD Park Young-tae threw the real thing to the people. And authenticity has a very powerful force. Kim Bile's genuineness elevated an episode of a variety show to the realm of art. Actually, In-seop isn't a genius. People believe they'd like him to be a genius, not because he has overflowing charisma or unstoppable inspiration, but because he's just overly mature for his age. How do I know? I know because I saw it at school. No, that guy really has no manners. Kim Bile's authenticity also gave people laughter. There was a time when I mistakenly thought I was a genius too. I got lucky and became popular when I was young. And I thought it was all because I was a talented kid. In that regard, In-seop is much better than me. He's the exact opposite of me. He thinks he got popular just because he's young. So he believes success, honor, and money are all meaningless. That's why he's even more obsessed with literature. But I can't say that I didn't see myself in In-seop when he was troubled. In reality, people do make someone a star just because they're young. Since I went through that, I can't deny it lightly. Really, purely. When I realized that all the popularity I enjoyed was just because I was young and cute, it was painful. Kim Bile's authenticity also made people cry. But I still haven't given up on acting. The reason is really trivial. Of course, I want to succeed, and it's painful not to succeed, but the real reason I can't give up acting is just because I love it. So, I told In-seop too, even without people's popularity, money, or honor, it's okay to keep doing it just because you love it. So, don't give up and cheer up. That's what I said. The act of one person supporting and embracing another is truly a beautiful thing. In front of its artistry, rumors of romance lost their power. Because people wanted to enjoy the beauty of a young girl and boy humanly standing in solidarity. Not the shallow romance rumors summarized as who's dating who, blah blah. That kind of content can be easily enjoyed in matchmaking reality shows with scripted elements. However, this authenticity could not be found anywhere else. So, in the end, it was all about entertainment. People were enthralled by a more beautiful show. That's all.
Embarrassing.
A video letter? Oh no, I don't want to. Don't film it. Is that In-seop? Of course. There were also people who were smitten by Kim Bile's cuteness. The news that PD Park Young-tae had finally hit a home run thrilled the nation. Of course, like always, this frenzy was just a fleeting issue that sparkles for a moment and then fades away. Popular movies of the day. Popular dramas of the day. Popular variety shows are always in abundance. Even if it's a masterpiece filled with someone's blood, sweat, and tears. In the vast current of culture, it's just content that is glanced at for a moment and then quickly forgotten. The event that will remain a sparkling moment in Moon In-seop and Kim Bile's lives, from afar, is just a funny scene from a popular variety show. But if you look closely, it's different. The economic effect of a funny scene from a popular variety show was devastating. A brief iconic moment from an episode of a variety show. The soft power contained within it was directly converted into money. For Kim Bile personally, this soft power materialized into several CF offers and scripts from directors wanting her for their next projects. But for Moon In-seop, it was something more special. Behind Moon In-seop was an entire business unit of a certain conglomerate, intent on converting soft power into money. The Moon In-seop boom is coming. The moment the variety show's blockbuster success was sensed, the publishing management division led by Lim Yong-wook, like a fierce octopus waiting for an opportunity, sprang into action all at once. A total war erupted everywhere. Business, after all, should be conducted with a combative spirit. Promotional battles in offline bookstores, noise marketing battles in online bookstores, battles over TV advertising slots, and in the midst of all this, Yong-wook crushed the schemes of factionalists within Baikak Publishing. Finally, the salesman of the publishing department, fully armed with the spirit of a suicide bomber out of fervent loyalty to the revered Baikak lineage, won the war. Bestseller. First place. Wow! We won. Long live director Baek Seol. I didn't do anything. It's all thanks to the director. We dedicate this achievement to the director. Moon In-seop's next work, The Show Must Go On, linked to the storyline of the variety show Peaceful Uninhabited Island, achieved bestseller status. Even if the publishing industry is said to be a dying sector, if it really were something insignificant, there would be no reason for the powerful rights cartel called Baikak Publishing to exist. Success is as hard as picking stars from the sky, but the moment it is achieved, immense profits are generated. The profits gained by Baikak Publishing's management division brought about an economic performance that was incomparable to the few CFs earned by Kim Bile personally. As a result, dozens of salaried workers receiving millions in wages were promoted. The leading digit of the budget allocated to a business division changed, and it had a meaningful impact on the political landscape within the conglomerate. Then the industry people were also thrilled. It was a different kind of frenzy from the masses. Is this really a huge hit? Unlike the masses who were enthusiastic about variety shows and novels, industry people focused on a different aspect. It was the strategy of the publishing management division. In the past, the reformists of Baikak Publishing, led by Lim Yong-wook, claimed that creating star authors could bring innovation to the stagnant publishing industry. It didn't work at all. There's a reason why the Bible says that those who believe without seeing are more blessed. People only believe in what they see. So they didn't believe. However, after a long time, a miracle appeared before their eyes. The correlation between celebrity authors and increased sales was proven. With this, the publishing management division were not merely lucky lottery winners who found a genius author named Moon In-seop, but pioneers who successfully implemented the business model of publishing management. However, where there is light, there must also be darkness. Ironically, that darkness was also the cause of the light. The novel, I didn't like it much. There are things that make Moon In-seop's name shine and that people expect from his writings. That is innovativeness. Literature is a very old discipline, similar to music. Because of its deep history, even if you create something, you can find something similar in the past. Therefore, the literary community wants and inevitably highly values something new. However, the thematic consciousness of The Show Must Go On had cliched aspects. The plot of encountering difficulties, giving up on art, and then finding one's way back to art through inner awakening is touching but not new to the world. Thus, critics assessed that Moon In-seop had stagnated in a literary sense, and the people at Baikak Publishing were ecstatic that even such a novel could be sold as an S-grade. The broadcasting effect is really no joke. Making one writer a star really pays off, doesn't it? But it's not like there were no star authors before. Instead of gaping until the hype dies down, let's try to make our own, right? Amidst this strange atmosphere beginning to circulate within Baikak Publishing, someone in the office of the CEO of Baikak Entertainment was reading a book. It was CEO Baek Sung-won, not in a white suit and black sunglasses, but in a black suit and with haggard eyes. Chapter 97. Baikak Entertainment has an odd fixture. The CEO, who is suspiciously often seen in the lobby on the first floor. His name is Baek Sung-won. Nicknamed the factory manager, because he produces idols as if they were manufactured in a factory. His trademark is a white suit and black sunglasses. Other characteristics include being somewhat prickly, overly sensitive, paranoid, and a workaholic, which leads to neglecting his family. However, only the employees who are daily nagged by CEO Baek Sung-won are aware of his being somewhat prickly and neglecting his family. To the hitchhikers traveling through the idol scene, abbreviated as Idolverse, CEO Baek Sung-won is just the factory manager uncle in a white suit and black sunglasses. Thus, there is no one in the Idolverse who doesn't know the factory manager. Even those who curse at the news of Bikak Entertainment releasing a new idol group saying, "Oh, just some kids pretending to be stylish by gathering whatever trends are in vogue," are ready to open their wallets as if they were brainwashed slaves. Viewers are shocked to see CEO Baek, in his white suit on an idol competition program, saying, "You can fix a face and teach someone to sing, but you can't correct their character." From fans shivering with telephoto cameras around their necks in the cold winter dawn for a glimpse of their favorite's arrival at work to those who received a warm Americano from CEO Baek Sung-won, saying, "He got it on his way." Indeed, CEO Baek Sung-won was a person of overwhelming presence. A regular victim of the triple set of idol variety penalties, hidden camera pranks and midnight tasks. A fussmaker who always comes out in the lobby holding a cake for the celebrities, blabbering. And the harsh but warm-hearted judge on numerous survival audition programs. Although he never wore see-through pants that revealed his underwear, CEO Baek Sung-won had nearly the same level of recognition as a celebrity among entertainment agency CEOs. Considering he comes from a completely unrelated white-collar background, this is quite astonishing. And the fact that all these images were just produced for survival is hardly known. P6 The show must go on. Did CEO not come to work today again? Yes. Oh dear. Since the Bikak Entertainment's Apocalypse Day, when the four horsemen of the apocalypse blew their trumpets and zombies in black suits bit people, CEO Baek Sung-won has not shown his face at the company. It's common for CEOs to not come to work and go play golf, but not at Bikak Entertainment. CEO Baek Sung-won was an odd CEO who often showed up in the lobby, making the employees wish, "Please, just go play golf and don't come to work." Thus, Bikak Entertainment's employees gradually realized that our company's CEO was also included in the list of things that are annoying when present but missed when absent. Despite everything, he was quite a good CEO. It was after a considerable amount of time, to the extent that some employees were discussing visiting the CEO's home, that Baek Sung-won showed himself again. Surprisingly, the employees did not recognize him at first glance. Returning to work after a long absence, CEO Baek Sung-won was wearing a black suit instead of a white one, and instead of black sunglasses, his haggard eyes were visible. Nobody recognized Baek Sung-won until he crossed the company lobby, and it was only when a managing director who was about to scold this unfamiliar person for taking the executive elevator realized who he was and bowed down, marking the first recognition. "Are you the CEO?" "Yes." "Oh." Setting aside the managing director's thrilling experience of almost scolding such a noble figure and surviving by a hair, CEO Baek Sung-won's humble return quickly became known throughout the company. Many employees saw CEO Baek Sung-won from their first day as new hires. Naturally, since Baek Sung-won was the founder of the company. And since those days, he was always seen wearing a white suit and black sunglasses. They say there are many gangsters and thugs in the entertainment industry, but who would have thought Bikak Entertainment would be like that too? Wasn't this a big corporation? Such was the shock experienced by the employees once they learned of CEO Baek Sung-won's Bikak lineage, a happening so well known that almost all employees had gone through it. However, the story behind that white suit is hardly known. Arriving at his office for the first time in a while, CEO Baek Sung-won looked at the white suit hanging on the coat rack with a strange gaze. It seemed that even the bastards from the headquarters, who were ready to strip the office of all its equipment, hadn't dared to take the clothes. The CEO's office looked tidy overall. It had been thoroughly messed up by the grip of the headquarters, but it seemed that his subordinates had somewhat tidied it up for the return of CEO Baek Sung-won. But the really important contents of the drawers, the inside of the safe, and the document files remained untouched by the subordinates, so they were left as they were when the headquarters conducted their raid. Ah, shit. They think they're the prosecution, or what? A helpless laugh escaped. The state of the CEO's office mirrored that of Bikehack Entertainment. After being ruined once, the surface was fixed up to look decent, but the inside was still crushed and mangled. The headquarters proposed an innovative plan to dismantle Bikehack Entertainment into pieces and turn each department into an affiliate company. For the headquarters, it was a light threat thrown to make Baek Sung-won kneel. But for the department heads, who had dedicated years, if not decades, it was an irresistible temptation. The department heads who fell for the headquarters' temptation willingly betrayed CEO Baek Sung-won. However, as soon as CEO Baek Sung-won surrendered, the headquarters lightly changed the promises they had thrown. As a result, things became utterly ridiculous. The headquarters took all of Baek Sung-won's shares, turning him into a salaried CEO, and the department heads who had betrayed Baek Sung-won continued to work under him, trembling in fear. Truly, the situation had become utterly ridiculous. In one day, the headquarters dirted both the inside and the outside of the company known as Bikehack Entertainment. What to call these tainted aspects, I do not know. The company's spirit? Mind? Soul? Those who believe a corporation has no soul may not understand. But a corporation is like a person. A person cannot live if their spirit is broken. CEO Baek Sung-won has been acutely feeling this lately. Suddenly, the white suit hanging in a corner of the office looked like a white flag used for surrender. The white suit, symbolizing a lifetime of Baek Sung-won's struggle, was now gone. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The reason CEO Baek Sung-won wore a white suit fundamentally wasn't much different from a journalist marked by the regime declaring, "I will never commit suicide." Baek Sung-won was marked by the headquarters because he was born on a collateral line, not the direct line. So he doesn't know when, how, or in what way he might be ruthlessly purged. The fact that Baek Sung-won had dedicated his life to growing Bikehack Entertainment from a mere hole in the wall to one of Korea's leading entertainment agencies was irrelevant. Bikehack is a cruel beast. In front of it, one is just an ant, which wouldn't be surprising to be crushed and disappear at any time. So, what an ant, which cannot stand against the beast, can do is to scream to the world with all its might, appealing, "I am here," to ensure that he doesn't disappear without anyone knowing, so that someone would at least erect a tombstone in the place he was, and even if it meant being mindful of those who would erect his tombstone, to ensure that the giant doesn't crush him. Therefore, the life of CEO Baek Sung-won was like a play, wearing a conspicuous white suit and screaming to the whole world that, "I am here." Of course, there were those who advised him that it was an excessive persecution complex. It was an employee who was like Baek Sung-won's right arm. He would always say to let go of the paranoia and maintain a healthy state of mind. But that bastard never was born into a chaebol family, so he wouldn't understand. Baek Sung-won, who was born into a chaebol family, knows. Chaebols are not the superhuman, aristocratic elites depicted in dramas. They are ordinary people, too. Ordinary people love their families, enjoy spending time with friends, like delicious food, and deep down, want to show off and assert their dominance in front of others. And ordinary people want to pass off difficult and unwanted tasks to others, demean others to boost their own ego, wish to effortlessly get rid of those who annoy them, are willing to sacrifice others to protect their own interests, and desire to suppress others for their own pleasure. As long as one is born a human, we all harbor the same desires. It's just that most people are not born with the power to act on them, while some are. Thus, those who wield unchecked power in society are like pure children. Their inherently human desires lead them to commit acts without hesitation, even if regulated by law. Ultimately, CEO Baek Sung-won's prediction was correct. The centralization of the headquarters, the new chairman's consolidation of power, a lesson for the disloyal affiliate CEOs, stripping away the complex political circumstances, the essence of the situation becomes very simple. The second son, who took over the chairman position over his older brother, wanted to prove he was better and more powerful by tormenting Baek Sung-won. It's a common sight in neighborhood playgrounds. It was just that everything CEO Baek Sung-won had built up collapsed due to such childlike torment. Yes, that's all there is to it. It felt as if a tsunami had suddenly swept in one day, destroying a tower he had spent his lifetime building. Before feeling wronged, the thought of emptiness comes first. Was life such a trivial thing? There was the introduction of a novel that caught his eye. Being diagnosed with lymphatic cancer at the age of 32 was more of a sentence than a diagnosis. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The first reading happened by a strange encounter that could be considered either coincidental or fated. The new work of author Moon. The show must go on. CEO Baek Sung-won was not unaware of the book's existence. It had been loudly advertised on TV, and not long ago it was also an achievement of the publishing management department, which had been part of Baikak Enter until recently. Where was it? Yes, it must have been a project of the creative and content department. The idea was to benchmark the success of Author Moon and try to create a second Author Moon. Wasn't it? Of course, Baek Sung-won knew it wasn't the publishing department that was remarkable, but Author Moon. That's why he had rejected the proposal. But now the openly headquarters-aligned C division started pursuing the project independently, saying, "Humph, the CEO's permission? We don't recognize that." Of course, having been demoted to a salaried CEO, Baek Sung-won could only watch with a bitter smile. Despite the book having made a bad first impression, it came to Baek Sung-won from an entirely unexpected place. Was it the evening after he had submitted divorce papers at the court? The employee who had been Baek Sung-won's right hand came to him. Baek Sung-won remained at the company, but that employee could not. It wasn't due to a mistake, but because the headquarters had cut off Baek Sung-won's limbs. So, Baek Sung-won had to share a farewell drink with his severed right arm. Please read this, CEO. Baek Sung-won's assets had halved around 2 p.m. that day, but he still had money to spend on his right-hand man. In exchange for kneeling and begging the chairman not to dismantle Baikak Entertainment into pieces, the chairman had bought his shares at a generous price. Unintentionally, he had become a cash-rich man. So, he bought the most expensive alcohol as a sign of apology and gratitude at the fanciest and most imposing bar he knew. And while they were sharing it, the subordinate suddenly handed him a book. "What's this?" It wasn't a question asked out of ignorance. "It's the new work of Author Moon. I thought it might help you, CEO. You can consider it as part of the drink's cost if you like." This? Just give it a read. Given that it was the last piece of advice from his right arm, CEO Baek Sung-won couldn't possibly refuse. Thus, Baek Sung-won, who had only been reading documents and scripts for years, held a novel in his hands after a long time, and that book swiftly colored his heart. It felt as though a sudden tsunami had demolished all the golden towers she had built up over her life, sweeping away even the debris into the muddy waters. Cancer evaporated Eun Bayol's life, values, and achievements. All the driving forces that had led Eun Bayol's life to this point, all those precious things that had kept her anchored to this world, were they all so empty and futile? Then, what exactly am I? Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Eun Bayol once thought for a brief period, specifically during the 3 years from age 25 to 28, that it might be all right to dedicate everything to a man whose profession was an actor. He was also a playwright who wrote his own plays. The words he spoke to his recently parted terminally ill girlfriend must have been a carefully polished masterpiece after long contemplation. And indeed, it was a masterpiece. Eun Bayol had never encountered such a courtship in any drama, play, theater, or film before. His second confession was logically structured with a perfect beginning, middle, and end, each word showing signs of long deliberation, and above all, it was moving. Perhaps it was because it possessed a sincerity hard to find in any work of art. At this moment, in a downtown cafe, a man and a woman sat across from each other. The woman was terminally ill, and the man proposed to stay by her side until her last moment. But Eun Bayol knew the man too well. So, she said, "What if I don't die?" The man's face turned pale. Being smart, he must have understood the context of her words. And Eun Bayol turned her speculation into reality. "What are you going to do if I don't die soon and keep living for years?" even decades, and cling to you from my sickbed. Wait, Bayal, the title of a man who stood by his loving partner until her last breath. That would be quite beneficial for your career, wouldn't it? That's so like you. Always planning ahead. It'll definitely be a plus for your future in the entertainment industry. That kind of story won't even let the divorced man title become a minus. Quite a decent compensation for just a few months of taking care of someone's sick. Bayal, that's not fair. Forget it. I have no intention of bringing cameras into my hospital room for a touching farewell scene right before I die. Sorry, but I'm going to leave now. With that, Bayal left the cafe alone, leaving the man with a soulless expression sitting there. Yes, Bayal knew him all too well. He was too tender-hearted to marry a girlfriend with cancer and bear the burden of widowhood for the rest of his life. He would never be able to endure it. So, she chose to cut ties. Until recently, Bayal, who had been keen on reuniting despite their breakup, now found it all meaningless. The cancerous mass, not visible to the eye and confusingly attached to her body, had transformed Bayal into a completely different person. Love no longer held meaning for her. Therefore, Bayal's cold decision was right in both scenarios. Whether he approached Bayal for calculative reasons or genuinely wanted to be by the side of his slowly dying ex-girlfriend, her response was appropriate. For Bayal, love had become a value too trivial. Death had evaporated all her values. Love, as a biological instinct to leave descendants, is a desire overly glorified by too many artists. Bayal had no intention of clinging to the remnants of that desire until the end, nor did she plan to let him spend the rest of his life clinging to that desire. Thus, Bayal believed that removing love from her life was the best decision. However, the slightly faded colors of the city's landscape brought a peculiar worry. What else must she let go of and send away in her remaining days? It was a profoundly human regret. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Hoo. Ha. Ha. Seobek Sungwon wept alone in the house his wife and children had left, his head buried in the dining table for a long while. Only when a page of the book got damp from his tears did Seobek Sungwon rub his eyes and stand up. Yes, there are times when you must let go if you love. That was why Baek Sungwon let go of his wife who requested a divorce. Although the love had cooled decades ago, and they had been merely acting as a couple for the sake of their children, love between people isn't always about desire. There's a love that's infinitely close to responsibility. In corporate terms, it's unlimited liability. CEO Baek Sungwon had to bear unlimited responsibility for his wife and children. That's why he decided on divorce. Although the divorce papers were initiated by his wife, Baek Sungwon didn't fight it and stamped his agreement because he believed it was the best decision for his wife and children. After Baek Sungwon's death, it would be too difficult for his wife to claim the inheritance. She wasn't born into a chaebol family. She would have been torn apart by his cruel siblings. The law is not for people. But if they divorced while he was alive, he could transfer half of his assets to his wife. And if he bequeathed his entire estate to his children, everything would be settled neatly. It wasn't a normal thing to contemplate, but he had no choice. Baikak Entertainment was everything to him. The moment it was taken from him, he could no longer be normal. Thus, Baek Sungwon slowly and carefully prepared for his end. And occasionally he read the book. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Baek Sungwon's last reading session was on the day he decided to commit suicide in the Baikak Entertainment CEO office. After being diagnosed with a terminal illness, Bayal, who had been shedding the now seemingly trivial values of life one by one, had become one of Baek Sungwon's closest friends. Both Bayal and Baek Sungwon were preparing for death. Both were victims of a tsunami that had suddenly taken everything they had built in life. Humans are such vain beings. Everything built up over a lifetime could crumble so easily due to someone's prank, like the sudden diagnosis of lymphatic cancer or the whims of a chaebol chairman. In the face of such transcendental matters, everything seemed meaningless. Decades of passion, dreams, efforts, love, people, After stripping away everything and settling his affairs, Baek Sung-won opened a book in his final moment of reluctance. Similarly, Eun Bayol also looked back on her life only in her final moments after letting go of everything. Was there value in such a vain life? It was. This book, labeled as cliché by all sorts of critics, emitted a peculiar power in a moment. Time is not made of lines, nor planes, but solely of memories engraved in people's souls. It might have been an insight hidden between the lines written by an author who had once tasted death. Or perhaps it was acceptable to think that CEO Baek Sung-won, facing his death, was indulging in sentimentality. Anyway, the book spoke its words, and the reader interpreted them in his own way. What keeps me alive is not some grand ambition to achieve something, but the humble companionship with the precious things I enjoy day by day within it, even if those precious things are as fleeting as feathers that vanish into thin air. I realize that embracing them dearly is what life is about. It's the process, not the fruit, that holds meaning. Thus, human life is like a play. Joy, sorrow, success, failure, laughter, tears. All are part of the play. Death is no exception. So, the show must not stop. It must go on. Death may be the end of my play, but it is not the entirety of it. The novel ends with Eun Bayol's monologue as she returns to the theater. But Baek Sung-won continued to read something. It was his own heart. Baikak Entertainment, as a corporation, was everything to CEO Baek Sung-won. His true life began with this company, and all his efforts and achievements were here. But now he questioned, was this company truly everything to him? No. Of course, Baikak Entertainment contained everything of the human Baek Sung-won. A system filled with the fierce desire to shine even if it meant creating talent where there was none. A determined conviction to break away from the reality that those being filmed are touched, oppressed, and defiled by those holding the camera. Economic achievements that made even the headquarters wary of a common good-for-nothing chaebol from side branch. The power that makes even stars who are known by everyone bow their heads at the mention of his name. The numerous colleagues who have shared life's joys and sorrows together for decades. All of this was encapsulated within the corporation of Baikak Entertainment. Of course, it all collapsed suddenly one day. Baikak Entertainment's independence was destroyed. Management rights were snatched away. Department heads betrayed the CEO, and entertainers dreamt only of escaping the ominous atmosphere. But regardless of the outcome, the splendid memories of Baikak Entertainment, which once created beauty, if those shining memories make the play of the person named Baek Sung-won beautiful, if all these joys and sorrows are merely parts of a long play when viewed from afar, so, if just by continuing to live one can create another beautiful play. Continue. Baek Sung-won lifted his head. Is it okay for me to live? Through the window, the brilliant sunset pierced between the buildings, enveloping Baek Sung-won's face. Baek Sung-won, while always seeing this view, thought the scarlet of the slowly setting sun and the busy lives of the countless people below were truly beautiful. Baek Sung-won stood at the window for a long time, admiring the world, until the scarlet twilight disappeared beyond the dark blue sky, until the brilliant lights of the forest of buildings chased away the night, and until the sparkling of the cars flowing on the roads stretched out like the Milky Way. He gazed at the landscape of this world for a long time. And surprisingly, it was more beautiful than any artwork Baek Sung-won had ever seen in his life. Of course, he knew that there was no real meaning behind those twinkles. The warm glow of the sunset piercing through the buildings was just a ball of fire shining in the cold emptiness. And the brilliant night view of the buildings and the cars rushing down the roads like shooting stars were just people going home after a night's work. But beauty wasn't found in reality. It was found in the heart. That beauty succeeded in healing CEO Baek Sung-won's soul, even if just a little. And because CEO Baek Sung-won was a strong person, he found the courage to stand up again in that moment of solace. Ugh! With a sigh that leaked out amidst a strange laugh, CEO Baek Sung-won got up from his seat. It was already deep into the night. Time to go home, because he had to go to work again tomorrow. As he was packing up his things like always, he suddenly stopped and pondered something. Then, he hung up the black suit on the hanger and picked up the white suit and sunglasses before moving on. With steps lighter than the day before, heading towards tomorrow, just like the title of the book tucked under his arm. After all, the show must go on. The fate of a showman changed just like that. Chapter 98. A school, ideally, is an institution meant to guide growing adolescents into becoming adults equipped with proper character and outstanding intelligence. However, this is not the case for some schools. It is apt to talk about Baikak Arts Middle School. Baikak Arts Middle School is not a public school dedicated to nurturing loyal workers for the nation, but merely a private school. Moreover, it was a kind of trophy school established because a conglomerate chairman, now in a coffin, said, "I wish our group had a prestigious private school foundation too." And the purpose of this trophy? Naturally, to shine. Thus, unlike other private schools, the two schools under the Baikak Art Foundation were not interested in making money. Why bother attracting small change from kids when there are benefactors ready to pour in huge sums just to elevate the school's reputation? Although they weren't interested in making money, they did have an interest in tax evasion, and the Baikak Group's donations would occasionally evaporate within the intricate administrative system of the Baikak Art Foundation. But if even the liquor stored in oak barrels cannot escape evaporation, why would donations be any different? If we compare it to the practice of the liquor industry, it could be seen as the angel's share. Thus, the chairman of the Baikak Art Foundation had a crucial role in enhancing the foundation and school's reputation and securing a share for the Baek clan's angels. The person charged with this significant task is Baek Lee-hyun. Surprisingly, he is the direct descendant of the Baikak Group. Lately, Chairman Baek Lee-hyun has been quite troubled. Sigh. This is because the National Tax Service has been probing them more frequently these days. It wasn't because the employees of the Investigation Bureau of the National Tax Service couldn't suppress their righteous indignation towards establishing a correct taxation system. It's merely the cold blade of the regime that comes periodically as an annual event. After all, politicians have a disease that makes them uneasy unless they periodically beat up so-called honest businessmen, right? Nevertheless, being threatened with a knife to pay taxes was somewhat familiar, but this time it seemed a bit more dangerous. After all, the current president had won the election despite being battered with all sorts of negative campaigns by the Baikak Media Group during his candidacy. This was all because of the misdeeds of the former chairman in trying to support the opposing candidate. How could he mess up a 50-50 chance? Grandpa, why did you do that? Baek Lee-hyun, the chairman with a profound filial piety, lamented over his deceased grandfather's gotcha failure, but the dead had no words. Damn it! There's no more room to back down now. Given the circumstances, Baek Lee-hyun devised a plan to survive the terrifying tax officials from the National Tax Service, who were essentially holding a knife to his throat demanding taxes, by promoting how harmless, remarkable, and kawaii the Baikak Art Foundation was. The reason why Moon In-seop was summoned to the chairman's office right after school started had to do with this. EP7 Isomer. The long summer break had ended. As the scorching heat of summer gradually cooled, the school looked quite pretty upon arrival. But the prettiness was less of natural beauty and more about the well-maintained garden. It felt as though a lot of money had been splurged. However, that fleeting sense of beauty was soon overwhelmed as soon as the classroom doors opened and the vibrant energy of youth began to sap my strength. Hey, In-seop, I saw you on the variety show. I was really surprised. Why did you lie about not being close to Kim Bile-nuna? I read your new work. It was fun. Phew, did you hit the bestseller list again? Stop it already. Everyone's gonna want to come to our school's literature department. Ha ha ha. Stop bothering In-seop. I like it though. Hey, In-seop, why didn't you contact me during the vacation? There was Sohee's birthday party. In-seop, do you remember my name? Tell me. Stop bothering In-seop-chan. I'll protect In-seop. Everyone, back off. Bullshit. Moron. Hey, did you get an autograph from actor Bae Sung-won? Oh right, this guy. He's really good at fishing. How did you do that? Hi In-seop. Did you have a good vacation? Upon entering the second-year classroom of the literature department, I exchanged greetings with classmates whose faces had become familiar, and even with Gu Yuna, who was glaring at me with the eyes of a raptor eyeing its prey. Just then, the homeroom teacher urgently called me. It was something unexpected. The chairman is looking for me? Why, yes. As evident from the homeroom teacher's appearance, who couldn't escape from the oppressive aura of the terrifying modernized hanbok-wearing madman Park Chang-woon and volunteered to be his faithful subordinate. The order at Baikak Arts Middle School was a bit different from the school order I knew. To others, the peculiarities of Baikak Arts Middle School, a private school, might not be apparent, but as someone experiencing my second stint at school, its unique private school traits were blatantly obvious. First, the teachers possessed a corporate rather than a civil servant mindset. While public school teachers would smile outwardly but bury issues behind the scenes, private school teachers openly said, "So what? That's usual, and not my business." Unlike public teachers constrained by complex educational administrative laws, private school teachers only had to look good to those who paid their salaries. And the priority was on performance, rather than stability. Unlike public schools that strive to prevent conflicts among students and maintain a peaceful classroom, here it was not unusual to single out one and harshly discipline them to keep the others in line. Rather than endlessly shouting, "Stop school violence. Follow the school rules. Be a well-behaved child." It was about controlling the kids through draconian measures, like making an example by metaphorically hanging one's head on a pike. Of course, the more moderate teachers didn't literally bloody their hands, but they didn't go out of their way to look after students who were poor or unable to concentrate either. Naturally, the scapegoat would always be a rebellious but poor and underperforming student. It had to be someone who wouldn't cause backlash. As you might guess, the opposite was also true. Clear favoritism was shown to those who performed well. That was me. Seeing how talented our INSEOP is, the chairman himself asked for you. "I'll excuse you from morning classes, so why don't you go see him?" Of course, I wasn't thrilled that a teacher, only a few years older than me, favored me. What good would doing well in school do for me? Go to a prestigious university? Such things no longer meant anything to me. I attended this school because it was okay to skip studying to write. In short, minimize academics. Maximize writing time. That was the purpose of my school life. So I asked, "You're excusing me from all morning classes? Will it take that long?" It might. Such an exception from morning classes wouldn't be possible in a public school. But here it was. In the literature department, Park Chang-woon might as well be king. But in private schools, the chairman is a god. His solemn power could twist the curriculum. His authority did not end with manipulating time. It extended to space as well. I sighed and asked the teacher, "So I should go to the chairman's house?" "No, it's not his residence." Okay. I'll go to the training center. The chairman lives within the school. ****. Thanks to the Baikak Group's lavish spending to catch up with Tier 1 art schools renowned for their long-standing honor and tradition, the campuses of Baikak Arts Middle School and Baikak Arts High School together were as vast as those of a significant university. The campus was so large it included a mountain at the back, and midway up this mountain was the staff training center. But because the Baikak Art Foundation loved its staff oh so very much, this training center was built like a luxurious mansion. And naturally, since the chairman was also a staff member, he could enter the training center. However, for some reason, the other staff members rarely used the training center, so it was often the case that the chairman was the only one utilizing it. It definitely wasn't that the chairman was using school funds to build his own luxurious residence. "Is this the place?" I arrived at the chairman's house and was about to ring the bell. Before I could, a man in a suit who was washing a black foreign car in the yard rushed over to me, startled, and scolded me. "Hey, you can't come in here. This is private property." "What? Are you a student from Baikak Arts Middle School? Go back quickly. Hurry." Even though it was still warm enough to wear just a dress shirt, the suit-clad man, fully dressed in an outer coat as well, seemed to be trying to kick me out half out of concern for me and half for himself. I've come all this way though. What? The standoff didn't last long. Another suit-clad man guarding the entrance of the mansion on the first floor rushed over to us. He pushed away the suit-clad man trying to expel me and said to me, "Ah, are you author Moon In-seop?" "Yes." "Oh, welcome. The chairman has been waiting for you." "Thank you." The grand iron gate opened, and I stepped into the well-maintained yard. "Kim, didn't I tell you I had a guest coming today?"
I'm sorry.
"Manager." He was too tiny. "Even so, you should check the work orders properly." I heard one suit-clad man scolding another behind me. They sounded like medieval servants. However, the rigid atmosphere of the mansion didn't make me tense. It was only around Min Chai-won at 0.4 TL. Min Chai-won is Gu Yuna's mother. I calmly followed another suit-clad man waiting for me on the first floor up to the second floor. The man guiding me knocked carefully on a door made of white wood. "Knock! Knock! Chairman, I have brought the guest. Come in." With the permission from inside, the door opened, and there stood a typical second-generation chaebol heir I had seen in dramas. "Oh, student Moon In-seop is here." Though I had thought this staff training center was purely the chairman's luxurious residence, the interior surprisingly had more of an office vibe. The chairman, sitting at a large brown wooden desk, seemed to be in age between Baek Seol and Lim Yong-wook. Early 30s? Mid-30s? Maybe because he was of the same gender and family, he vaguely resembled the suited Baek Seol I had seen in England. But I knew Baek Seol too well, with her disheveled hair heading to work and sipping her coffee in a sloppy manner. So no matter how many luxury suits she wore, or how thick her makeup was, or even if she wore expensive buffalo horn glasses, I never felt intimidated. However, I did feel a slightly intimidating aura from the chairman. It was the aura of a capitalist who historically dominated all artists. Since art has been dominated by the wealthy, the flexibility of my spine was also dynamically reconfigured. "Hello, I'm Moon In-seop, but I write under the pen name Moon In. Haha, don't be so stiff, sit here. You're a student of our school, right? Just think of it as meeting a principal. You're too stiff." I glanced at the nameplate on the desk. The chairman's name was Baek Lee-hyun. Chairman Baek Lee-hyun smiled kindly and invited me to sit on the sofa, ordering the suit-clad man who was frequently at his service to bring some tea. As I felt the plush leather sofa, the chairman said to me, "Nice to meet you. You might be the most famous student at our school, yet this is the first time we meet in person. How do you find school life?" "It's very enjoyable." "Haha, that's funny because you seem to skip it quite a lot." "Damn it. Is my attendance rate that I barely managed to get over 50% gonna haunt me here? But that's okay. I always have the dropout card up my sleeve. Many artists who have left their mark on history completed their education by dropping out. Thus, dropping out could be seen as a necessary step towards becoming a great figure. Meanwhile, my morbid sense of humor crafted the sentence. "It's funny that someone who built a house inside the school and lives there is preaching proper behavior." But my internal editor cut it out. After a moment of silence, Chairman Baek Lee-hyun broke the ice first. "Ah, just kidding. Just kidding." I didn't say much, but Chairman Baek Lee-hyun skillfully continued the conversation on his own. "Our student In-seop is doing big things, so he can't always make it to school, something I, as the chairman, am well aware of. Isn't that our school's flexible policy? We don't hold back young geniuses trying to flap their wings in the world with attendance, homework, and exams. That's the spirit of our school." "Ah, yes. In-seop, you really just need to keep doing what you're doing. Imagine how much positive and wholesome influence our students receive by seeing you. Do you know how much the competition rate for the literature department increased after author Moon enrolled? Ha ha. With such outstanding achievements have been made, you should have received some certificates or plaques by now, but unfortunately, there's nothing quite appropriate to give. That's how our country is. In academics, if someone does well, the school readily hands out awards, but if it's for arts, they treat it like some corrupt favoritism. That's why every time we create a significant in-house award, the Board of Education watches us like a hawk with glaring eyes. It's tough for the arts in our country, isn't it? That's why what our student Moon Insiep is doing is really significant. Well done. As I carefully listened to the chairman's story, my radar detected the chairman's sinister true colors. So, what I was thinking is, would you be interested in representing the school in an interview? What? It's nothing big, but there will soon be a broadcasting station coming to our school. Maybe you could appear for a bit. Instinctively sensing that this would involve getting caught up in something tedious, I prepared my evasive maneuvers. Capitalists are a scary breed, but not being able to write is even scarier. At that moment, as I was about to show the chairman just how daunting a minor not afraid of adults could be, an unusual noise came from outside. Wait a moment, you can't go in. Move aside. It seemed like I heard a somewhat familiar voice, and my shoulders twitched. That ominous premonition was immediately confirmed. The door to the chairman's office burst open. In fact, it wouldn't have been an exaggeration to say that it opened with a bang.
Hey, Yihyun.
Professor Park? Why are you taking our department's kids without a word? Park Chang-woon, the madman in a brown modernized hanbok, stormed into the chairman's office. Chapter 99. Behind the Baikak Arts Middle School, known for its beautiful mountain, splendid water, and fresh air, lies the definitely not luxurious staff training center. In a room on the second floor, which doubles as a reception area and the chairman's office, a strange event was unfolding. It was not the chairman who was scolding a teacher, but the teacher who had begun to scold the chairman. Professor Park, if you barge in during a student consultation like this,
Consultation?
let me join in too. After all, this student is from our department. Why did you hold this without even informing the department head? Even more bizarrely, a direct descendant of the Baikak Group's owning family was taking a humble posture towards a mere teacher. Park Chang-woon grumbled roughly, indicating he would speak his mind whether Baek Lee-hyun was a chaebol chairman or not. What? An interview? Yes, it's nothing big. Just briefly dash. How can you casually dictate what our Moon In-sip, who is so precious, should do? What? EP7 isomer. In public schools, the principal scolds the teachers, but in private schools, it's the teachers who scold the chairman. Surprisingly, Park Chang-woon, like an old scholar filing a complaint, groaned and pressured Chairman Baek Lee-hyun. Oh dear, the entire Korean literary community is doomed. All is going to collapse. Professor, please calm down. Do I look like I'm in a state to calm down? He even started shouting. It was madness suitable for a crazy person who'd call in a presidential candidate as a special lecturer to argue for more departmental budget. But surprisingly, this wasn't Park Chang-woon acting up without reason. It wasn't because of some ancient, solemn rule strictly forbidding mutual infringement between departments and literature. Nor was it because novelist Park Chang-woon was a star player who elevated the reputation of the Baikak Arts Foundation. The reason Park Chang-woon was speaking informally to Chairman Baek Lee-hyun, it was simply because it had always been that way for decades.
Hey, Yihyun.
Is school facing tough time these days? No, that's not it, Professor. Then why are you trying to make him shoot a CF on a TV show? Honestly speaking, what has the school ever done for this kid? It's not like you've given him anything, but now you want to exploit his fame. Professor, do you really think I would exploit Author Moon just like that? Of course. I would arrange some conveniences at school awards and such. Were you going to give a gold medal in a writing contest to a kid who was nominated for the Booker Prize? Ugh, pathetic. Just pathetic. Everyone at Baikak Arts Middle School thinks of Park Chang-woon as the crazy bamboo flute murderer in the brown modernized hanbok. Yet, he was a walking fossil with several of his works included in textbooks. He even had a stint as the Minister of Culture for about a week. Thus, Park Chang-woon had connections with the founder who started the Baikak Group with just one bookstore, had played with Baek Lee-hyun toddling in the yard, and crucially, he was even Chairman Baek Lee-hyun's professor during his college years. There was a reason why Baek Lee-hyun always respectfully addressed him as Professor. Thus, the relationship between Chairman Baek Lee-hyun and Park Chang-woon was perfectly one of superior to subordinate. Professor, I wasn't trying to do anything bad with Author Moon. So this is a bit too much. Hyun, taking a kid without a guardian, coaxing him into an interview, making him a school ambassador, and even planning to put him on TV, that's generally considered a bad thing. Sigh. Why did you even call a broadcasting station PD to the PR office? Overpowered by Park Chong-woon's formidable aura, Chairman Baek Lee-hyun could not dare to stop him from lighting a cigarette in the chairman's office. The traumatic experiences of college, including overwhelming assignments and weekend hikes, hardened Chairman Baek Lee-hyun like a mouse in front of a cat. Chairman, I didn't want to say this, but every time the school's image gets bad, sending students on TV seems problematic. You might be misunderstanding, Professor. I was just asking our student Moon In-seop for a simple interview. Remove the PD you placed in the PR office and then talk. Also, it's not my department, but wasn't there a student who was showcased on TV for being good at figure skating and ended up ruining their life due to the backlash? It's good to have sports stars in the school, right? But why the hell it always turn into this ridiculous, let's make a star, every time there's a tax audit on the school? Chairman Baek Lee-hyun suppressed the sudden surge of frustration. A few years ago, the fact that Park Chong-woon had summoned a presidential candidate from the same party as the current resident of the Blue House had helped him maintain his patience. Now that you mention it, student Moon In-seop is missing morning classes. Please, take him away. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Art has always been dominated by the wealthy. Both power and culture, as forces that move people, have never ceased their attempts to control each other. Thus, historically, art has been used as a tool of governance by the powerful, and naturally, art that opposed the regime faced oppression. Literature was, especially contemporary Korean literature, which blossomed amidst the harsh climates of the Japanese Empire, North Korea, and military dictatorships, could not exclude oppression and resistance as key themes. However, from the perspective of writers, rather than literature itself, oppression and resistance were things they wanted to keep as far away from life as possible. Unless one is mentally disturbed, no one desires to embrace suffering and pain to produce masterpieces. Thus, the wise writers devised a brilliant solution to escape from the oppression and tyranny of the powerful. That was to collude with the powers. Modern writers found a miraculous solution that by becoming part of the power before being oppressed, they could be safe. Thus, literature withdrew its support for power. Instead of submitting to authority, it became one with power. This was not difficult in a democratic system. In a society where elections occur periodically, the media holds significant power. There is a reason why the English word for media and publishing is press. Just as the person who controls the rebounds dominates the game, those who hold the printing press dominate the media and publishing. Media power and publishing power were like siblings coming out of the same press, and they formed a stable triangular relationship by collaborating with political power. Of course, the unprecedented apocalypse of people not reading books came, marking a time when publishing power was off, but still, in various places in the Korean literary world, there remain elders who operated during the times when publishing power, media power, and political power strongly supported each other. And these elders, positioned in various layers of Korean society, protect the status of the literary world with their profound inner strengths. This is why organizations everywhere must respect their elders for a proper foundation. The publishing industry holds an incredibly powerful political influence disproportionate to its market size because there is a reason for it. Deep-rooted trees do not fall easily. And among these, particularly powerful in internal strength within the literary circle was Park Chong-woon. Park Chong-woon effortlessly rescued Author Moon from the wicked chairman, like twisting a child's wrist. Hey you! I just saved your life today. Taech, thank you. During the summer break, Park Chong-woon, who had gleefully watched Moon In-seop's activities, teased him with excitement. Do you know how much of a snake our school's chairman is? If you had followed him tamely when he asked for an interview today, you would have ended up with a school ambassador business card and on the 9 o'clock news. Do you think the chairman would really do that? He has a nasty habit of using students as scapegoats in the news during tax inspection seasons. I should drop out. Moon In-seop's expression hardened as he planned his escape from Baikak Arts Middle School. Park Chong-woon, sensing his intention like a ghost, belatedly defended the chairman's character. No, it's not that serious. When top students make noisy news appearances and we spread good deeds on the internet with hired commenters, even the National Tax Service feels a bit too pressured to audit us suddenly. Ah, I see. Don't get me wrong. Listen, all private educational foundations are somewhat corrupt. It's just a matter of who gets audited first. It's like sneaking out the back while everyone else lines up to get whacked. Ah, what am I saying to a kid? Park Chong-woon regretted bringing up such a needless topic, and Moon In-seop regretted listening to it. They arrived at the creative writing class amidst an awkward silence. The moment the door slid open, the noisy classroom fell quiet. Ah, so it's chaos here when I'm not around. Did I ever say to start a riot instead of self-studying? Ha! Releasing Moon In-seop into the classroom, Park Chong-woon stood at the podium. He began the class energetically without even erasing the self-study he had scribbled on the blackboard. Did everyone have a good summer break? The less seasoned students responded with a yes. Park Chong-woon grinned. Then gather by groups. It's time for a fun critique session. Soon, the students of the literary arts began tearing each other's novels apart. Thus, another day of peace was maintained in the literary arts department at Baikak Arts Middle School. However, where there is light, there is darkness, and where there is yang, there is yin, such is the principle of harmony between heaven and earth. Unlike the peaceful Baikak Arts Middle School, there were places facing times of shock and horror. Baikak Cultural Broadcasting, shortened to BMB. It was a cable channel owned by the Baikak Media Group, playing a key role as a subsidiary in the projection of Baikak Group's soft power. What good would it do for Baikak Entertainment celebrities to produce dramas through Baikak's own production subsidiaries if the shows couldn't be broadcasted on their own network? It would only benefit other broadcasters. There, they held political influence through news production, a vast newsroom staff, extending their investigative and media power, and so forth. Baikak Media Group's media power would be impossible without including the broadcast station. But now, that very station was at risk of disappearing. This can't be happening. Please save us. We're sorry. Terrible shock and horror had struck Baikak Cultural Broadcasting. Employees engulfed in madness screamed in fear. The worst apocalyptic situation imaginable. Comprehensive channel reapproval examination was imminent. AACAC. In other words, the government, wielding the threat of canceling the reapproval for comprehensive channels, was threatening to completely shut down Baikak Cultural Broadcasting. What was happening? Unlike the three major terrestrial broadcasters, which are semi-public due to receiving their frequencies from the government, comprehensive channels or general programming channels are more like private enterprises. However, these enterprises, operating as broadcasting stations, could influence national policies, so their qualifications were periodically reviewed by the government for business continuation. That is, if the government says to shut down, comprehensive channels had to cease operations. In this context, it wasn't strange that Baikak Cultural Broadcasting was facing an apocalyptic situation as the government growled about overturning their business. But why was the government tormenting BMB? Because BMB had first tormented the president. During the last presidential election, under the command of the now-deceased former chairman of the Baikak Group, BMB tried to make one of the presidential candidates look like a dimwit. However, that very victim ended up becoming the president. Naturally, everyone was aware of the dangers of retaliation, and the blades of vengeance that struck Baikak Cultural Broadcasting sent shivers of terror through everyone at the station. But the higher-ups saw things differently. Damn, he's pretty pissed off. What can we do? We have to take the beating until he gets over his grudge. The top executives at the station were already aware that the actual closure of the station was virtually unrealistic. BMB isn't just some shoddy channel. It's a well-known comprehensive channel in Korea. It has broadcast several international dramas and highly acclaimed variety shows. If the president were to shut down such a station, it would naturally backfire as media oppression. And given the conservative tendencies of the Broadcasting and Communications Committee, the committee commissioners would likely not actually go through with erasing BMB. So all these threats were essentially just bluffs. However, even a bluff wasn't without its damage. How long will this go on? I don't know either. I know that our headquarters is currently negotiating with the Blue House. TL. Blue House is South Korean version of White House. This will completely destroy the station's image. Absolutely destroy it. Being labeled as a station that might soon disappear, in major public opinion, was already a fatal blow to its image. Especially in the broadcasting and telecommunications industry, where credibility is crucial, such deterioration of trust inevitably led to a drop in viewer ratings. And a fall in ratings led to lower advertising rates, withdrawal of investments, and celebrities' refusal in casting. This is driving me mad. As the broadcasting station's leadership trembled with anxiety, a bizarre proposal came up from the variety show department. Chapter 100. The term, artistic variety, originally referred to overall artistic ability, but now it is used as an abbreviation for entertainment programs. Thus, variety show has become so ingrained in the daily lives of modern people that it has changed the original meaning of the word. Who hasn't experienced a warm moment when they come home tired from enduring the harshness of society, turn on the TV, and chuckle at a joke from a variety show? However, the world of variety shows is cruel. Unlike dramas that are planned to end after 12 or 24 episodes, in the merciless world of variety shows, there's no such thing. They start immediately. So when do they end? When the ratings drop, that's when. EP7 Isomer. From the moment a variety show is born, it must prove itself solely on talent. Otherwise, it dies. Even a variety show that was once popular cannot be complacent. The moment the ratings drop, it dies. The Squid Game isn't far off. There's a reason why it's rare for shows to leave on a high note. Therefore, only strength. Only ratings are everything. Behind the friendly smiles of the variety show world lies the cruel law of the survival of the fittest. However, even in the harsh world of cutthroat variety shows where one must prove oneself through talent alone, there are exceptions. What kind of plan is this? It's a planned variety show, like a pre-produced drama. The beginning and end of the variety show are perfectly planned and produced as a ready-made broadcast. A seasonal variety show produced by a star PD or a survival variety show with all the efforts of a broadcasting station. Such planned variety shows naturally have a higher chance of success than ordinary variety shows that are just thrown into the industry. But there's a reason why planned variety shows don't always come out well. It's because of money. You know we don't have money, yet you talk like this. Producing one proper large-scale planned variety show isn't cheap. The ambitious plan from the variety department of BMB was slammed on the desk of the production director. The head of the variety department cried out in despair, louder than he had ever been beaten down himself. Director? Oh, don't pretend to be pitiful. Don't you know the atmosphere at the broadcasting station is bad right now? What would the CEO say if you cry out for money while everyone is talking about layoffs and cuts? After the government began toying with the Comprehensive Channel Reapproval Examination card, the life of the CEO of BMB became utterly miserable. Normally, there's a board of directors above the CEO of a broadcasting station, but at Bikehack Cultural Broadcasting, there's the headquarters above him. In this terrifying lair called Bikehack Media Group, even CEO-level executives are not the top predators. However, as the saying goes that even a dog eating shit advances a half step in its own territory, everyone at the station was avoiding CEO's displeasure and chanting, "We are extremely grateful." TL. Didn't find any English equivalent of the proverb, but it means something like a home court advantage. But the perspective of the head of the variety department was a bit different. The director pleaded with the production director. That's why now is the opportunity. What? The head of the variety department calmly explained the ingenious solution that the smart minds of the variety department had come up with. Contrary to the production director's worries, their crazy idea was not to spectacularly succeed with a large-scale planned variety show and smack the broadcasting committee into a negotiation with the government. That would be a thought only the anonymous upper echelons of the Empire J, who had delegated some of their brain functions to a bowl of udon noodles, would have. TL. Referencing to Japanese Empire. It was closer to, if the broadcasting station bursts a hit variety show when in crisis, it could become a hero. The head of the variety department argued the need to make a variety show a national hit at this point. Really, even if our station doesn't get shut down, once the comprehensive channel reapproval pass is issued, a slump will come, right? Celebrities will avoid us, and investments will withdraw. That would be likely. But at that point, if a profitable variety show pops up, if we firmly declare that our station is back in business nationally, then it's game over at that moment. He's talking nonsense. No one could deny that the head of the variety department spoke in a variety-like manner. However, the production director did not scold the variety department head by revealing his intentions. No matter how fanciful it sounded, if it actually came true, it wouldn't be nonsense. And the variety department head he knew was someone capable of making it happen. Well, let's hear it. What's this item that you're making such a fuss about? The variety department head had been waiting just for these words, and his eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. He saw it. There is a certain flow in the culture of this country, and this flow circulates, stealing the hearts of all people at least once. The types of trends are quite diverse. Trot, parenting, classical singing, retro, alter egos, idle survival, observational, streaming, travel, jungle, cooking, and so on. In this ever-changing world of variety shows, predicting the next era's trend is extremely difficult. But the variety department head, licking his lips with his tongue without hesitation, confidently named it. It's literature. What? The literature boom is coming. Signs were already being observed. Following the emergence of a genius literary boy, various variety show PDs had begun to frequently invite novelists as guests or panelists. This was a swift reflection of the public's growing interest in literature, and such attempts often provided a tasty boost in viewership. However, no one had ever boldly featured literature itself as the main keyword. After Let's Read books miserably vanished from the variety show scene, everyone feared and felt burdened by the subject of literature. But it's those who take a step further in such times who become the final victors. So, director, please reconsider just once more, the head of the department exclaimed. Literature-based variety shows. The passion of the variety department head finally reached the production director. The proposal stamped by the production director finally went up to the CEO, and eventually the variety department, having gained the CEO's approval, was engulfed in a frenzy of excitement. Good. I believe in you, Chief PD. Let's make a hit. Trust me, department head. However, their dream never became a reality. The BMB variety department, having exhausted all its energy in passing the proposal, miraculously failed in the subsequent casting of authors. It was autumn. *****. Meanwhile, an author who shattered someone's dreams and hopes with a single remark, "It seems like there are too many variety shows these days," was pathetically lying on the dirt ground. His face was so covered with dust and dirt that it was streaked with sandy marks, and thick sweat beads soaked his head, dripping onto the floor. The utterly exhausted author blankly stared at the sky. It's clear. Looking at the endlessly clear sky seemed to cool his panting chest and pounding heart refreshingly. Feeling as if the ethereal color of the autumn sky, which seemed impossible to replicate with any paint, was dyeing his heart blue, the literary man lay on the dirt ground for a long time, just looking up at the sky. That is, until someone roughly grabbed him by the scruff and yanked him up. Get up! Get up! Ugh, hi! The class president of the literature class, who seemed already close to 180 centimeters tall despite being a middle schooler, was encouraging and helping up students scattered here and there. We haven't lost yet. Tug of war is best 2 out of 3. We still have 1 round left. Get up. Come on. Bikhack Arts Middle School is a school, and schools are supposed to have sports festivals in the fall. This is the national rule that takes precedence even over the Constitution. Of course, if you look closely, it's the J Empire rule that started in 1874 with the Naval Academy's competitive games and was, not in a good way, introduced to Korea, but a custom remembered warmly as a harmonious memory passing through generations in many people's hearts is something that cannot be easily changed or stopped. And this is the powerful force that culture holds. Of course, for the literature class students who were easily defeated in the first round of tug-of-war and sprawled on the ground, it was nothing but a painfully unbearable event. Moon In-seop was no exception. Like most of the literary and creative writing students, he was physically weak due to a lack of exercise. The exception might be the group of nerdy boys obsessed with soccer. But no matter how much they liked soccer, in the literary and creative writing department, they couldn't beat the real physical education students, and Bikhack Arts Middle School was a hellish place that gathered only the true elites of physical prowess. Dance students, sweating in front of mirrors for hours practicing Korean dance, modern dance, ballet, and break dance, had stamina that the literary students couldn't hope to match. Similarly, students from the music and art departments, typically carrying bags larger than their own torsos, were in another league compared to the literary students who only carried a small pencil case. The only department they might have stood a chance against was the theater and film department, but even there, a hidden principle was at work. The theater and film department tended to attract students who were relatively good-looking, and for some unknown reason, good-looking students tended to be good at sports too. Whoa! We're going down. Hang in there. Hang in there. Lie down. Lie down. Arg. Ultimately, the second round of tug-of-war between the literary and creative writing and the theater and film departments ended sadly, with the literary students lacking both in looks and physical strength. Beaten and battered, the literary students collapsed unceremoniously on the field. Amidst the groans echoing from various places, the still energetic students began blaming each other. Hey, Kim Yibin, I told you just to lie down as soon as the tug-of-war started. We would have won if you just lay down. Stop nagging. It's like in Squid Game. If you lie down right when the tug-of-war starts, you just win. Haven't you watched it? Did you watch it? Of course. Did you? Ah. Soon, a heated debate sparked by "Yo guys, this bastard says he watched Squid Game," helped the literary students quickly recover from their defeat. However, Moon In-seop couldn't blend into the noisy atmosphere of the literary students and trudged back to their booth alone. It wasn't that he didn't have friends, but his mental age was too high, making it difficult for him to mingle with middle schoolers. If you could turn back time, wouldn't it be difficult to blend in casually among peers? A person's mind also has an age, and the younger one is, the greater the difference becomes. Thus, it wasn't particularly strange or unusual that he had difficulty socializing with peers. It wasn't because he lacked social skills or had trouble making friends. It was really because his mental age didn't match, leading him to self-isolate, not because he didn't have friends. He could swear on the honor of the New Light Spring Orphanage that it was true. Anyway, as Moon In-seop walked alone back to the literary and creative writing booth, he encountered Gu Yuna, who was oddly dressed. Gu Yuna, who had skipped tug-of-war to prepare for theater, was intensely practicing her acting in a brown outfit, expressionless and dressed as a tree, her face just peeking out of a log-like costume. Is practice going okay? Even when asked about her well-being, Gu Yuna just stared blankly, refusing to speak carelessly, seemingly deeply immersed in her role. Given that method actors need consideration before filming, Moon In-seop quietly sat down next to Gu Yuna, who was wearing the tree costume. Around that time, the literary students, having recovered from the defeat on the field, started returning to the booth one by one. Ah, that was tough. Minju, do you have any Pocari Sweat left? TL? Pocari Sweat is a sports drink name. Guys, the relay race is in an hour, so get ready. Hey, class president, if you got elected, shouldn't you at least hand out burgers at the sports festival? Do you want to be impeached? Are you crazy? These days, even burgers are considered bribes and are banned. Just don't get caught. Moron. Guys, the teacher isn't sleeping. The literary students, escaping the scorching sun, dragged plastic chairs to the booth and gathered in small groups to chatter away. But surprisingly, no one asked Gu Yuna why she was wearing the log costume or why she didn't participate in the tug-of-war. In the world of martial arts, the overly curious do not survive long. Thus, it wasn't bullying. Gu Yuna had truly overwhelmed everyone in the literary and creative writing department. The fact that no one questioned her sudden appearance in a log costume implied that everyone knew there must be a reason behind everything Gu Yuna did. Those who knew of Gu Yuna's wisdom guessed there was a reason behind her actions and kept quiet, and even those lacking wisdom were too afraid of her to stand in her way. Since time immemorial, if no one can obstruct one's actions, they are called the pinnacle. Therefore, it could be said that Gu Yuna had truly reached the throne of supremacy. However, those who stand alone at the top are always destined to be lonely. When her friends didn't ask about the log costume, Gu Yuna's expression subtly turned gloomy. So, knowing that Gu Yuna had joined the drama club through Kim Bile and would be performing on stage as a tree, Moon In-seop asked her a question for her sake. So, how come you ended up wearing that costume? Gu Yuna, initially discouraged, regained some spirit. Just as Gu Yuna, flapping her branch-like arms, was about to start explaining, "Hey, Moon In-seop!" Suddenly, Min Hyo-chan burst into the literary and creative writing booth. Having run for a while, Min Hyo-chan's pink hair was drenched in sweat. Wearing a spinach-colored tracksuit, Min Hyo-chan urgently yelled, "Come quickly! What is it, Min Sunbae?" "Oh, just hurry up." In such a hurry, Min Hyo-chan grabbed Moon In-seop's wrist and started running. Gu Yuna tried to get up and grab him, but her branch-like arms could only flap desperately. "Oh no!" Meanwhile, as Min Hyo-chan frantically dragged Moon In-seop away to somewhere, he had a crumpled piece of paper in his grip. The content written on the paper was as follows. Things to bring. Hubie. TL. Hubie means junior opposite of Sunbae. Just after the tug-of-war, Moon In-seop, already exhausted, protested weakly. "What the heck is it?" "Ah, just run, damn it." The two boys, one with black hair and the other with pink, crossed the sports field like this. It was around this time that a vehicle from Bike Hack Cultural Broadcasting entered the gates of Bike Hack Arts Middle School. It was a day in autumn.